button, obviously. hot or not. Okay, if everybody could quiet down and get ready here we're going to start the meeting here shortly. You ready, Annie? Okay. I'm going to call the meeting of the Alaska Board of Game to order. It's 8:37 a.m. This morning, we're going to take up proposals and board deliberation on those proposals. We're starting with the region-wide and multiple units. But before we do, I'd like to ask the commissioner and Ryan if there's anything that they have for us before we start.
Nothing other than there's a real shortage of leprechauns in this town. I have not found the pot of gold yet.
Okay. Sorry. Ryan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's really tough to follow that up. The division's ready to go.
Okay. Good. And Cheryl, does anything for us before we start?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And Captain Johnson?
Good morning. No, nothing for me. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, so before we start on deliberations, I want to remind the board that it's very important to build a record when we make a decision or make a negative decision on each of these proposals. Go ahead, Al. So we want to make sure that if you have a question about something, if you're unsure, that we'll take a break. We'll make sure that you get that information before we go on, and make sure that we get our decisions on the record so they're understandable and defensible. Al? Oh, yeah. I remind everyone in the room to silence their cell phones and make sure that they don't interrupt the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to update my ethics disclosure. There was one personal testifier that had donated a gift of over $150 to me that was opposed to 5 proposals, and currently I just completely spaced where I put that information at, but I just wanted to get that on record.
Okay. Thank you for that, Al. And I think it's important that we have that disclosure, but I don't believe that that's going to disqualify you from participating.
Would you like me to announce the 5 proposals?
Yes,
okay.
if you would.
So it was 112, 144, 181, 158, 180, and 186, which he said he was opposed to, and I already recused myself from 180 and 181.
Right, correct. So there's 2 of them that you have. The others, I don't think that's a sufficient reason to recuse yourself. I think there may be a conflict, but the conflict is minimal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, with that, we're ready. Does the department have any reports before we start on proposals? No. So go ahead. We have a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 43, change all general season sheep harvest tickets in units 12, 19, 20, 21, 24, 25, 26B Bravo, and 26 Charlie to registration permits and allow hunters to obtain a registration permit once every 2 years.
Second.
Proposal 43 has been moved and seconded. To hear the department's analysis. Excuse me, Ryan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just real quick, I was going to introduce Jason Sikoski. He's our management coordinator for Region 3, and I'll let him introduce his staff as they come up to present.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Burnett, members of the board, federal, state staff, members of the public. Again, for the record, as Ryan said, my name is Jason Sikoski, a management coordinator for Region 3. To my right, as you are aware from his staff presentation on Friday, is Region 3 sheep researcher, Brad Wendling. And then to Brad's right, a regional biologist for us, Sarah Longson. I'm going to be presenting all of the region-wide sheep proposals. And then following those, Sarah Longson's going to present the staff comments for the remainder of the regional proposals. So once we're done with these regional sheep proposals, we'll do a little musical chairs. It'll just take a couple seconds and rearrange up here. And with that, and at your will, I can start staff comments for Proposal 43.
Yeah, go ahead.
Proposal 43 seeks to change all general season sheep harvest tickets in Region 3 to registration permits. In addition, a hunter may only obtain a permit once every 2 years. The proposal also speaks to an alternative regulatory change, which would only apply to Unit 12. This was proposed by the Upper Tanana 40 Mile AC, and the department recommendation is neutral. This map shows all of Region 3 with the units affected by this proposal labeled on the map. Those include Units 24B and 24A in the Central Brooks Range, Units 26B, 26C, and 25A in the Eastern Brooks Range, the White Mountains in Unit 25C, the western extent of the Oglebay Mountains in Unit 25B, the Tanana Uplands in Units 20B and 20E, and then the Northern Alaska Range in Units 19B, 19C, 20A, 20D, and 12, along with the Northern Wrangles in Unit 12. You will see that Unit 20C is labeled in red. There is an open general season for sheep in that unit. However, almost all the sheep habitat is contained within Denali National Park, so it's extremely rare that we get any harvest of sheep in Unit 20C. The region regularly conducts 9 sheep trend count surveys, which occur in the Brooks Range, White Mountains, Tanana Uplands, and the Alaska Range, as well as the Mentastas. All 9 sheep surveys were completed during the summer of 2023, which is fairly rare due to weather restrictions and things like that. We generally are unable to complete every survey every year. Generally speaking, the number of sheep observed in these trend areas has declined by 40 to 70% since their last peaks. It's important to recognize that the department does not conduct surveys that allow an estimate or abundance of population size of sheep for any game management unit, subunit, or mountain range. These trend surveys are conducted in small portions of GMUs and simply provide composition data to give us some idea of land production and survival, as well as other ratio data. I'm going to switch modes here and talk about hunter and harvest data from 2000 through 2022. On average, 68% of total statewide sheep harvest occurs in Region 3. The average number of sheep hunters has been 1,358 with a range of 1,038 to 1,557. The average number of resident sheep hunters has been 1,011 with a range of 768 to 1,131. Average resident success rate is right about 30% with a range of 18.6 to 34.2. And then average resident sheep harvest has been right around 300 with a range of 143 to 376. Although this regulatory change would affect both residents and non-residents, most of these statistics focus on residents because an extremely small number of unsuccessful non-residents hunt in back-to-back years, and successful non-residents are already limited to 1 ram every 4 years. So this proposal really primarily impacts resident hunters. These data points are probably the most useful for examining the potential effect of this proposal from a quantitative standpoint using hunter and harvest data. Again, looking over history from 2000 to 2022, in any given year, 15.5% to 32.8% of sheep hunters were those that participated in consecutive hunting seasons. On average, 10% of total annual harvest is by hunters who harvested in consecutive seasons with a range of 8 to 14%. And then lastly, 3% of total hunters in any given year on average, 3% of total hunters harvest in consecutive seasons on average with a range of 1 to 4%. General season sheep hunting across the region is managed using the conservative full curl harvest management strategy, which targets only males restricted to older age classes, which represents a very small segment of the overall population. Because we are harvesting older age classes of rams in the latter part of their natural lifespan, a proportion of harvested rams each year would have died naturally anyways during the winter following the hunting season. Therefore, there's a compensatory component to the harvest. The harvest strategy is also self-limiting in two ways. First, again, because only full curl rams are legal for take when populations are high and more rams are available on the landscape, then more can be harvested. And when populations are low, fewer rams are harvested. This occurs in the absence of regulatory changes to increase or decrease opportunity when populations are either high or low. Secondly, as evident in hunter and harvest data, when sheep populations are high, we document more sheep hunters and higher harvest, and when sheep populations are low, fewer sheep hunters and lower harvest. So hunters are adjusting numerically to cycles and population size, and success rates by hunters have remained relatively constant through highs and lows in sheep population cycles. And then lastly, the full curl harvest strategy provides liberal hunting opportunity through various changes in sheep numbers. We are often asked what the harvest rate is on full curl rams. The short answer is we don't know. We don't know because we don't have population estimates of sheep as a whole or for the full curl ram segment in the population. In addition, it's also common for the department to hear comments from the public that all or most of the full curl rams are harvested and removed from the landscape each hunting season. However, from 2016 to 2021, and Brad had updated this information for your staff presentation on Friday. I think his data goes through 2022 or 2023 now. But at any rate, his horn morphometric study demonstrates that of the rams harvested each year, between 41 and 85% of those rams were legal in at least one previous hunting season. It's important to recognize that these minimum quasi-escapement values, they don't account for rams that were available potentially because they were broomed, because we don't know in what year they were broomed. And it also does not take into account rams that were available that didn't show up later in the harvest because of natural mortality. I got some numbers broken down here by range, different places that we looked at this from harvested sheep. So 56 to 82% for the Brooks range, 41 to 53% for Unit 20A, 59 to 85% for 19C, and then 58 to 67% for Unit 12. Again, those percentages up there are the proportion of harvested rams in any given year that were available for at least one previous hunting season. Other considerations for this proposal are that numerous units in Region 3 have positive findings for customary and traditional use. Those include units 23, 24, 25A, and 26, with a combined amounts necessary for subsistence of 75 to 125 sheep. as well as Unit 19 with the combined amounts necessary for subsistence uses at 1 to 5 sheep. Therefore, the board may wish to consider if reasonable opportunity is provided for if this proposal was adopted and resident hunters would only be allowed to hunt sheep every other year. In summary, sheep populations have declined across the region. The department has no biological concerns with the full crow harvest management strategy. This is primarily an allocative issue regarding competition and hunter crowding, particularly when sheep populations are low. Registration permits may result in a small reduction in sheep hunters and harvest, as evident in the hunter harvest data I presented. However, there may be no reduction or little reduction in the people in the field if hunting partners strategize in how they obtain their permits. For example, sheep hunting is very common where, you know, 2 people go together or 3, and strategizing kind of an every other year aspect on when they get their permits. A couple more considerations. This could displace hunters out of Region 3 to neighboring units in other regions that the regulations allow for the hunting of sheep every year. And then lastly, again, the board may wish to consider if reasonable opportunity is provided for if this proposal is adopted. Again, in closing, Proposal 43 would change all general season sheep harvest tickets in Region 3 to registration permits. A hunter may only obtain a permit once every 2 years. There is an alternative ask here, which would just apply this regulatory change to Unit 12. This was proposed by the Upper Tanana 40 Mile Advisory Committee, and the department recommendation is neutral. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the department from board members? Discussion, oh, go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Jason. That was a great presentation. I was, though, somewhat surprised that on page 4, when you were talking about the 2000 to 2022 harvest success at 30%, that seems to be pretty good, you know, above average for any species, let alone sheep. And you made the comment that that was consistent through the high populations and the low populations. So I was impressed with that. So, I mean, there's high success rate as far as success rates go for other species. And thank you for that.
Okay, board discussion. Office of Subsistence Management, go ahead, George.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was trying to figure a place to put some comments in here, and I'm just going to speak once on sheep. And you'll see on PC 84, submitted by the Department of, Office of Subsistence Management, page 1, 2, and 3. Page 2 and 3 very clearly lay out the federal subsistence regulations for sheep in that area. And there's, the most important part here is the section of what's being addressed by the Federal Subsistence Board. Yes, in a couple of weeks here, we have 2 proposals in front of the federal board. One is WP 2425, and that is to reduce the sheep harvest in 24A25B, excluding residents of Antuvic Pass in that portion of Gates Art National Park from 3 sheep, no more of 1, which may be a ewe, to 1 ram. So that would eliminate ram harvest. At this time, OSM and the appropriate RAC supports that, and the board will be hearing that. Additionally, proposal WP 2426 requests all sheep hunting in federal public lands, 24A, unit 20, and part of it 26B, to be closed to all users to wildlife. Make sure that we made it very clear to all users for the next cycle. This is a 2-year continuation of the current wildlife special action that has that area closed to all users. So our comments are clear. I don't think I need to repeat from this position. If you have any questions, and just one important piece of information, the Federal Subsistence Board does defer to the regional advisory councils unless it doesn't meet certain criteria. And I can't say if they're going how they're going to vote in 2 weeks, but I want to make it very clear the same issues are on deck, and I want to make a very clear statement about the ewe harvest. One last thing, the information I've been provided, there has been ewe harvest up there for many years. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, George. Board discussion on Proposal 43. Well, if no one, go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be opposed to this proposal. It has customary and traditional issues that I don't see how we could provide a reasonable opportunity if it went to an every other year. And I think that our full curl management is working and provides that opportunity for resident and non-residents.
Jake?
Hey, thanks. I guess this is just a point, through the chair, just a point of clarification for me. We have a youth hunt up there. Whenever you're on a youth hunt, I know the parent that's going with the youth has to supply the harvest ticket. Is that right?
Member Fletcher, through the chair, I believe that's correct.
So if a parent that wanted to hunt with one child one year and one child the next year, would they not be able to utilize that with this regulation?
Again, Member Fletcher, through the chair, the authors of the proposal did not address that issue, so I think it would be under your purview to decide whether that would apply in that situation or not.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Dave.
Just to follow up, Jason, thanks for your testimony. On the youth hunt, would that permit, if it would go to a registration permit, would that go to the individual youth or would it go to the parent in how you would issue that?
Natalie?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through the chair, Member Loring. It would go to the youth, but the conversation about the bag limit is important that Member Fletcher brought up. Currently, as this is proposed, without a change to the bag limit, it would not provide the opportunity for the parent either. So you have to take that into consideration. But it does go to the youth, but it also counts against the parent's bag limit.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to oppose this proposal for the same reasons that Member Barrett mentioned. And we didn't hear testimony in much of this area about competition, excessive competition between residents for rams. There was discussion about competition between non-residents and residents, but never real concern about resident-to-resident competition. And so I think reducing the resident hunters on an every other year basis is not likely to result in any biological effect or crowding effect that's going to be beneficial for the sheep. And so I'm going to oppose this, and also for the same reasons that Al mentioned. Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I feel the same way as the chairman. I'll be opposing this also, and the department feels pretty comfortable with their management strategy and that there's sheep on the mountains that were available in prior years, a lot of one-year legal sheep, and maybe some for 2 years that have been legal to take prior. I'm just really comfortable with the current strategy we have, and I think we should continue with that.
Thank you. Are we ready for the question?
Call the question.
Question's been called on proposal 43.
And Mr. Chairman, the board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on proposal 43. Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Loring?
No.
Ms. Cusack? No. Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
That proposal fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 44, reduce the sheep bag limit for resident hunters in units 12, 19, 20, 24, 25, 26 Bravo, 26 Charlie, and 1 ram with full curl horn or larger every 2 regulatory years.
Second.
Thank you. And I could ask the department to be clear about the difference between their presentation about the difference between this and the previous one.
Proposal 44 seeks to reduce the bag limit in Region 3 from 1 full curl ram every year to 1 full curl ram every 2 regulatory years. This was proposed by the public, and the department recommendation is neutral. To address Chairman Burnett's specific question at the start here, so from a harvest standpoint, it's identical. From an administrative standpoint and how a hunter would be restricted is different. So in the previous proposal, you could just hunt sheep every other year. And in this proposal, if you harvest a sheep, then you're ineligible the next year. So similar to brown bear regulations in the past where it was 1 brown bear every 4 regulatory years. So if you harvest, you're ineligible the next year, as opposed to the previous proposal, which was just a straight like restriction on opportunity every other year. There's going to be a lot of duplicate information in this presentation from the previous one. This map shows all of Region 3 with the units affected labeled on the map. Again, you'll see 20C in red, very little harvest there because almost all of the sheep habitat is contained within Denali National Park, which is closed to hunting. Again, our 9 sheep survey areas across the state. I'll note again that we've observed a 40 to 70% reduction in general across these surveys, depending on where the survey is, and a reminder that these surveys are not designed nor allow us to estimate population size. They're trend count survey areas for ratio data. Again, using 2000 through 2022 harvest data, 68% of total statewide sheep harvest occurs in the region. The average number of sheep hunters averages 1,358. Average number of resident sheep hunters slightly over 1,000. Average resident success rate right at close to 30%, and average resident sheep harvest of 300. Again, this proposal primarily affects residents because unsuccessful non-residents, I guess for residents, they're already limited to 1 ram every 4 years. Similar to the previous proposal, this slide is probably most useful for examining the potential effects of the proposal, again, from a quantitative standpoint using hunter and harvest data. That is that 15.5 to 32.8% of sheep hunters participated in consecutive seasons on average. 10% of total annual harvest is by hunters who harvest in consecutive seasons, range of 8 to 14%. And 3% of total hunters, so this would be successful and unsuccessful, on average in any given year harvest in consecutive seasons with the range of 1 to 4%. Sheep hunting is managed using the full curl harvest management strategy, which includes a male-only harvest restricted to older age classes. This represents a very small segment of the overall population. There's a compensatory mortality component to the harvest, which I talked about in more depth in the previous proposal. It's self-limiting during population fluctuations and provides for liberal hunting opportunity. Again, our horn morphometric study that we conducted that demonstrates between 41 and 85% of the rams harvested in any given year were legal in at least 1 previous hunting season across the region. And then we have those data broken down by the Brooks Range, Unit 20A, Unit 19C, and Unit 12. Other considerations are customary and traditional use and amounts necessary for subsistence. Units 23, 24, 25A, and 26 have a positive finding for customary and traditional use of sheep with a combined amounts necessary for subsistence uses of 75 to 125 sheep. Unit 19 has a positive finding as well, with a combined amounts necessary for subsistence uses of 1 to 5 sheep. In summary, sheep populations have declined across the region. We have no biological concerns with full curl harvest management. This is an allocative issue, primarily dealing with competition and hunter crowding, and every other year bag limit could potentially reduce some harvests, but as demonstrated by the harvest data we presented, that would be a very small reduction. This also could displace some hunters to other regions, which allows sheep hunting every year. So in years in which they would be ineligible in Region 3 because they harvested, they can go to another region and harvest there. And then the board may wish to talk about whether reasonable opportunity for subsistence uses still exists if this is adopted. Again, proposal 44 would reduce the sheep bag limit in Region 3 from 1 full curl ram every year to 1 full curl ram every 2 regulatory years. This was proposed by the public, and the department recommendation is neutral. Thanks.
Thank you. Board discussion. Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you for your discussion on that proposal. Administratively, I noticed that this one here is not a registration permit, it's a general harvest ticket. So how would the department administratively be able to track that, other than maybe sealing records? Is there any issues you think with that, if this was to pass?
Through the chair, I honestly do not know how we track, for example, one bear every 4 years. Obviously, we must have some sort of system, but Region 3 doesn't have those regulations, so I'm going to punt to Director Scott.
Through the chair, Member Loring, you know, the bottom line is comes in on the honor system largely until another issue is identified. When we seal bears, as an example that Jason mentioned, you know, we have those conversations with people. Oh, you know, when was the last time? And things like that. It might be a little bit different considering, you know, it's not apples to apples talking about bears and sheep potentially. We don't have an automatic process in place right now to track it. I mean, we would probably have to sort it out, I guess, but it would be one more administrative thing that would be added to the plate. You know, sheep are required to be sealed, so that would likely be the time and the place we'd look into that.
Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be opposed to this proposal for the same reasons I was on the first one. It got a lot of issues with the customary and traditional use and not being able to provide that reasonable opportunity. I would also note that the units in this proposal, more than half the sheep that are taken were legal the year before, so that's fairly high in my understanding, so I'll be opposed to this proposal.
Okay, I'm also going to be opposed to this proposal for the same reasons as Member Barrett, plus, again, we're not seeing in most of these areas overcrowding by residents. With the full curl management strategy, it's not a biological issue. And my remarks also are the same for proposal 45, which even makes a longer period and which would make it impossible to meet subsistence needs if you can only hunt every 4 years. So anyway, I'm vote no in this one. Lots of opposition from the public as well, so. Go ahead, Stosh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be opposing this one too, and for the record, you know, almost all the ACs were against this as well, and
Okay. We ready for the question?
Call the question.
Question's been called. Dave?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you pull the roll?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on proposal 44. Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Loring?
No.
Ms. Cusack?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No,
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Cooney?
No.
That proposal fails 0-7.
for the reasons given.
Mr. Chair, I move to take no action on proposal 45 due to the action taken on 44.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any opposition to taking no action on this? We did note that it would make it nearly impossible to meet the subsistence needs and for other reasons.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 46, change all sheep hunting in units 12, 19, and 20 to drawing permit only for residents and non-residents with a set allocation of permit between user groups.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Department? Proposal 46.
Proposal 46 asks to change all general season harvest ticket hunts to drawing permit for units 12, 19, and 20 with an allocation of 80% to residents and 20% to non-residents. The proposal also asks that the permit hunts would be suspended when sheep populations recover to 75% of what they were prior to the year 2020. This proposal was submitted by the public and the department recommendation is opposed. This map depicts the subunits that would be affected by this proposal, including units 19B, 19C, 20A, 20B, 20D, and 20E, as well as Unit 12. As in the previous presentations, note that a hunting season does occur in Unit 20C. However, all the sheep habitat is within Denali National Park, and so we rarely ever get a sheep harvest from that unit. This map depicts the sheep surveys that we conduct in the units affected by this proposal. Again, we've observed a 40 to 70% decline in the sheep counted in these trend count surveys since their prior peaks. This map depicts all the units that would be affected by this proposal, as well as the areas that are either already drawing permit or are closed or partially closed to sheep hunting. Currently, Unit 19C is closed to non-residents, depicted by the light green area on the map. All sheep habitat in Unit 20C is within Denali National Park and closed to hunting, depicted as purple on the map. Unit 20D, D as in Delta, contains the Delta control use area and is by draw permit. That's depicted by blue on the map. And as well in 20D is the Mount Harper draw permit area. That's depicted by the salmon color. Portions of Unit 20D and Unit 12 contain the Toke Management Area draw permit, which is depicted by orange on the map. And then lastly, a portion of Unit 20E in Yukon-Charlie National Preserve has recently been closed by federal regulations to all sheep hunting. This area is depicted by red on the map. All the other areas, there's general season sheep hunts that occur in Unit 19B, 20A, 20B, 20E, and Unit 12. I'm going to go through a little bit of harvest data similar to previous slides, except queried for units 12, 19, and 20, again from the year 2000 through 2022. The average number of resident hunters for these units has been 510 with a range of 380 to 665. Average number of non-resident hunters, 202 with a range of 149 to 237. If we look at harvest, average resident sheep harvest annually has been 136 with a range of 84 to 231. Average non-resident sheep harvest, 141 with a range of 73 to 174. Switching to success rates, average resident success rate has been 26%, so slightly below the region-wide average, a range of 17 to 35%. And average non-resident success rate has been 68% with a range of 49 to 75%. Again, General season sheep hunting is managed using the conservative full curl harvest management strategy, which restricts harvest to male only in older age classes. This represents a very small segment of the overall population with a compensatory mortality component. It's self-limiting during population fluctuations and provides liberal, consistent hunting opportunity. A review of our horn morphometric data. Again, 41 to 85% of rams harvested were legal in at least one previous hunting season. And then I put the units up here affected by this proposal, 20A, 19C, and 12, where we've looked at this. Other considerations for this proposal are that Unit 19 has a positive finding for customary and traditional use of sheep with the combined amounts necessary for subsistence of 1 to 5 sheep. Therefore, the board may wish to consider if reasonable opportunity is provided for if this proposal was adopted and resident hunters would only be allowed to hunt sheep under a draw permit. This proposal essentially asks for an adaptive regulatory structure that is based on the population level of sheep in various GMUs to determine when a draw permit would be turned on versus reverting to a general season hunt. This type of regulatory structure would be almost impossible to implement for numerous reasons. First, we do not have population estimates for any GMUs, and the trend count areas we do survey only occur in small portions of the units. Again, the primary purpose of these surveys are to track ratio data, get some idea of land production and survival, ram ratios, and provide information to the public. In addition, completing these trend surveys annually is challenging due to the requirement of ideal weather conditions for flying in the mountains, particularly in summer with thermals and thunderstorms, etc. In most years, not all sheep surveys are completed. Second, from an administrative standpoint, these surveys are conducted in the middle of summer and, like I said, often are not completed due to weather. So at the very earliest, the regulatory change, draw permit or general season, would be at least a year delayed. I would contend it'd be several years delayed depending on when we could get the data. So the strategy is not very responsive to what may be occurring on the ground in terms of sheep numbers and therefore not potentially accomplishing its intent. Another issue is we have numerous draw permit hunts already in place with each hunt designed for different purposes to address different issues. For example, the TMA hunt is managed for trophy potential, and length of horn and age of harvested rams are incorporated into how many permits are issued. In contrast, for example, the Delta permit hunt incorporates opportunity for both non-motorized hunting and motorized hunting and was designed to address user conflict issues in a highly accessible area. Lastly, because we are currently managing using the full curl harvest strategy, which is not based on harvestable surplus data or calculations, the department would need guidance on how many permits to issue for each permit hunt area. The number of permits would be arbitrary with respect to biological concerns. Keep in mind that we do not know how many sheep are in each GMU or how many legal rams are present at any time, so the number of permits issued would need to be decided by this board for other purposes, for example, crowding or competition. Again, sheep populations have declined across the region. We have no biological concerns with the full curl harvest management. This could displace some hunters to other units if it went to drawing permit. And by making all hunting opportunity occur through drawing permits, this proposal would eliminate all subsistence opportunity in Unit 19 and in those areas of Units 12 and 20 outside the TMA and DMA, while still providing non-resident opportunity and non-subsistence resident opportunity. Again, proposal 46 asks to change all general season harvest ticket hunts to draw permit in unit 12, 19, and 20 with an allocation of 80% to residents, 20% to non-residents. The proposal also asks the permit hunts will be suspended when sheep populations recover to 75% of what they were prior to 2020. This proposal was submitted by the public, and the department recommendation is opposed.
Thank you. Board members, discussion. You guys got to jump on this a little quicker here. Jake?
Hey, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We heard testimony earlier that Denali National Park doesn't have a sheep biologist, but do they have a count on how many sheep they think are in their range, that portion of 20C? Or do we know?
I don't know.
James, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I was looking through this, and I think while the author, you know, has some good intentions here, we've heard a lot of public testimony over the last several days about resident priority. And anytime you move these hunts to a draw, you're going to be limiting opportunity for a lot of people. And so I'm having a hard time finding a way to support this based on how drastically this would reduce resident opportunity to continue to hunt sheep. And then obviously there's a custom and tradition that would be significantly hindered as well. So for those two reasons, I'm just not being able to find a way to support this right now.
Thank you. I'm with James on this one in terms of supporting, but we did hear compelling testimony from, I think, the maker of this proposal that this is a tool the board could use, if it were practical, to limit competition and when we have declining sheep numbers. And it may be the only tool that we could use if it were practical and it didn't have the other unintended consequences. So I want to commend the maker of the proposal for bringing this to us. And the other thing I would say is that, you know, given our resident, non-resident policy for allocation, I don't think this is very far off when you look at the numbers and how many permits you would have to do. But as the department said, when you get down to issuing permits by hunt areas, this would be very complicated. And I don't think it's a practical alternative at this point, and it would diminish the value of the hunts for guided hunts. And so I think it would not be in the best interest of the state. And so that's why I'm voting against it.
Call the question.
Question's been called. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on proposal 46. Member Loring?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Cooney?
No?
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
And Ms. Cusack?
No.
Proposal fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 207, repeal the age criteria for full curl horn rams for Dall sheep hunts in interior and eastern Arctic regions units.
Second.
207 has been moved and seconded. I'd like to hear from the department. Thank you.
Proposal 207 would change the legal definition of a full curl horn of a male or ram Dall sheep in Region 3 to exclude rams greater or equal to 8 years of age if not broomed on both sides, or if at least one horn has not grown through 360 degrees. This proposal was submitted by the public, and the department recommendation is neutral. The current legal definition of a full curl horn is one that A, the tip of at least one horn has grown through 360 degrees of a circle described by the outer surface of the horn as viewed from the side, or B, both horn tips are broken, often referred to as broomed, or C, the sheep is at least 8 years of age as determined by horn growth annuli. Again, this map shows all of Region 3 with the units affected by this proposal labeled on the map. The region regularly conducts 9 sheep trend surveys across the region, those depicted by those red dots on the map. Generally speaking, we've observed a 40 to 70% reduction in the number of sheep counted in these trend count surveys since their last peaks. Similar data to other proposals, 68% of total statewide sheep harvest occurs in Region 3. Average number of resident hunters, 1,011, with a range of 768 to 1,131. Average number of non-resident hunters, 335, with a range of 270 to 407. If we look at harvest, average resident sheep harvest has been right about 300. Average non-resident sheep harvest, 223. Average resident success rate of 30%, and average non-resident success rate of 66%. As in previous slides, these points, data points in yellow here, are probably the most useful for examining the potential effect of the proposal from a quantitative standpoint using our data. So since sheep sealing began, 11.1% of total harvest were rams that were less than 360 degrees and not double broomed, with a range of 6.5 to 15.6%. Of that 11.1%, 6.8% were legal by age only. So these are rams that their horns had not grown through 360 degrees. They were not double broomed. They were short of full curl, but were at least 8 years of age. 4.3% were rams that were less than 360 degrees with at least one horn tip present, and they were less than 8 years of age, so sublegal take. Again, sheep hunting is managed using the conservative full curl harvest management strategy of a male-only harvest restricted to older age classes, which is a very small segment of the overall population with a compensatory mortality component. It's self-limiting during population fluctuations and provides for liberal hunting opportunity. Again, to put on the record, our horn morphometric study, which looked at the proportion of harvested sheep that were available in at least one previous hunting season, 41 to 85% region-wide, and then those other data broken up by either mountain range or GMU subunit. Again, sheep populations have declined across the region. There's less legal rams on the landscape. We have no biological concerns with the full curl harvest management. And it is unclear to us what the effect this would be on illegal take. Again, Proposal 207 would change the legal definition of a full curl horn of a male or ram doll sheep in Region 3 to exclude rams greater or equal to 8 years of age if not broomed on both sides, or if at least one horn has not grown through 360 degrees. This proposal was submitted by the public and the department recommendation is neutral. Thank you.
Thank you. Board discussion. Dave?
Thank you, Jason, for your discussion on that. In the department's research, I think was mentioned earlier, but most rams reach full curl at 8 years old or someplace in that range. Could you just discuss that a little bit?
Member Loring through the chair, yeah, so on average, again, this is an average, so there's a distribution. On average, rams become legal or full curl on average by age 8. Obviously, 7-year-olds can, 6-year-olds can as well. Or some rams, it may take them 9 or 10 years, or potentially never. But on average, 8 years of age is when horns become full curl as viewed from the side, 360 degrees of growth.
Okay, thank you for that. So taking genetically, there could be some rams that are 8 years old or 9 years old that would be not a concern to take off the landscape if they didn't reach full curl, but yet they still had that age, met that minimum age requirement. So, okay, I just was thinking about that. Okay, that's it.
Jake?
Through the chair, thank you. For members of the public that might be listening that aren't sheep hunters, could you explain a little bit the process of when a sheep hunter brings in a set of horns to get plugged and the department feels that that is an illegal animal?
Can you repeat and the department feels it's not a legal animal?
Yeah, just, and let's say the member of the public says, no, it's 8 years old, count this, how that process goes.
Sure, Member Fletcher, through the chair. So, sheep are now required to be sealed, and what that process is the hunter brings their horns to the department. We have technicians or biologists that look at those horns, and we're looking for, we're collecting data, obviously. We're measuring them, doing those type of things, but we're also determining the legality of that harvest. And so we are looking at whether that outer surface has gone through 360 degrees of growth or not. We're looking to determine whether the sheep is in fact broomed or broken on each side, and then we're aging those sheep, looking at annual growth annuli. And that is not the easiest thing to do. Those that are aging sheep, including myself, including Brad, as well as a bunch of our other biologists, we've looked at many hundreds of these and looking at the characteristics of an annual growth ring and how those are laid down and the geometry in which they are positioned on the horn to determine the age of the ram. There are sheep in which we cannot absolutely determine the age. There just are, they're tough. They're throwing down false rings in a manner that could be confused with true annuli. And in those cases, if we're unable to be definitive about their age, then if, for example, that sheep, it wasn't definitive that it was 7, it could have been 8. We consider that the kind of tie or whatever you want to call it goes to the hunter. We don't, call the law enforcement, the state troopers on those. But if it's definitive to age and it's less than 8 years of age, what we do is we call the Alaska State Troopers and they determine the course of action from there.
Thanks for that. I know on bears, you pull a tooth, you tell how old it is. I mean, have you guys ever, can you do that could you do that on a sheep?
Member Fletcher, through the chair, we could do that with sheep, but it is also not definitive. So even with the teeth pulling of bears, we send that to a lab. Those teeth are sectioned, they're then dyed, and the cementum layers are displayed, and you can look through a microscope and count those. But even that is not 100% definitive. The best lab in the nation, Matson's lab, when we get those ages back, they actually grade how accurate they think they are. And so it is also not definitive. There is one definitive way that we know of in determining the exact age of a ram based on its horn, and that is we would have to take that horn, and we've done that with many that we have at the department, and cut it longitudinally through the entire surface. And when you open up that, it's exactly like cutting down a tree. All of those rings are present inside. So that is the only definitive way we could do it. And if a hunter, I suppose, wants to know that information more than having their horn split in half, we could do that for them.
I really appreciate that explanation, and I think it was very informative, too. Thanks.
Thank you. Discussion from board members on the proposal. Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jason, your data showed almost 7% of those sheep that are sealed were actually legal by age. And if then this proposal were to pass, those folks would probably be involved with public safety and possibly get a citation. So I really like personally to have something to fall back on, similar to a 50-inch moose. I know there's a little bit of wiggle room there within that 48 and a half range, but I think it's really beneficial to the hunters. I would never shoot a sheep that I hadn't looked at for a couple hours and looked at those horns every single way possible to make sure they were full curl. But sometimes an animal comes in that's not, and that gives that 7% of sheep hunters, an opportunity not to get a citation on a sheep that Fish and Game would feel comfortable removing anyway if it was full curl. So I'm just, any more discussion on that, I would like to hear it. Thank you.
Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm leaning towards not supporting this proposal. I think the system we have with the 8-year-old full curl or double broken horns has been very effective for many years. And, you're boiled down to a 2% difference between a legal sheep by age versus a sublegal. I wasn't clear on the sublegals, if they were sublegal by age or if they were sublegal by horn length, the full curl metric. So I would, I'm leaning towards not supporting this, that the current system has been proven pretty good.
Josh, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to move that we defer this proposal to the next statewide meeting.
We have a second on a deferral motion?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we defer this or table it to the next statewide meeting, which would be in 2025, I believe. That would make it. Go ahead, Cheryl.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair, Member Hoffman, is it your intent to amend the proposal to make it a statewide proposal?
Yes, that's my intent.
Okay, go ahead, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Even though I second that, I would currently right now oppose that. We have the statewide meeting coming up. Proposals are due by the 1st of May. So if somebody wanted to propose this as a statewide proposal, they have ample time to do that.
Any other discussion on the deferral, motion to defer? Go ahead, Jake.
Thank you very much, through the chair. I probably are not going to support that motion to defer either, just due to the fact that sheep genetics all over the state are vary greatly. I don't know if this, would work in a statewide setting.
Thank you. Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll oppose the deferral also. I think Mr. Barrett's comments were kind of right on track. We'll be able to deal with that statewide here pretty quickly, and it'll go into effect, or not go into effect, prior to the next hunting season.
Okay. Christie, would you call the roll on the motion to defer?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. And just to clarify, that motion to defer to the next statewide meeting and with the intent to apply it statewide.
Yeah.
Okay, so on that motion, we'll begin with Mr. Fletcher,
No.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Loring?
No.
Ms. Cusack?
Yes.
And Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
And that motion fails by a vote of 3 yeas to 4 nays.
Okay, the main motion's back, it's still before us. Any further discussion on the motion?
Call the question.
Question's been called. Dave? Lynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 47.
207.
207. Sorry about that. 207. Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Loring?
No.
Ms. Cusack?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
And Chairman Burnett?
No.
Proposal fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move.
47.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 47, allow proxy hunting for bison in units 12, 19, and 20.
Second.
47's been moved and seconded. I see we're playing musical chairs, but as soon as you're ready, I'd like to hear the department response. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Chairman Burnett, members of the board. My name is Sarah Longson for the record. I am a regional biologist with the department, and I will be giving department comments on proposals 47 through 52. Proposal 47 was submitted by the public. It seeks to allow proxy hunting for bison in units 12, 19, and 20. The department is neutral on this proposal, and there are no biological concerns. The proxy hunt program was established in 1992 under the authority of the state proxy statute AS 1605405 to allow a hunter, the beneficiary, no longer capable of hunting, to assign their beneficiary bag limit to another hunter, the proxy. Current statute states that a resident hunter who is blind, at least 70% physically disabled, 65 years of age or older, or developmentally disabled may qualify to have a beneficiary hunt for them by proxy. Proxy hunting is currently allowed for caribou, deer, moose in Tier 2 hunts, any bull hunts, antler bull hunts without antler restrictions, and antlerless moose hunts, emperor geese, and for muskoxen in Tier 2 hunts. Additionally, all bison in Region 3 have a negative customary and traditional use finding. If this proposal were adopted, bison would be added to Section K in 5 AAC 92.011 in units 12, 19, and 20. However, the board may wish to consider adopting this proposal at the statewide meeting. This is a map of Region 3. All of the bison harvest in Region 3 is permitted through the drawing hunt system. There are 4 bison hunts in Region 3, DI 351 and DI 352 in units 19C and 19D, and DI 403 and DI 404 in unit 20D, and these areas are represented in the orange on the map. The number of drawing permits awarded for each hunt is based on population information obtained from abundance and composition surveys that are completed annually. A resident who is awarded a drawing permit is ineligible to apply for 10 years, and a non-resident who is awarded a bison drawing permit can only win one per lifetime. During regulatory years 18 through 22, an average of 35 permits were issued annually for DI 351 and DI 352, with an average annual harvest of 25 bison, with a range of 21 to 30, and an average success rate of 90%. An average of 105 permits were issued annually for DI 403 and DI 404, with an average harvest of 80 bison, with a range of 62 to 97, and an average success rate of 83%. The average number of applicants during this period was 3,485 for DI 351 and DI 352, and 22,700 for DI 403 and DI 404. Over the past 5 regulatory years, of the hunters who drew permits for hunts DI 351, DI 352, DI 403, and DI 404, 13% were over the age of 65 when they received their permit. There may be other hunters who qualify under the other provisions, such as blind, 70% physically disabled, or developmentally disabled. Additionally, all bison hunting is done, like I mentioned, by drawing permit. The department sets the number of permits offered, and it is unlikely any effect will be seen on these bison populations. And in conclusion, Proposal 47 was submitted by the public. It seeks to allow proxy hunting for bison in Units 12, 19, and 20. The department is neutral on this proposal, and there are no biological concerns because the number of bison harvested is controlled by the number of permits issued. If the board adopts this proposal, the department recommends the board determine if trophy destruction should be required for bison and what it would consist of. Thank you.
Thank you. Board member, go ahead, Ruth.
My husband had drawn the bison permit a few years back, and they allowed, somebody to come along with them and do a backup shot. So if somebody's disabled, was able to go hunting, they would already have somebody there to do a backup shot, just in case they needed it. Is that correct?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to let other members speak, but if it looks like that's something this proposal might pass, I'd like to make an amendment at that time to add Unit 13, which has a bison population also.
Okay. Ryan, you have a comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and through the chair, Member Cusack, the permits, the hunters, if a backup person, we don't address that specific issue when we issue the permits.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Jake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The way that this proposal is written, if at a point in time, I know it's not going to happen tomorrow, would bison get to be a huntable population? Would that include wood bison as well, proxy hunting for wood bison?
Through the chair, Member Fletcher, it would, because it just says bison. So, that would be something the board should consider, right? I mean, we've many years out yet with wood bison, but you might consider an amendment for plains bison only.
Okay, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I'll lean towards supporting this proposal. I think, there's incidences where people get drawn for a bison permit and then maybe get a car accident or diagnosed with something. Right now, it's a very long time and very few people get drawn a second time for a bison. It is a valuable drawing permit. And I think, in the department, it's not going to change our dynamics in the herd. So I'm leaning towards supporting this for those reasons.
Go ahead, Stosh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm inclined to support this as well with a lot of the reasons Member Brett just conveyed. And we do it for other big game species, and the permits are still going to be the same. The same amount of animals are going to be harvested, so I'll be in support.
Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to hear a little bit more. Member Barrett had an amendment to include all bison herds in the state. And also, maybe you can consider adding the horn destruction to your amendment. I'd like to hear some more discussion about that.
Yeah, through the chair, Member Loring, I misspoke. Unit 13 wasn't on the call, so we can't add Unit 13. And I think our proxy regulations already address horn or antler discussion, if I'm correct.
Go ahead, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and through the chair for Member Barrett. We do have trophy destruction in many of our proxy hunts. However, if you recall, recently we did away with trophy discussion for muskox at the Kotzebue area. So we need the board to be very clear if that is part of this.
Yeah. On that subject, I think, this is not a subsistence hunt. This is a hunt. And if it's just a disabled person becomes disabled and so needs to have a proxy hunter hunt for him, Do you really want them to not be able to have the trophy? I think we do need to be thinking about that. My only concern with this is that, I applied for bison permits for probably 35 years and haven't got one yet. But that said, there is a possibility that you might find people asking their older relatives to apply and then use their proxy intentionally. And that might change the odds a little bit. Will it change the odds enough to matter with the odds that we have? I don't think so. But I think that's the only concern I would have with this, and I think that concern is very minimal. So I intend to support it. Go ahead, but I don't think we need trophy destruction. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I agree with that. It was just a concern Fish and Game had in their presentation. But I'm the same way. My wife and I have been putting in for probably 10 years longer than you have, and without any success. And if she was to draw a permit, she's probably got aged out here. But I would sure like the opportunity to proxy for her. So, thank you for that.
Okay. Al, did you have any amendments to offer?
No, Mr. Chair, my amendments are unauthorized at this time.
Go ahead, Jake.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to propose an amendment to exclude wood bison.
Second. So the amendment would be that this applies only to plains bison. Okay. Go ahead, Jake.
Can I speak on that a little bit?
Yeah.
I think I would like to exclude that just because the problem that you spoke of earlier would only be exacerbated if wood bison were involved. There'd be a lot of shoulder tapping.
Okay. Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you. I'll be supporting that amendment. I think wood bison hunting is a lot of years down the line, and we'll have plenty of opportunity to readdress that when the time comes, based on population size and number of permits that are available. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional discussion on the amendment? Christie, would you call the roll on the amendment to?
Yes, yes, Mr. Chairman, on the amendment to exclude wood bison. Member Loring?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Ms. Cusack?
Yes.
That amendment carries 7-0.
Before we vote on the main motion, I want a clarification from the department. Without any changes as this is written, would trophy destruction apply? No. Okay, so go ahead, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, it would not apply. I also need to correct myself on the record. I was sure that the board had made changes to trophy destruction for muskox, and I've been informed by those who know better than me that that's inaccurate, so.
Okay, thank you.
Call the question on the proposal as amended.
Thank you. The question's been called.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 47 as amended. Ms. Cusack?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Proposal carries as amended 7-0.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 48, reauthorize resident grizzly brown bear tag fee exemptions throughout interior and northeast Alaska.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Department?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 48 was submitted by the department. It seeks to reauthorize resident grizzly brown bear tag fee exemptions throughout the interior and northeast Alaska. The department supports this proposal. Here's a map of Region 3 you'll see throughout my presentations. The subunits are outlined in black and each area office marked by a black triangle. The current regulations state that a resident brown bear tag is not required for taking a brown bear in Region 3. The Board of Game must annually reauthorize all resident tag fee exemptions. Resident brown bear tag fees were put in place statewide during the mid-1970s to discourage incidental harvest, elevate the status of brown bears to trophies, and to provide revenue. Today, Region 3 populations are abundant and brown bears continue to be highly regarded as trophies. Across the region, season dates and bag limits effectively regulate harvest in areas where interest is high. And we also get good harvest data because most brown bears must be sealed. This is a slide that presents the customary and traditional use findings and amounts reasonably necessary for subsistence for Region 3. Eliminating all resident brown bear tag fees throughout Region 3 simplifies regulations, increases resident hunter opportunity, and is not likely to cause declines in these brown bear populations. This reauthorization would assist with our objective of managing Region 3 brown bear populations for hunter opportunity and would continue to allow hunters to take brown bears opportunistically. Reauthorizing these tag fee exemptions would allow residents who are unable to purchase the $25 tag before hunting due to lack of vendors or economic reasons to legally harvest brown bears. As part of this proposal to reauthorize the exemption of resident brown bear tag fees throughout Region 3, the department recommends at a minimum for continued reauthorization of the tag fee exemptions for subsistence registration permit hunts in units 19A, 19B downstream of the Aniak River drainage, 21D, and 24. Again, Proposal 48 was submitted by the department. It seeks to reauthorize resident grizzly brown bear tag fee exemptions throughout the interior and northeast Alaska, and the department supports this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Board discussion. James?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm inclined to support this along with the department's recommendation. And then just for the record, just to build it on, it appears we got 10 ACs in support and 1 that was opposed to it. But I think this is a good idea to help continue to encourage resident hunters to opportunistically take these brown bears. So,
Thank you. Additional discussion on this, Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, this is a pretty long-standing custom in the interior. It's hunting bears is a real opportunistic time. And so, you know, as people are out hunting and gathering, and it's an open season for bears, they have that opportunity to take them then.
Thank you. Hearing no other discussion on this.
Call the question.
Question's been called. Dave?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs of this, of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 48. Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
And Ms. Cusack?
Yes.
That proposal carries 7-0.
Mr. Chair, move to adopt Proposal 49, clarify which rivers in Units 12, 19, 20, 21, 24, 25, 26B Bravo, and 26 Charlie are major rivers for the purpose of bear baiting.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. I'd like to hear from the department.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 49 was submitted by the Fairbanks Fish and Game Advisory Committee. It seeks to clarify which rivers in Region 3 are major rivers for the purposes of bear baiting. The department recommends the board take no action on this proposal. Again, here's the map of Region 3 with the subunits outlined in black in each area office marked by a black triangle. The current regulations of 5 AAC 92.044 reads as follows. Section 2, a person may not use bait or scent lures within B, 1 mile of a house or other permanent dwelling, except that bait may be used within 1 mile of a cabin if the cabin is on the opposite side of a major river system as identified by the department in the permit from the bear baiting station. When this proposal was put forward, the department had not yet identified the major river systems in regulation. The proposed regulatory actions have already been taken, and the department has identified that bait may be used within 1 mile of seasonally occupied cabins, provided the cabin is on the opposite side of the river from bait sites in the following areas. In Units 12, 20, 21, and 25, we identified the Tanana and Yukon rivers. Here's a map showing the 2 rivers that the department identified that bait may be used within 1 mile of the seasonally occupied cabins, provided that cabin is on the opposite side of the river from the bait sites in units 12, 20, 21, and 25, and the Tanana and Yukon rivers are labeled here in blue. Proposal 49 was submitted by the Fairbanks Fish and Game Advisory Committee. It seeks to clarify which rivers in Region 3 are major rivers for the purposes of bear baiting. The department recommends the board take no action on this proposal because the issue the proponent brought forward has already been addressed by the department. The board gave the department the discretion to address this issue specifically to avoid the need for the public to submit proposals. The issue had not been previously addressed because the public had not expressed a desire to bait within 1 mile of the cabins in the specified game management units. Thank you.
Thank you, Stosh.
Mr. Chair, I move that we take no action on Proposal 49 due to the comments from the department.
Go ahead, Al.
Before we do that, I did have a couple questions.
Go ahead.
Yes, so thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my questions to the department is how did it determine that only the Yukon and the Tanana were the 2 river systems, and how were other systems like the Chena, the Salcha, Good Pasture not included?
Thank you, Member Barrett, through the chair. There is no internal criteria. The public can contact the department and work with the area biologist of those river systems at any time. And then once a river is identified, we update the handy-dandy and the bear baiting conditions accordingly. So at any point, a member of the public can talk to the area biologist of the river that it encompasses, and we can work through that.
So would they, so if somebody said they wanted, a permit on the Nenana River, which has, dwellings on it, at that point, they would be determined that they could put a bear bait there or not, or it'd have to go through the regulatory cycle?
Go ahead, Director Scott.
Through the chair, Member Barrett, this board actually set the process up. And it's a pretty straightforward process to bring a request, whether it be the Salcha, Chena, whatever, to the department, have that conversation with the area biologist. I don't believe we've had those requests as of yet, but we're able to do it, we're willing to do it, but until now, there hasn't been anything that came forward. So, and then, yeah, as Sarah mentioned, then we update the handy-dandy and the bear bait permits. And I think the board had good insight, instead of drowning a meeting with proposals for individual rivers, they left it open. It just hasn't been taken advantage of yet.
So maybe it was a lack of misunderstanding or lack of education that the public was supposed to approach the department and ask for a river, because the regulation, it wasn't clear on that. It said the department was gonna come up with a list of rivers.
Through the chair, Member Brett, I agree. I mean, more public education can be had, for sure, but we're ready.
Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, James, and then,
Thanks. So along this dialogue that we're having, I'm just curious if the department has seen an influx of folks who have come into the office, and have they been confused saying, hey, we didn't know that those rivers were available to us to ask to put a bear bait station there because it wasn't listed as a major river. Have you seen anybody come in confused by the way it's written currently?
Member Cooney, through the chair, thank you for that question. We have not seen any confusion. I believe this is the first time it has come up, and we, met with the individual and identified those 2 rivers and moved on. I think if there were other rivers that wanted to be identified, we'd be happy to have that conversation.
Dave.
Thank you. To the department, the Tanana and the Yukon River are very large rivers. I know the 1 mile was kind of decided maybe a little bit for some safety issues. And so I'm curious if we start naming all the other major rivers that might be a lot smaller than that, you could be very easily within a quarter mile or less of a cabin or dwelling. And so I think it's important that the area biologists have a lot of input into that. So maybe you might want to tell us a little bit about your concerns, if you have any, with those smaller rivers being determined, in regulation when it comes to, possibility of a bullet ricocheting off and hitting the cabin.
Okay, a motion was made, no second has been made on it.
We're still discussing it, aren't we?
Well, we don't
Okay,
discuss,
got it.
we can't discuss the motion until,
It's second, sorry.
okay. So we have a motion and a second to take no action. We've had robust discussion already. Is there any objection to taking no action on this? If, with no objection, we'll take no action on it. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 50, lengthen the martin trapping season in Units 12, 19, 20, 21, 24, and 25 by 2 weeks to the end of March 15.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. I'd hear from the department.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 50 was submitted by the Eastern Interior Regional Advisory Council. It seeks to lengthen the martin trapping season in Units 12, 19 through 21, 24, and 25 by 2 weeks to end on March 15th. The department is neutral on this proposal. The current martin regulations for Unit 12, 19 through 21, 24, and 25 are a season date of November 1st to the last day of February, and there is no bag limit. There is a positive customary and traditional use finding for all fur bearers and for animals in all units with a harvestable portion, including martin. The Board of Game has determined that the amount reasonably necessary for subsistence is 90% of the harvestable portion of the population. Martin populations in Units 12, 19, 21, and 24 are outside the non-subsistence areas. Martin populations in portions of Units 20A, 20B, 20D, and 25D are within the Fairbanks non-subsistence area. If this proposal was adopted, the trapping season would be extended by 2 weeks and end on March 15th instead of the last day of February. And the martin season would become out of alignment with mink and weasel. Martin are a valuable fair-bear species that contribute to trapping activities in Alaska. According to the 2021 Alaska Trapper Questionnaire, it is ranked as the second most important trapping species in Region 3. Chronology of harvest traditionally aligns with significant snowfall and freeze-up, which increases access by snow machine. Fluctuations in harvest and the number of trappers may be linked to low fur prices, high gas prices, and other factors unrelated to martin abundance. The department does not have abundance estimates of martin in Region 3. However, trappers who did respond to the Trapper Questionnaire for Region 3 indicate fluctuations in abundance, transitioning from common occurrence during 2018 to 2019 to scarce from 2020 to 2021. Pelt quality may be diminished later in the trapping season. This will decrease the value of the martin. There are no biological concerns with this proposal, but as I mentioned in an earlier slide, it does put the season out of alignment with weasel and mink, so there may be an increase of incidental take. Trapping pressure is currently low right now due to low fur prices. However, if fur prices rebound, effort and take could increase substantially with a longer season. And in conclusion, Proposal 50 was submitted by the Eastern Interior Regional Advisory Council. It seeks to lengthen the martin trapping season in Units 12, 19 through 21, 24, and 25 by 2 weeks to end on March 15th. The department is neutral on this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Discussion, Jake.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to build the record here a little bit, there's a big split in the ACs here. You know, there was quite a few on both sides of this.
Thank you. I'd like to point out with that the Alaska Trappers Association was opposed to this as well. Ruth? Additional discussion on this? Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm inclined not to support this. We've set seasons, and every cycle, there's always a proposal to change it this way or that way, or add 15 days because potential incidental catch. My experience of 30-some years of trapping, later in that season, it's a lot of females, and it varies sometimes from year to year, but the daylight has a lot to do with it. It'll start making the fur springy. You get less money for your fur, and your take is way down. It's generally martin trappers are done by the end of February, so I'm not going to support this proposal.
Additional discussion from board members. Go ahead, Stosh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I won't be supporting this as well. I'm okay with the original season that's been in place for a very long time, and I don't see no reason to extend it.
Okay, thank you. Any additional discussion?
Call the question.
Question's been called.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 50. Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Ms. Cusack?
No.
Mr. Loring?
No.
And Mr. Barrett?
No.
Proposal fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 51, align muskrat trapping seasons with beaver trapping seasons in Units 19, 20, except 20E, 21, 24, 25, 26B Bravo, and 26 Charlie.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Department?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 51 is a public proposal, and it seeks to align muskrat trapping seasons with beaver trapping seasons in Units 19, 20, except 20E, 21, 24, 25, 26B, and 26C. The department is opposed to this proposal because it would close trapping for muskrat in game management units 26B, 26C, and portions of 20B, and there is no biological concern that would warrant a closure. We are neutral on the other changes due to no biological concern as well. Again, here's the map of Region 3. The subunits outlined in black in each area office marked by a black triangle. The current muskrat regulations for units 19, 20, except 20E, 21, 24, 25, 26B, and 26C are the trapping season goes from November 1st through June 10th, and in units 12 and 20E, the season runs from September 20th to June 10th. There is no bag limit, ceiling, or reporting requirements for muskrat in any of the units. There is a positive customary and traditional use finding for muskrat populations with a harvestable surplus statewide with an amount reasonably necessary for subsistence of 90% of the harvestable portion. This proposal would change muskrat trapping season in units 19, 20, except 20E, 21, 24, 25, 26B, and 26C to align with the current trapping season dates for beaver. And I noted the season change in the column on the right. The green text represents added opportunity, and the red represents opportunity taken away, and black is no change. In units 19, 20, 24, and 25, 61 days of opportunity would be added to the beginning of the season. In units 20A, 20C, and 20F, 46 days of opportunity would be added to the beginning of the season. In units 20D and 20B remainder, 56 days would be added to the beginning of the season, but there would be a reduction of 10 days at the end of the season. In units 20B, that portion of the Chena River downstream from its confluence with the Little Chena River and Creamersfield Migratory Waterfowl Refuge, and 26B and 26C, the muskrat season would be closed because there is no trapping season for beaver, which would be a reduction of 221 days of opportunity. The department does not have abundance estimates for muskrat in Region 3. However, trappers who responded to the trapper questionnaire for Region 3 indicate scarce abundance during 2018 through 2021. Fluctuations in harvest and number of trappers may be linked again to low fur prices, high gas prices, and other factors unrelated to muskrat abundance. Currently, the regulations are relatively straightforward, and aligning them with the beaver trapping season would add days to certain units, reduce days in other units, and close the season altogether in units 26B, 26C, and portions of 20B. Again, Proposal 51 is a public proposal, and it seeks to align muskrat trapping season with beaver trapping season in units 19, 20, except 20E, 21, 24, 25, 26B, and 26C. The department is opposed to this proposal because it would close trapping for muskrat in game management units 26B, 26C, and portions of 20B, and there's no biological concern that would warrant that closure. We are neutral on the changes in the other units. Thank you.
Thank you. And the board members. Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 20B, that portion that would lose days, what's the area again? That portion on the, was on the Chena River?
Thank you, Member Barrett, through the chair. It would be that portion of the Chino River downstream from its confluence with the Little Chino River and the Cramer's Field Migratory Waterfowl Refuge.
Would we have any issue with muskrat trapping if we amended that to go to the 10th of June?
Member Barrett, no.
Go ahead, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In order to make this maybe more desirable to pass, I would like to make an amendment. I move to amend Proposal 51 to change the dates in Units 20D and 20B remainder. The proposed, or the current season is 1 November to 10 June. I would change that to add that to the, so the season would be from 15 September to 10 June, I'm sorry. And then also add units 20B, 26B, and 26C, that the muskrat season would be from September 25th to May 31st.
Second.
Okay.
And so that would unify the muskrat season in the region,
Okay,
my amendment.
go ahead, Dave.
Thank you. I agree with the amendment. I'm just curious for Fish and Game, is the current season in GMU 26B and C similar to the dates that Member Barrett just mentioned in his amendment?
Through the chair, Member Loring. The current season, just to clarify, you said 26B and 26C?
That's correct.
The current season is November 1st through June 10th. And I believe he recommended September 25th through May 31st?
Okay, so Member Barrett, you're changing that current season a little bit?
Yes, and another justification is muskrat trapping is totally different than beaver trapping.
Right.
It's a whole different size trap, and the methods are slightly, or a lot different also.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question.
Okay, on the amendment, any further discussion on the amendment? Okay,
Call the question.
question's been called on the amendment. We did have a second, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I didn't catch everything about that amendment, but you're unifying units 20D, 20B, 26B, and C to be September 15th through May 31st. Did I get that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. All right, on that amendment then. Mr. Loring,
Yes, on the amendment.
Ms. Cusack,
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher,
Yes.
Chairman Burnett,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Cooney.
Yeah, I'm sorry, it was through June 10th, correct?
Oh,
Yeah, so
I'm sorry.
yeah, so it's clear, yeah, I want the amendment to reflect that the muskrat trapping for all those units, 19 through 26B or 26C, would be uniform from 15 September to 10 June.
Okay, so that's not quite as stated earlier,
Right,
but
yeah.
I think that was
I'm
the
sorry about that
intent that I
clarification.
heard. Is that okay with second to? Okay.
I'm a yes then. Sorry.
okay, so, and all prior votes were yays, and that was, everybody agrees still with their votes on that, so that amendment carries 7-0.
Okay. So the main motion is before us.
Call the
as
question.
amended. Dave?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Okay, Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman? Final action on Proposal 51 as amended. Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Ms. Cusack?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
And Chairman Burnett.
Yes.
The proposal carries as amended, 7-0.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 52, allow the use of night vision goggles and forward-looking infrared devices for taking fur bearers with a trapping license in Units 12, 19, 20, 21, 24, 25, 26 Bravo, and 26 Charlie.
Second.
Moved in second, Department.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 52 was submitted by the Fairbanks Fish and Game Advisory Committee. It seeks to allow the use of night vision goggles and forward-looking infrared devices for taking fur bearers with a trapping license in Units 12, 19, 20, 21, 24, 25, 26B, and 26C. The department supports this methods and means proposal. Again, here's the map of Region 3, the subunits outlined in black, and each area marked by a black triangle. A fur bearer is a classification of the animals subject to taking with a trapping license. Most fur bearers are taken either with traps or snares, but can also be shot with firearms unless specifically prohibited. The following fur bearers can be taken with a firearm under a trapping license: beaver, coyote, Arctic fox, red fox, fisher, lynx, marten, mink, weasel, muskrat, river otter, squirrel, marmot, wolf, or wolverine. Current regulations prohibit the taking of game with electronically enhanced night vision and forward-looking infrared devices. All fur bearers and fur animals have a positive customary and traditional use finding with an amount reasonably necessary for subsistence of 90% of the harvestable portion of the population. Additionally, artificial light may only be used for the purpose of taking fur bearers November 1st through March 31st in Units 7 and 9 through 26. If passed, Sections E and F of 5 AAC 92.080 would be omitted and would no longer be prohibited when taking fur bearers with a trapping license. The Board of Game prohibited the use of FLIR devices at the 2016 statewide meeting. The difference between electronically enhanced night vision and FLIR technology is that FLIR detects infrared radiation emitted from a heat source by using thermal or infrared technology to create a picture instead of amplifying visible light. FLIR device makes it possible to detect the heat of animals against a cooler background, and it uses advanced image correction technology as demonstrated on the picture on the top right. Night vision enhances or amplifies the existing visible light as demonstrated by the picture on the bottom right. This technology is available in handheld cameras and cameras that can be attached to smartphones, goggles, and rifle scopes. Night vision goggles and FLIR devices provide a greater aid to trappers, allowing identification of animals from far away through barriers such as snow and darkness, making them more effective in the winter. Many fur bearers are more active at night, and the use of night vision or FLIR will allow trappers the ability to clearly see the animal as well as what lies in front and behind. While this technology is not new, it has improved over time. In conclusion, Proposal 52 was submitted by the Fairbanks Fish and Game Advisory Committee. It seeks to allow the use of night vision goggles and forward-looking infrared devices for taking fur bearers with a trapping license in Units 12, 19, 20, 21, 24, 25, 26B, and 26C. The department supports this methods and means proposals. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to hear from the wildlife troopers on this one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think our comments were submitted. We're neutral on the proposal with the expressed concerns. Safety, number one. The technology has advanced. I've used it not on rifle scopes, but in other means, and it definitely paints a clear picture for a heat source. What it does not paint, though, is a clear picture of what's beyond that heat source. So it could conceivably be very easy for somebody to get turned around and not know which direction they're actually pointing and facing, which could be a safety concern with, gunfire going in a direction somebody maybe didn't intend. That's probably primarily one from safety. Secondarily is just as written currently, and I think that was stated by some folks that testified as well, that anytime that somebody is in the field with an item or technology that may not otherwise be allowed, the temptation that certainly could be there for them to use it beyond the means that it was intended legally. And there's really no way for us to know during a field contact, you know, how that technology is or was being used.
Okay, Commissioner.
So I have to ask you a question. So if you're on a bow hunt and you have a rifle in your possession or a pistol in your possession for bear hunting and for bear protection, couldn't you potentially use that gun to take that animal that's only an archery only hunt?
Through the chair, Commissioner, yes, exactly. And I think we've had those discussions that, you know, Alaska is a unique place where we recognize, unlike in the lower 48, for an example, where it's patently illegal to be in a vehicle in a deer hunting area with a rifle and a spotlight, whether you're using them or not. Alaska's a little different because we recognize that, you know, it would be foolish to restrict somebody from having a pistol or a rifle in the field while bow hunting because of bears and just survival means. So we have to recognize that Alaska's a little different due to that, and that is the balance that we have to take on.
And then also, we also have a couple places where we have caliber restrictions, but you don't have prohibited from carrying that gun and a different caliber gun into the field when you're hunting, is my understanding.
Through the chair, Commissioner, that is correct. And again, we only point out it presents an enforcement concern. We recognize that those issues occur. Nothing's ever going to be perfect. If there's a concern that somebody is using in that instance an illegal caliber, it just makes our burden a lot higher to be able to catch somebody if they're doing something wrong.
Okay, Stosh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe this is a question to the captain. I haven't had a chance to fact check this, but is it correct that Alaska is the only state that doesn't permit this at this time? And do you know if the other states, what kind of problems they're encountering, if they are?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, I heard that statement as well. I also have not had a chance to fact check that, so I'm unable to comment. I'm aware of several states where I believe it's not prohibited, but I couldn't comment on whether we're the only one.
Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I also have a question for public safety. Since you had experience with the thermal imaging and safety was a concern, how far out does it detect the heat? Because, you know, if there was a human or another animal that we were concerned about safety, how far out would that pick it up?
Through the chair, Member Burnett, from my own observations, and it's only been through my work with unmanned aircraft technology, looking downward. So I've never really, I guess, looked at a far distance. It's only been kind of straight down or at a downward angle. That's going to be relative to, I think, just the optics and scope and the lens that are on the device. Certainly, from what I've seen, 200 to 300 yards is reasonable for most of the technology I've seen.
And just to follow up, and it still would be the responsibility of the person that's using the firearm to make sure that whatever he or she is shooting at, that it's safely done and is responsible for any responsibility of that, where that bullet goes after it leaves its gun.
I would agree with that, yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Dave?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Looking at the AC comments, I see there's broad spectrum, quite a few folks are opposed to it, and some ACs are. And I wonder if we get some discussion from the department, and maybe even the board here, about maybe amending it to, I'm not proposing an amendment, but the thought of just limiting this to canines, to wolves and coyotes. I think most of the time, the way I see it is that the use of this technology is going to be either calling animals, you know, predator calling, or possibly hunting over a gut pile, you know, incidental to a moose or caribou take, that type of thing. So, if there's any thoughts about just going with the wolves and coyotes, I'd maybe hear some discussion on that. Thank you.
Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not opposed to amending it, but I'd like to keep it as written. and including all fur bearers. It's simple. It's, includes it. You probably won't have anybody going after the smaller animals. The guys that like to go out and do the calling are targeting, foxes and larger. And I don't think it would be an issue. I think to keep the regulation clean and consistent with the trapping license, that it just includes fur bearers.
Jake?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would entertain that amendment, Dave, if we could include Wolverine with that.
Okay, Stash?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since we're talking about amending but not actually amending, I would like to see what the board thinks about moving this to statewide, because might make it simpler.
Al?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since this is very new technology or something new in Alaska that's being proposed again, I would rather start it out in this region. This region has, a lot of attributes to where it could be tested with the very low light that we have during the normal trapping season and the weather conditions that we have that, running a 3-year cycle, it may work out some kinks. It may show us, something that we overlooked. So I think regionally it would be a test area to see if we'd run into any issues.
Okay. Dave?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know I ran this by the department a little earlier, and they possibly had some concerns with adding Wolverine to it. I wonder if I can get a comment from department staff on if they're okay with that, if it does go that direction.
Go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, through the chair, Member Loring. If Wolverine's added, that's okay. Thinking about it, Wolverines are very coveted species. They, certainly they are predators, but they are a highly sought after fur bearer for trappers as well. And potentially, they also don't occur in really large numbers. They're healthy. I'm not saying anything about populations overall. But oftentimes, it's not like lynx where they're going to cycle up and down and you can expect that type of stuff. It's just, highly coveted and, oftentimes you find pockets of them. But if it's added, it'll be okay.
Okay, any additional discussion before we decide whether to make an amendment? Stash, or go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Currently, right now, I'm on the fence, and it looks like our RACs are pretty much split 4-4. And I think right now at this point, until I hear anything that compels me to change it, I think I could only support this if we just have it for wolves and coyotes.
Okay. Would someone like to make an amendment or not? Go ahead.
One more quick thing to public safety. I know that you had brought up earlier, Captain, about possibly having a list similar to a bear baiting list. If you can speak to that, whether that would be important or not, the way you see things.
Through the chair, Member Loring, thank you. I think one of our concerns would just be enforceability and how we could better determine if somebody was contacted in the field with game, or we received a complaint that somebody had possibly taken a big game animal with the use of this technology, what steps could be taken that would aid us in clearing that up, either in catching someone doing something against the wishes of the board and illegally, or essentially, I'm forgetting the word I want to use here, but essentially vindicating somebody who was maybe wrongfully accused. And one thought that came up in discussions was that similar to how baiting of bears is under the base regulations wouldn't be legal, but there's a method there through permitting that allows that exception, and it's controlled, and it's there's a list of folks who are doing it, and in a somewhat similar vein, if the department had a process in place where even if it was just the names of folks who intended to go out and use this technology every year under their trapping license, I think that would help in that cause. And then while I'm speaking, I did want to point out just real quickly something I'd noticed, that the proposal says night vision goggles, but the regulation that it seeks to change uses the term electronically enhanced night vision. So I'd ask the board to make sure those stays the same.
Okay, Ruth, you had a comment?
Oh, what are the dates that they be able to use these?
Go ahead, Al.
As it's written, it's the trapping season. So mainly it's from 1 November on your smaller fur bears, and then you get into wolves, which may go to the end of April. Some wolverines, there's fluctuations in there.
So it pretty much wouldn't overlap with like any big game species.
Through the chair, Member Kusick, in areas, there may be some opportunity for subsistence, caribou or moose, that would go on, but that's about it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any additional discussion? Do we have an amendment? Go ahead, Captain.
Through the chair, I wanted to further address Member Kusick's question. From the proposal as written, November 1st to March 31st, in the units identified, we identified the following big game hunts. There was winter bison in GMU 19, winter caribou in GMU 20, 21, 24, 25, and 26, winter moose in GMU 19, 20, 21, 24, and 26 that would all occur at the same time frame.
Okay, Dave?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make an amendment to Proposal 52, 5 AAC 92080, subsection 7, number C, artificial white, except that artificial white night vision goggles and forward-looking infrared devices may be used for taking wolves, coyotes, and wolverines.
Second.
A motion and a second, Ryan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just coming back to a comment by Public Safety, you might want to consider night vision devices.
Right.
Rather than
Night vision
specifically goggles.
Right. Would that be acceptable to the maker and
That's
the
acceptable to the maker,
second?
yes.
Okay. If that's the case, any discussion on the amendment?
What were the three, was it 3 species or just coyote and wolves? Coyote, wolves, and wolverine?
Yep. Go ahead, Al.
So I'm gonna stick and be consistent. I think, though it's, good, it limits that, but I think to, overall consistently to see if there is any issues that we just, allow some opportunity for, fox and lynx and, fox and lynx mainly. So I'll be opposed to the amendment.
Okay, we have the amendment before us. Any additional discussion, Dave?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is all new technology and kind of a new direction the board's taking if it does pass. And I think with these number of species, it'll be good to see just how it's used and how it's utilized, how many people are actually doing it, how many folks can afford to buy the technology. And then maybe the next cycle, or in a statewide cycle, we can include those species that Al's talking about, say lynx and fox, that may respond to a predator call and be available.
Okay, thank you. On the amendment, any further discussion? Go ahead, Jake.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. Al brought up a really good point, looking through one of these scopes, something coming head-on at you, you might be able to mistake a fox for a coyote. I think I'm not going to support the amendment. I think I'm going to stick with fur bears.
Well, I'm not going to support the amendment either. I think the as originally written, but I'm good with it, so. Go ahead. Any further discussion?
Call a question on the
Question on the
amendment.
amendment.
On the amendment, Mr. Fletcher,
No.
Chairman Burnett,
No.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Cooney,
No.
Mr. Brett,
No.
Mr. Loring,
No.
Ms. Cusack.
No.
The amendment fails by a vote of 1 yea to 6 nays.
Okay, the original proposals before us, Jake?
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a few of my thoughts. I'm going to support this. You know, this is a limited area. It's a good place to start. Much like we did with air guns, and taking just a couple species, it's kind of a introduction, and we can kind of see how it goes. You know, it's going to be a really effective tool for taking predators off the landscape. I don't foresee many people taking advantage of it just because it's cost, you know, restrictive, but, you know, we don't limit people, you know, you don't say you can't use a super wide track to go after wolves, so I'm gonna support it.
Go ahead, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make an amendment to Proposal 52. I move to Proposal 52 to adopt a change. Instead of the proposer use night vision goggles, I would amend that to say electronically enhanced night vision.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Any discussion on that? I think we've already had some discussion on it, so we ready for the
Call
question
the
on it?
question.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Just
No, we're on the
For the
amendment.
on that amendment, Mr. Cooney,
Yes.
Mr. Brett,
Yes.
Mr. Loring,
Yes.
Ms. Cusack,
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher,
Yes.
Chairman Burnett,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman.
Yes.
That amendment carries 7-0.
Okay, as amended, the proposals before us, my intent's to support this. I wouldn't support it except it's limited to under a trapping license, and so I think it's a kind of an experimental, it's not the general hunter that's out there. Not too many people have trapping licenses, so it's a limited number of people, and I think takes care of some of the enforcement concerns. We're having people who are licensed to trap fur bearers that are out and could be using these. So that's my argument in favor. Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to support this proposal. Overall, I think sportsmen, hunters and trappers and fishers are honest people. There's always a few bad apples that, you know, make our codified a lot thicker. And so I'm inclined to support this based on the honesty of sportsmen.
Okay. Dave?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be supporting it also, and I would hope that Fish and Game, and one of their questions when they ask folks when they seal the animals, if they use night vision goggles or enhanced as one of the ways to move forward with this for statewide.
Okay. Any additional discussion? Not?
Call the question.
Okay, the question's been called.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Other than the cost of going out and purchase one of these things, if the trapper decides he wants to do it, we've heard no other concerns from the public regarding costs of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 52 as amended. Mr. Brett,
Yes.
Mr. Loring,
Yes.
Ms. Cusack,
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher,
Yes.
Chairman Burnett,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Cooney.
Yes.
Proposal carries as amended 7-0.
Okay, at this time, that's all of our region-wide and multiple units. I think it's way past time for a break. So we're going to take a break, and we'll come back to the McGrath area. I'll call the meeting back to order. You ready, Annie? Okay. And we're going to go now with the McGrath area overview. And after the McGrath area overview, we'll have a subsistence presentation for Unit 19 before we get to the proposals. So go ahead.
Chairman Burnett, members of the board, some staff introductions. To the far left here is longtime AB Josh Pierce, who will be presenting the McGrath area overview along with almost all the McGrath proposals. For the past year, Josh has been without an assistant. We lost John Barton. He moved on to another position. And Josh just recently hired Mike Ebinger, who's sitting right here to the right of Josh and the left of me. Mike comes from Montana. He had the equivalent of an AB job down there, looking for a change in life and wanted to go to rural Alaska. And with that, I'll pass the mic to Josh.
Great, thanks, Jason. Hello, board members. I'm going to give the area overview here. So my name is Josh Pierce, as Jason just said. I'm the AB in the McGrath area office. Copies of my slides can be found in RC4 tab 3.1. I've been in McGrath now since 2007 when I started as the assistant AB, and I transitioned to the AB position in 2016. I have a staff of 2 with the new assistant Mike sitting beside me here, who started just last week, and then our technician Louise Standish, who is a longtime resident of McGrath. The McGrath area office is responsible for all game management in units 19, 21A, and 21E, an area encompassing just over 55,000 square miles. We're located in the southwest corner of Region 3 and adjacent to Regions 4 and 5. We work closely with the Alaska Wildlife Troopers stationed in McGrath and Aniak. In McGrath, we have Trooper Patrick Samasco, and in Aniak, Trooper Sam Thorvaldson. Both troopers are pilots, which is a huge asset considering the remote nature of the area. We also work closely with 2 federal agencies, the BLM and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. We primarily coordinate with them on moose surveys in units 21A and 21E, where there are significant amounts of federal land. Anoka National Wildlife Refuge staff are based in Galena and McGrath, and the Yukon Delta Wildlife Refuge staff are based in Bethel. Denali National Park and Lake Clark National Park make up a very small percentage of the McGrath area, and our involvement with them is minimal. I will take some time now to walk you through this busy map and orient the board more specifically about the McGrath area. Unit 19 includes 5 subunits, 19A, B, C, D, and E, and consists of the Kuskokwim River drainage upstream from Lower Kalskag. Unit 19 was split into Unit 19A and 19E in March 2022, and there will be several proposals at this meeting which address the administrative errors created by this split. Units 21A and 21E include the Yukon River from Pymute to Blackburn Creek and the entire Anoka River drainage. These diverse units include open tundra, boreal forest, and mountainous alpine areas. Land status includes large tracts of state, BLM, and Native Corporation lands, along with most of the Anoka National Wildlife Refuge. National Park Service lands border the eastern portions of Units 19B, C, and D. There are 17 villages with seats on 4 fish and game advisory committees. These include the Central Kuskokwim AC in Unit 19, which represents the communities of Lower Kalskag, Aniak, Chwathbaluk, and Crooked Creek. The Stony Holitna AC, or Shack, in Unit 19E represents the communities of Red Devil, Sleetmute, Stony River, and Lime Village. The McGrath AC in Unit 19D represents McGrath, Nikolai, Takotna, and Talida. And in Unit 21E, the 4th AC is a Grayling Anvik Shagaluk Holy Cross AC, or GASH. Meetings in rural areas are both expensive and difficult to pull off, as all travel is typically by air, and between weather and limited funding, these ACs are generally only able to meet face-to-face 1 time per year. All of the villages in our area are located within Units 19A, 19D, 19E, and 21E. People using these subunits are generally local resident hunters and trappers using boats or snow machines. Units 19B, C, and 21A are generally accessed by aircraft and are largely used by both non-local resident hunters as well as non-residents. There are two management areas depicted on this map. First is the Lime Village Management Area in southeastern 19A. It includes 870 square miles around Lime Village, where moose hunting is by Tier 2 permit only. The second is Upper Hoholitna Management Area. It includes Unit 19B within the Aniak, Kipchuk, Salmon, Holitna, and Hoholitna River drainages. In this area, all hunters are required to stop at department check stations, and moose and caribou taken in the area by hunters using aircraft must be transported out of this area by aircraft. This was established to address meat quality issues for hunters doing long float trips. We also have three controlled use areas. The Upper Kuskokwim Controlled Use Area, located in 19D, was established across a broad area around Nikolai in 1981, and it was expanded in 2001 to include the Takotna River drainage as predator control is being contemplated. Finally, it was amended by the board in 2008 when it was reduced to the current 4-mile wide corridor. This controlled use area prohibits the use of aircraft for moose hunting during the moose season and to separate both boat-borne hunters from those using aircraft. The Hoholitna Controlled Use Area in Units 19B and 19E was established in 1992 and consists of all of the Holitna, Titnuk, and Hoholitna rivers in Unit 19E and part of these drainages in Unit 19B. The purpose of the controlled use area was to reduce conflicts between local hunters and downriver hunters by limiting their outboard motors to 40 horsepower. The board will address two proposals related to this controlled use area at the meeting. The Paradise Controlled Use Area is located in Unit 21E. It was established in 1977 to reduce conflicts between boat-borne hunters and hunters using aircraft. In addition to management and controlled use areas, there is a non-resident closed area for moose and caribou, which consists of a 4-mile wide corridor in Units 19A, 19E, and 19B. This closed area was established in 2002, and its purpose was to address conflicts between local residents and non-resident hunters. Public participation is integral in developing our management strategies and plans have been developed in conjunction with multiple user groups to guide our moose management decisions. The Central Kuskokwim Moose Management Plan was endorsed by the Board of Game and the Federal Subsistence Board in 2004. It was developed to spur recovery of the moose populations in Units 19A and B and was instrumental in the establishment of the current predation control program in Unit 19E. The Yukon-Onoko Moose Management Plan guides our management decisions for Units 21A and 21E. This plan was endorsed by the Board of Game and the Federal Subsistence Board in 2006, and its most important tenet is to be proactive to prevent a moose population decline. Both of these plans are becoming dated, but still offer valuable guidance. The Unit 19A, 19E predation control area was originally established in 2004. From 2004 to 2008, aerial wolf control was permitted in all of Unit 19A and E. However, in 2009, due to a lack of effectiveness, the board amended the plan, and since that time, wolf control has only been permitted in Unit 19E upstream of Sleep Mute. This area is shown on the map as a wolf control focus area. In 2013 and 14, the department conducted a bear removal effort from the bear control focus area, shown in the heavy black outline in Unit 19E. 84 black bears and 5 grizzlies were removed in 2013, and 54 black bears and 10 grizzlies in 2014. Proposals before the board at this meeting would authorize a new IM program in Unit 19A, extend the length of the current Unit 19E IM program, and correct the administrative errors created when Unit 19A was split into 2 smaller subunits in March of '22. The Unit 19D East Predation Control Area includes approximately 5,600 square miles in Unit 19D upriver of the Black and Slattna River drainages. It was first established in 1995, but predator removals did not begin until 2003. Within 19D East, there is also the 528 square mile bear control focus area. Bears were removed from this area in 2003 and 4. The board will consider a proposal to extend the length of the Unit 19D East IM plan at this meeting. In addition, there are 3 proposals to create a new IM plan in Unit 19C, which is adjacent to and to the south of 19D East. The final predation control area currently on the books is located in Unit 21E. In 2010, the board established this predation control area as a proactive measure in case a decline in moose was documented. The plan was reauthorized in 2017 and it expires June 30, 2024. No control activities have been conducted in Unit 21E to date. There's a proposal before the board at this meeting that would reauthorize the plan for an additional 6-year period. Intensive management of moose takes up the bulk of our efforts in the McGrath office. We regularly conduct surveys and capture projects in Units 19A, 19D, 19E, and 21E, which are our areas with intensive management plans. The survey areas for each subunit are shown on this map. We also conduct composition surveys in 19C and 21A as we were able. Low snow makes completing surveys difficult in some areas, such as 19A, while deep snow in areas such as 19D and 21E can have a negative effect on overwinter moose survival. A series of difficult winters has led to declines in moose numbers in several areas, while moose are stable or increasing in others. If the board passes a proposal to add IM in Unit 19C, additional surveys will be required to monitor the effects of the program. Moose hunting is an extremely important subsistence activity, but also contributes significantly to the local economy. Local hunters primarily use Units 19A, 19D, 19E, and 21E, while Units 19B, 19C, and 21A provide opportunity for non-local hunters who primarily access those areas by aircraft. Unit 19A is only open to Alaska residents and has had a Tier 2 hunt in place since 2006. Unit 19E was closed for 13 years to all moose hunting, but reopened to residents in 2019 with a small limited registration permit. Proposals 53 and 54 will address the amounts necessary for subsistence for moose in Units 19A and 19E. In Unit 19D, moose numbers increased substantially due to a combination of consecutive low snow winters, a large wildfire, and intensive management. However, we have had 4 deep snow years in a row, and moose have declined approximately 35% from their peak number in 2022. There is a fall registration hunt as well as a winter registration hunt, but most of 19D is open to residents under a general season harvest ticket hunt. In Unit 21E, the moose population has also struggled with recent deep snow winters and extensive flooding during the summers of 2022 and 2023. There continues to be a draw hunt for non-residents and registration hunts for residents in both the fall and winter. There are multiple proposals related to moose at this meeting, but specifically I want to point out there are several that would require modifying the board findings seen on this slide. When the board reopened Unit 19E with a registration permit in 2019, they adopted the Stony Holitna AC's recommendations as board findings 2019-225-BOG. These findings were designed to be very conservative and included the following. Permits are only available in person in Unit 19E communities during the month of July. 2, a person with a 19E permit may not have any other moose permit in the Kuskokwim drainage. 3, 30 permits were to be issued in year 1 and up to 75 permits in subsequent years. 4, If the 2-year average bull-cow ratio drops below 35 bulls per 100 cows, the season will be closed until it improves. 5, if the harvestable portion of the population drops below the lower range of the ANS, the hunt will close until the harvestable surplus is above the lower end of the ANS. And finally, number 6, no proxy hunting is currently allowed with this hunt. Black bears exist throughout the management area, and while sealing is not required, harvest is estimated to be extremely low. Hunting black bears in Unit 19D currently requires a harvest ticket, but there is a proposal to eliminate this requirement at the meeting. There is also a proposal to increase the bag limit for black bears in Units 19B and C. This same slide can be found in RC 9 in a larger format that is easier to read. I'm not going to take the time to walk you through every detail on this slide, but the main point is to show what the McGrath bear regulations would look like if all 15 of the proposals before the board at this meeting were to pass. Current regulations are shown in green and the proposed regulations in yellow. While the department has no biological concern of increasing opportunity, passage of these proposals will lead to a very inconsistent patchwork of rules if passed as written. To avoid this complexity, the 4 local ACs submitted amendments shown at the bottom of the slide in blue. These amendments would both add opportunity while at the same time standardize regulations. One last point not addressed in all the proposals would be for the board to consider if they wish to permit the same-day airborne take of brown bears over bait in all of these units. The McGrath area now has 2 bison herds and very different types of habitats. The Farewell Plains bison are located near the foothills of the Alaska Range in Unit 19C, which is dominated by subalpine plant communities such as dwarf birch interspersed with patches of sedge and grass. Winter severity has a significant impact on herd productivity, and total numbers have declined in recent years. We currently estimate there are approximately 375 Farewell bison, and we only issued 15 permits this year, with 10 in the fall and 5 in the spring. The Anoka wood bison are located in Unit 21E along the Yukon-Anoka floodplain. Habitat there is very different than the Farewell area and is comprised of an extensive network of wet sedge meadows as seen in the bottom picture. 130 animals were released in 2015 with an additional 28 yearlings in 2022. As you heard earlier in the meeting, the herd experienced an exceptionally difficult winter last year and had significant losses. Caribou in the McGrath area are found in 5 small herds. We were able to conduct minimum counts of the Beaver Mountain and Sunshine herds in the summer and currently estimate 500 to 800 animals between the 2. Few data are available on the Alaska Range caribou herds, which include Farewell Big River, the Rainy Pass, and the Tanzona herds. Hunting of these small herds is open to residents and non-residents. An average harvest over the last 5 years for all the herds was 57 per year, with the majority of that harvest coming from the Rainy Pass herd and the Farewell Big River herd. The Mulchatna herd also utilizes parts of Unit 19, but it is managed out of the Dillingham office. Fur bearer populations are abundant throughout the area, particularly marten, which is the main species that drives trapping effort in our area. Other species of importance to local trappers include lynx, otter, and wolverine. From RY 18 to 22, an average of 46 lynx, 29 otter, and 108 wolverine were harvested per year. Sheep are found in Unit 19C and the eastern part of 19B. Hunting for residents is currently managed using a harvest ticket with a full curl bag limit. The board passed Proposal 204 in March 2023, which implemented a 5-year closure on all non-resident sheep hunting in Unit 19C, while Unit 19B remains open to non-residents. There is also a winter registration hunt for residents with a very small quota currently set at 2 rams less than 3/4 curl. No sheep have been taken in this year's winter hunt, and less than 2 sheep per season on average have been taken since the hunt opened in RY 14. The board recently formed a working group to address sheep management in Unit 19C with the goal of bringing recommendations for sheep management in Unit 19C to the board at a later date. We conduct sheep composition surveys in 19C annually as weather permits. There have been significant declines in recent years and harvest is at historic lows. There are multiple proposals related to sheep at this meeting, and I will present more detailed survey and harvest information at that time. Wolves are abundant throughout the McGrath management area, varying in densities in relation to prey populations and management actions. I showed this slide at the last meeting, and unfortunately, we continue to see high levels of lice and infestations in Unit 19D, as well as a condition known as follicular dysplasia in all subunits. The wolf on this slide shows what follicular dysplasia looks like. You may have also heard of this condition referred to as poodle wolves or Mohawk wolves because of the pattern of guard hair loss. Because of these conditions, approximately half of all wolves harvested and observed have little to no fur value, which obviously detracts from trapper and wolf control pilot efforts. This figure shows wolf harvest chronology for just hunters and trappers by month for all of Unit 19, as well as Units 21A and 21E. Most wolves are taken during the winter months of December through April. However, there is also a spike of harvest in September when people take wolves opportunistically during other hunts. No wolves were taken in May, June, or July. We continue to see muskox in Units 19A and 21E. Over the past 3 years, we have surveyed an area known as the Portage Mountains, which are south of Holy Cross and north of Calskag, and we have consistently found multiple groups of muskox. Our current estimate is around 100 individuals, but our surveys vary widely depending on their locations. We also continue to receive reports of individuals or small groups along the Kuskokwim Mountains and have had sightings as far away as Ophir, which is only about 30 miles northwest of McGrath. With 3 intensive management programs, a suite of game and fur species, and only 3 staff, the McGrath office is an extremely busy but rewarding place. The area consists of 17 small villages with a total population of approximately 2,000 people in 55,000 square miles. Put in biological terms, that is an extremely low density of only about 0.04 people per square mile. We have a diverse mix of hunting public, with subsistence hunting and trapping still very important locally. Thank you, and I would be happy to take any questions.
Any questions for the department? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Josh. That was a really good overview. Have you tried to encourage anybody, or maybe the department, to encourage like a grad student or somebody? There's very little information on what causes or what state, why wolves end up with follicular dysplasia. You have any thoughts on that, or?
Yeah, Member Barrett through the chair. Yeah, I'd love to see something like that done. I have not heard of any talk of that. There was a project at one time in 20A where they tried to address the lice issue. They dropped baits with ivermectin and successfully were able to treat it, but on a very small scale and limited time scale as well. So yeah, follicular dysplasia is a bit of a mystery, but no, there's no planned work.
Stosh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Kind of the same line of questioning that Member Brett had. How long has this been? You noted in your presentation about 50% of the wolves taken in that 19 have this condition. Is this a new phenomenon, or how long has it been happening?
Yeah, Member Hoffman through the chair. Relatively new, I would say, in our area. It seems to be something that kind of waxes and wanes. So when I first showed up in McGrath, lice was the only issue that we had there, and that was in some percentage of the animals. I would say over the last 10 years, the follicular dysplasia has been increasing, and of course, where we noticed it most was in McGrath, because that's where we have the highest harvest of wolves with our aerial control program. But as we've been doing moose surveys in March and other areas, we're seeing it more and more. So I would say it's been on the increase over the last 10 years.
Okay, thank you for that. And do you know, I should know this, but I don't, do we have a bounty for wolves for the McGrath residents or?
Yeah, Member Hoffman again. Nothing through the state at all. The local village corporation there in McGrath does pay incentive/bounty for wolves that are harvested in 19D, but that's through the local village corporation.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Thank you for your presentation. At this time, we're going to have a presentation from the subsistence section. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, if I could introduce Caroline?
Go ahead, Amy.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that Caroline Brown will be providing our presentation today for subsistence, and it will be complex and thorough on Proposal 53 and 54.
Okay,
Thank you so
thank
much.
you.
And she's also graciously joined by Division of Wildlife staff.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Caroline Brown. I am the Research Director for Subsistence. This presentation can be found in RC4 tab 3.2. However, we made some corrections yesterday to a few of the slides, which should be before you in RC 37. I'll give you a heads up when you need those. Both proposals 53 and 54 are asking the board to reconsider the ANS in Unit 19, but in different ways. Proposal 53 asks the board to revise the upper end of the current ANS, while Proposal 54 asks that the current ANS for Unit 19A and E combined be separated, and that 19E be included in the remainder ANS for the unit. We've chosen to provide information about both proposals together because of the way the ANS in these two subunits is linked. Changes to one will very likely impact the other, and the board can use this information to deliberate on the two proposals. Several ACs have weighed in on these proposals. For Proposal 53, the Gash, Central Kuskokwim, Shack, and McGrath ACs all support, and the Bethel AC opposed. For Proposal 54, all ACs supported it. Lower Kuskokwim AC on this slide is mistakenly listed. They did not take up these proposals. Before I provide department comments and implications for Proposals 53 and 54, I just want to provide a brief outline of this presentation. Because the ANS in Unit 19 is in question, I'll first provide a refresher of what ANS is and is not, and the process the board takes to evaluate regulations that affect subsistence uses. Next, I'll spend some time providing a regulatory history of the ANS in Unit 19 and speak briefly to the current biological data for moose in Unit 19. Next, I'll move into the department comments and implications and options for Proposal 53, and then on to 54 for the same thing. All right, so let's look at ANS. ANSs are required under the subsistence statute. As a reminder of what the possible actions the board can take in relation to Proposal 53 and 54. So let's clarify first what ANSs are not. They do not indicate subsistence need on an individual, community, or other group basis, but rather the amount of harvest that has historically provided for subsistence. ANS amounts are not a harvest cap or quota, nor are they used as an in-season management tool. And like C&T findings, customary and traditional use findings in the state program, ANS findings cannot be made for specific communities. However, ANSs are guidelines the board can use to evaluate if reasonable opportunity for subsistence uses is being provided. Reasonable opportunity is defined in statute as the opportunity as determined by the appropriate board that allows a subsistence user to participate in a subsistence hunt or fishery that provides a normally diligent participant with a reasonable expectation of success of taking fish or game. ANS findings also assist the board in allocating among subsistence and non-subsistence uses. Public input is an important part of board deliberations and the adoption of subsistence regulations, including the ANS. When adopting or modifying an ANS, the board evaluates subsistence harvest history and other information, such as the number of participants likely to participate in a subsistence hunt. ANS findings are typically adopted as a range of numbers to account for variations in both population abundance and human use patterns. The department provides data and helps the boards by providing options for ANS amounts, but the department is neutral on the outcome of the board's deliberations. Harvest consistently below the lower end of the ANS range, in combination with other factors, may indicate the board would need to examine whether the current hunt structure provides for reasonable opportunity. And with regard to Unit 19, as Josh mentioned a moment ago, a Tier 2 hunt was established for moose in 2006, and we'll see that in a later slide. Whoa, didn't mean to do that. There we go. Now I'm going to walk through how the board arrived at the current ANS and the history that describes how that ANS has changed over time. This context will be particularly relevant when we get to possible options in proposals 53 and 54. In 1992, the Board of Game found that there were 3 distinct subsistence use patterns for moose in the Middle River, 19A and 19B at the time. Including the Holitna and Hahalitna River drainages, the board considered these use patterns when determining the original ANS for Unit 19 outside of the Lime Village management area. The first use pattern was that of lower river hunters traveling by boat up the Kuskokwim River to harvest moose in subunits 19A and B. These harvesters typically had larger boat motors as they traveled great distance over water to reach the hunting areas. The second use pattern was that of Middle River community members who lived between Antioch and Lime Village and who tended to use smaller boat motors to access hunting areas. Finally, the floater drifter pattern was comprised of other Alaskan residents who fly into the area and hunt while floating downstream. When this information was presented to the board, the combined use patterns accounted for about 300 moose per year. Ultimately, the board chose to adopt an ANS range of 150 to 250 moose in Unit 19 outside of the Lime Village management area. However, this original ANS range appears to have been based on reporting by subunit, which was admittedly poor. As a result, the board revisited the ANS in 2002. The table on this slide shows the data the board used in 2002, which was a combination of household survey data, per capita moose harvest estimates by community, and reported harvest with an adjustment factor. At the time, the board considered another method of reevaluating the ANS based on reported harvest with an adjustment factor for non-reporting alone. The reported harvest with adjustment resulted in a range that was very consistent with the range established from the demographic and limited harvest data. Both methods suggested a revision of the ANS in the range of 400 to 700 moose. You can see in the highlighted cells at the bottom of this table that the total moose harvested in Game Management Unit 19 at this time was an estimated 576 moose, and when the standard 25% variance was applied, an ANS off the data presented to the board in 2002 would have been 432 to 720, and the board rounded off this range to 400 to 700 moose in Unit 19 outside of the Lime Village management area. Additionally, the board requested that the department initiate a planning process to address concerns about declining moose numbers in units 19A and 19B. In response, the Central Kuskokwim Moose Management Planning Committee was created with members representing Fish and Game Advisory Committees, or ACs, guides, transporters, Native organizations, and conservation groups to find a path forward in producing updated biological data and recommend regulatory action that balance the competing interests in the area. The committee identified the greatest concern for the moose population in units 19A and 19B was the extremely low calf-cow and bull-cow ratios. Based on existing biological data, the board closed all of Unit 19A to non-residents, eliminating the resident winter seasons, and created a registration hunt in 19A with antler restrictions for residents. And just as an aside, 19A at this point in time includes what is now both 19A and E. In 2005, new moose survey data confirmed a significant decline in the moose populations in 19A, and that the harvestable surplus was being exceeded. The department determined there was a harvestable surplus of only 6 moose in Western Unit 19A, which is now 19A, but no harvestable surplus in Eastern Unit 19A, which is now 19E. Because of this localized decline in moose, the board decided to manage moose in Unit 19A through a nested ANS. In 2006, the board considered different methods for reconsidering the ANS in Unit 19A, while recognizing the limitations of both methods. The board considered the harvest histories from the different use patterns, including Unit 19A resident use by residents of Unit 18, and other state residents' use. The board landed on around 200 moose. The board then modified the ANS for Unit 19 to include 175 to 225 moose in 19A and 20 to 24 in 19B. As a result, the board then implemented a Tier 2 in the western portion of 19A, represented in the green on this map, and closed hunting in the eastern portion, shown in the orange. The communities on this map were all represented by the Central Kuskokwim AC at the time. However, it was during this time that we began to see a divide in the different perspectives on moose management held by the communities represented by the Central Kuskokwim AC. The following year, after continuing disagreement over moose management within the Central Kuskokwim AC, the joint board split the AC. This resulted in what we now know as the Central Kuskokwim AC, representing the communities of Lower Kalskag, Aniak, Chewatbaluk, and Crooked Creek, and the Stony Holitna AC, or Shack, representing Red Devil, Sleep Mute, Stony River, and Lime Village. The split allowed each AC to play a more independent role in moose management in their respective areas. With a slow and steady increase in the moose population in the eastern portion of 19A, we fast forward to 2019, and that area opened with a conservative registration moose hunt, RM 682. And in 2022, at the statewide meeting, at the statewide Board of Game meeting, 19A was split into 2 smaller subunits that matched the respective differences found within the area. The new, smaller 19A is shown in green in this map, while the new 19E is shown in orange. Recognizing that this change may have implications for the ANS, the board noted that they intended to take up the issue of ANS in Unit 19A and E at this meeting. Before moving into a discussion of each proposal, I'll give a brief overview of the relevant biological data provided by Josh for moose in Unit 19. As noted on the last slide, moose in this larger region have long been managed as 2 distinct populations, and both have been slowly but steadily increasing since 2005. In 19A, there are approximately 5,510 moose with a harvestable surplus of 220. The Tier 2 Hunt 680 targets this population. In 19E, the moose population has grown steadily, and RM 682 began in 2019, as I just mentioned. Here, there are approximately 2,731 moose with a harvestable surplus of 110. Together, there is a harvestable surplus of 330 moose in 19A and E combined. Having a combined ANS for 19A and E when there are two distinct populations that are managed separately has reduced management flexibility by tying the management of these two populations together, even though they are managed separately, in part informed by local input. Prior to the split of 19A and E, this dynamic is what kept 19E closed for so many years. The moose population around Antioch was low enough, for long enough, that there were not enough moose in all of Unit 19 at the time, A, to open the eastern portion, which is now 19E, with anything but a Tier 2 hunt, which the shack rejected. Simply put, the combined ANS is not reflective of the biological realities of the two distinct populations. Now I'm going to get into the details of each of these proposals, beginning with Proposal 53. This proposal seeks to create a new ANS for 19A only and increase the upper bound of the ANS from 225 to 300 moose in order to remain in a Tier 2 hunt structure so local hunters have more opportunity to meet their food security needs. The department is neutral on the allocative aspects of this proposal. If we consider this proposal as a first option for the board to consider, there are a few points to note. The current harvestable surplus in 19A is 220 moose, which is within the proposed ANS range of 175 to 300. Revising the upper end of the ANS range will not require the board to maintain a Tier 2 in Unit 19A. However, raising the lower end may have that effect. However, recall that the board creates or modifies ANS ranges based on the harvest data by looking at the history and patterns of harvest over time. As a result, we'll take a look at existing harvest data for this hunt to provide a second option for board consideration. And keep in mind that additionally, the board's action on this proposal may also depend or affect its action on Proposal 54. Okay, so this is where you want to look at your RC 37 for the next two slides. This table shows an updated version of the method used by the board to reevaluate the ANS in all of Unit 19 in 2002, when the board used a combination of household survey data, reported harvest, and per capita moose harvest estimates by community. A very important thing to keep in mind with these harvest data is that 19A has been in a Tier 2, which by definition means that subsistence opportunity is greatly reduced and reasonable opportunity cannot be provided. Therefore, we cannot use those harvest data to represent typical harvest patterns or levels. Proposal 53 is only considering Unit 19A, not all of Unit 19. So we focus here on the communities of 19A and also 19E, since they were part of 19A when the board made the nested ANS. You're going to see this table again when we talk about Proposal 54, but for now I want you to focus on the area in green. We updated the human populations estimated in each community based on the 2020 census, and we assume that the CNT patterns remain the same, which are represented by the 0.2 moose per capita. So if the moose populations in 19A were abundant enough to provide for full subsistence opportunity, the numbers in the green column on the right are what we'd expect to be harvested by community. Additionally, harvest by Unit 18 residents has always been a significant component of the harvest history in Unit 19A, which now includes 19A and 19E. In order to estimate use of 19A by Unit 18 residents, we used reported harvest records from 1991 to 2005, before hunting in Unit 19A was limited through a Tier 2 and a moratorium, and parsed out the harvest between 19A and 19E to create a 15-year average. For Unit 19A, that is 16 moose per year. Added together, We have a total of 230 moose harvested in Unit 19A by residents of Unit 19A and 18, using the same variance level that the board used when they nested the 19A ANS in 2006, which was about 12.5%. And then round that, we get 200 to 260 moose in Unit 19A alone, shown by the green arrow. Using this method of bringing together historical harvest use and patterns, one option for the ANS in Unit 19A is that 200 to 260 moose. This is in the range of the current ANS, nested ANS of 175 to 225. As noted earlier, this method is more reflective of harvest patterns prior to the decline in moose populations that necessitated subsistence restrictions. However, this option would not require the board to maintain a Tier 2 in Unit 19A. Another option the board may consider is no change to the current ANS in 19A. As noted earlier, the nested ANS was created after considerable debate over appropriate harvest levels to meet subsistence needs in what was then Unit 19A. Not changing the current ANS would maintain continuity with the geographical area for which the nested ANS was originally created. As with any ANS consideration, the board has ultimate authority and can create a range based on a variety of factors and available data. The options presented thus far are only a handful of possible options, and if the board would like to explore other alternatives, staff will be ready to respond to that request. Now I'd like to move on to consider Proposal 54. This proposal was submitted by the Stony-Holitna Advisory Committee and seeks to revisit the amount necessary for subsistence, the ANS, for moose in Unit 19E. Specifically, the proponent would like Unit 19E outside of the Lime Village Management Area to be removed from the nested ANS of 175 to 225 and be included in the unit-wide ANS of 400 to 700. The department is neutral on this proposal because it is allocative. The first option to consider is the one suggested by and preferred by the proponent. The Stony-Holitna AC recommends removing Unit 19E from the nested ANS and instead be included in the unit-wide ANS of 400 to 700 outside of the Lime Village Management Area. They provide several reasons for this preference. Primarily, they feel that the 2006 nested ANS was artificially low for the purpose of shortening the time frame that 19A would be in a Tier 2 and a moratorium. They state that the nested ANS created in 2006 is a reasonable ANS for the new, smaller 19A. This option provides more flexibility for management in Unit 19E, and depending on any board action for the ANS in Unit 19A, removing Unit 19E from the current nested ANS of 175 to 225 may have implications for the overall hunt structure in 19A. If the board chose this option, the ANS would be as follows: unit-wide 400 to 700 outside of the Lime Village Management Area, including 175 to 225 in the new, smaller 19A, and 20 to 24 in 19B. This would leave about 205 to 450 moose in the remainder outside of the Lime Village Management Area, applied to 19C, D, and E. There are other options the board can consider as well. And RC 37 is where you want to look for these as well. So here's the table again. This time I want you to focus on the area in blue. Using the same method as we used in 2002, with the modifications we described for 19A, the numbers in blue, in the blue column on the right, are what we'd expect to be harvested by the communities in 19E. Again, harvest by Unit 18 residents has also been a significant component of the harvest history in what is now Unit 19E. The 15-year average of Unit 18 residents' reported harvest of moose in the current Unit 19E is 44 moose. Added together, we have a total of 79 moose harvested in Unit 19E by residents of 19E and 18. Using the same variance level, and then rounding, we get 70 to 90 moose in Unit 19E alone, shown by the blue arrow. So a second option would be to establish an ANS in 19E of 70 to 90 moose. As noted earlier, this method is more reflective of harvest patterns prior to the decline in moose populations that necessitated subsistence restrictions. And as we considered with Proposal 53, a third option the board may consider is no change to the current ANS in Unit 19A and E combined. As noted earlier, the nested ANS was created after considerable debate over appropriate harvest levels to meet subsistence needs in what was then Unit 19A. Not changing the current ANS would maintain continuity with the geographical area for which the nested ANS was originally created. However, as we noted earlier, it would reduce management flexibility. Further, it would reconnect 19E and 19A in a way that the ACs have worked hard to keep separate. As with any ANS consideration, these are some of the options, and if the board would like to consider others, we'll try to meet that request. To conclude this presentation, I want to acknowledge that the history of ANS in Unit 19 is complex. When it was established in 1992, the board heard about the variety of use patterns that exist in Unit 19 and ultimately chose to adopt an ANS that was based on harvest data from some of those uses, or to focus on harvest in some of those uses. Since then, the ANS, as well as the subunits within the unit, have changed. Two distinct moose populations occupy Unit 19, and the corresponding hunt structures that were developed to provide maximum opportunity reflect that. Additionally, there's a high degree of public interest and involvement in the management of moose in Unit 19 as reflected in the Central Kuskokwim Moose Management Plan and by the continued participation on this issue by the Stony Hulitna and the Central Kuskokwim ACs. And we would like to acknowledge those efforts. Mr. Chair, this concludes my presentation, and I would be happy to try to answer your questions.
Any questions from board members? She'll still be here after we get back from lunch when we're taking up the proposals, so she'll be able to answer more questions if you miss anything. Go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline, for your presentation. The numbers that you're using for the ANS for 19, what years again are those, did you derive those numbers from? What, because I noticed in your graphs here that Unit 18 is 1991 to 2005, which is about 20 years old. Is the 19 information that old, or what are those years?
So the Unit 18 harvest in Units 19A and 19E are, as the table suggests, are from 1991 to 2005. All harvest data after that is either in a Tier 2 or nothing because it was a moratorium. So we can't use those data. And those data are reported harvest. They do not have an adjustment factor.
Thank you.
Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mine's on the same chart for either 19A or 19E. At the bottom, it said it doesn't include harvest by other state residents. Why wasn't it added in like you did for Unit 18 hunters when they were allowed to hunt?
Through the chair, that's a good question. Historically, that harvest has always been extremely low, and was not a focus of the board's revision in 2006. So we chose to continue that.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? If not, I think we'll take a lunch break. People will have time to reflect on this, and then we'll take up the proposals. Go ahead, Commissioner.
I just want to make sure I understand this. So you had a slide in there that showed that there's two distinct moose populations that are providing moose to these general areas. If it's a split now, right now, both those moose populations are providing animals to both of these different ANS amounts. So it's not one population providing most of the moose into one of the communities and the other one in one of the areas. But if this were to be adopted, you would primarily have populations supporting a geographic area ANS.
I'm going to answer, or through the chair, I'm going to try to answer part of that question and defer the biological issues about herd separation to my colleague here. Currently, the ANS is for all of 19A and E. So the harvestable surpluses of the separate herds are what is addressing that, depending on whether or not the board chooses to separate those in a variety of ways or not. And I'm going to let Josh address the issue of herd separation.
Yeah, and I'm actually not quite sure I understood the question, so if you could rephrase it, please.
So what I'm reading about this is that right now, both herds kind of contribute to ANS for both of the areas. But if this proposal were, if they were to be separated, primarily one herd would be providing for the ANS of one area and the other herd would be providing primarily for the other ANS.
Okay, yeah, I've got it you now. So if Proposal 53 were to pass, they would have a nested ANS, and only the moose population in that area and harvest from it would contribute to that. If Proposal 54 were to pass, 19E would be lumped in with the rest of Unit 19, and so those moose would contribute to the harvest and the ANS for the larger 19D, C, E, yeah, those three, I guess.
Thank you, that answered my question.
Okay.
Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just put on the record that in 92, there was three distinct subsistence use patterns for moose in the whole Holetna drainage identified, and one of them, the third one was the floater drifter, which was a pattern by other Alaskan residents.
Yes, and that was not considered as part of this. The numbers were, harvest numbers were not considered in this. Okay. Go ahead, Cheryl.
While everybody's mulling over, excuse me, through the chair, while everybody is thinking about this during lunch, I just want to remind the board that there was mention of the hunt structure, whether you're in Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 1 plus, whatever. That should not be driving the board's consideration of the ANS. We do have a court case since these ANSs were previously addressed that says, that upheld the board's decision when it was, a change in ANS was not intended to arrive at a preconceived situation. So I just want to mention that the harvestable surplus will determine the hunt structure, but not the ANS.
Thank you, Cheryl. Any additional questions from the board before we go to lunch and ponder our options here? If not, then I think we'll break till 1:30 and we'll come back and we'll start on the proposals. Thank you. going to call the meeting of the Board of Game back to order. When we left, we had seen presentations, and now we're ready to start taking up proposals, starting with Proposal 53. So she should be back soon, I hope. Would you like to move 53? Yeah, go ahead.
I never saw such terror in the eyes of staff.
Go ahead, Stosh.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 53, revise the amount necessary for subsistence A&S for moose in Unit 19.
Second.
It's been moved in second. Board discussion. We had presentations earlier on both this and the next one. Do we have any discussion on this? I would point out that, looking at this, I think there's no compelling reason based on the information we were given to make any change at this point, in my opinion. So I intend to not support it making any changes, but to leave it the way it is. I don't know how other board members feel about that. Go ahead, Stosh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm kind of on the other side of the fence there. I feel that I'm inclined to go with the ACs on this. They kind of have better handle of how things are working on the ground and show that it's needed. So that's where I'm right now.
Additional board discussion. James, what's your thoughts on this?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm still conflicted on it. I was actually going back in just to confirm what one of the ACs had that supported it with an amendment said, but I just wanted to go back in and take a look at that.
Okay. Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you. I spent quite a bit of time mulling this over the lunch hour and talked to some staff about some different things, and I'm kind of on the fence also. I'd kind of like to hear a little bit, some comments from Member Barrett on this issue and see what he has to say. Thank you.
Okay. Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was looking at the two proposals, and I was trying to figure it out, but it got on the table pretty quick. Another option may be to table 53 and talk about 54 and possibly accepting that. And because they address some of that in some of their suggestions in 54 are addressed in 53.
That is an option. And I think if we were to make one of the revisions suggested in 53, then that would direct us as to how to deal with 54. On the other hand, talking about 54 might help us with 53. I'm still of the opinion that we have no compelling information that would lead us to make a good decision about the ANS. And I want to remind members that one of the reasons given for the desire to change the ANS has to do with people interested in keeping a hunt structure in place, which is something that we can't consider as board as a reason. We have to look at the other information. Al?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, so with that discussion, I mean, talking about 53 and changing the upper limit from 175 to 300, I'm not opposed to that. Some of that's based on that we didn't include one of the three traditional pattern uses for subsistence, which dealt with the floaters and the drifters.
But do we have any information about what that harvest was?
department testified it was very small.
Right. Go ahead, Carolyn.
For the record, this is Caroline Brown. Through the chair, I can double check for you from memory, though. I believe that that was 20 to, it was about 20, something like that.
Okay.
It's in that range.
Stash.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a comment to your comment you made just a little while ago. I do believe the last cycle around, in this situation about the ANS, we were very similar to where we are now. We're right on the threshold, and I think we did stay in tier 2, even though since we were right on the threshold, some of the arrows pointed that we could have been in registration. Is that, can I get some clarification on that?
Carolyn.
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, if I understand what you're asking, excuse me, the board nested the ANS, and then they created the hunt structures. So that's my that's my understanding.
Yeah, Member Hoffman. So what he's referring to, in 2000, there was a proposal before the board to change TM 680 to a registration permit. The board did not pass that proposal. The chair of the advisory committee at the time said we are right on the edge of coming out of tier 2, and made the argument that let's not make a change until we're safely above it so we don't bounce in and out of tier 2. And that's what Member Hoffman's referring to.
Additional discussion. Jake, what are your thoughts on this?
You know, I'm conflicted as well. I think a lot of the data we have is pretty dated, pretty old. We don't have a lot of new stuff. But I do see the very strong support from the local ACs on it.
Go ahead, Stash.
Yeah, thank you. Just to build a record a little bit from my stand. So I definitely am not interested in bouncing back and forth. I don't think that's productive or a good way to go. And also what Member Fletcher just stated, you know, the ACs are on the ground. They're supporting this, and right now until I'm going to be supporting them.
Okay. Additional discussion, and Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. What is currently the harvestable surplus for Unit 19?
Yeah, Member Barrett, Unit 19A, do you mean?
Oh, yeah, 19A. What proposal 53 is speaking?
Yeah, okay. The harvestable surplus for 19A is 220 moose right now.
What was our harvestable surplus 3 years ago?
Member Barrett, I don't have those numbers in front of me, but that population down there has been growing. And so it may have been, I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was probably between 175 and 200, somewhere in that range.
So, to speed things along, you know, I'll support this proposal. I'm with Member Stosh or Member Hoffman. But, you know, bring it back to the AC that, you know, that's another cycle that we've gone through. They're well within the range for coming out of tier 2 and, you know, should be aware of that.
So what, you know, if we revise this, we need to decide which numbers we're going to use. So before we vote on anything, we should put numbers to the upper and lower ranges of the ANS based on the potential recommendations by the proposer and the subsistence section. Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm still need a couple questions answered. So for Caroline, the ANS that we have in place now is from what year was that set up? Do you remember?
Through the chair, Member Loring, the current nested ANS for 19A and E was made by the board in 2006.
Okay. And the population, human population in this area, is it similar in size, about the same, lower, higher? What's the population doing today from what it was back in 2006?
Through the chair, the The human population is slightly smaller, but not a lot smaller. I don't exactly know what it was in 2006, but I do know what it was in 2000 and then 2020, because we used the census.
Okay, thank you.
Additional discussion, so we'd be looking at perhaps a ANS of 200 to 260 for 19A only, if we were to adopt this proposal. Bottom of the range still being below the harvestable surplus and the top of it being above, so still kind of on the edge.
Excuse me, Mr., what was your numbers again?
200 to 260.
Yeah, I was trying to-
That's based, go ahead, Caroline.
Just to, through the chair, just to clarify, the proposal itself asks to raise the upper end. The current one is 175 to 225. Another option is 200, 260. So I think it would require an amendment to change from what the proposal is asking for.
Okay, go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pretty comfortable with the way the proposal's written, from 175 to 300.
Okay,
And I think that's a reasonable, and that's a broad enough range. The 200 to 260 that we've been discussing, I think that's a little tight.
okay, so with that, go ahead, Commissioner.
I would just make sure that you build a record around the criteria. Just spend a little bit of time just going through it here and just,
And,
you can reference the
Ms.
reports and other things.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So to build a little bit of record, I think, one, this proposal's been supported by the majority of the ACs in the area, which are experts in the area. Again, keeping or changing the ANS from 175 to 300 is not unreasonable. The population may have fluctuated a little bit. There is slight harvest by other residents that are been noticed or been recognized as a pattern of use for subsistence in the area. And so I think that's pretty good basis to.
Okay, one other thing I want to make sure that we think about when we're doing this, with the nested ANS for 19A and 19E, was considering the human use patterns, not the hunt structures and not the moose populations. So if we're going to unnest it, then we should talk about why 19E shouldn't be included in the ANS for the people who live in, for this human population here as well as the area. Any comments on that, Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So to build on that, I think we've heard through the department's overview and from the ACs commenting that getting out of the nested ANS would make it much easier to manage and have much more flexibility to manage the population separately and provide that reasonable opportunity for residents in either of the subunits.
Comments from other board members on this issue? Go ahead, Stash.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, and that's what Member Brett is talking about is, I think that's really going to help the department help with these two different herds that they're dealing with on the Kuskokwim, Middle Kuskokwim.
Thank you. And I'm not sure that that's a relevant subsistence criteria, but to the extent that it may help with the public hunting in that area and meeting their subsistence needs with different hunt structures, that might be a worthy goal. With that, any other additional discussion? Ready for the question?
Call the question.
Question's been called. Dave? Dave?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. After listening to all the discussion, the board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 53. Mr. Hoffman.
Yes.
Mr. Cooney.
Yes.
Mr. Barrett.
Yes.
Mr. Loring.
Yes.
Ms. Cusack.
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher.
Yes.
Chairman Burnett.
No.
That proposal carries 6-1.
Thank you. Proposal 54.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 54, review the amount necessary for subsistence ANS for moose in Unit 19.
Second.
Proposal 54 has been moved and seconded. Discussion. Perhaps you could quickly, Caroline, describe what 54 does.
For the record, this is Caroline Brown. Proposal 54 was submitted by the Stony Holitna Advisory Committee, and it would remove 19E from the nested ANS of, well, the nested ANS that was created in 2006, and it would put it back into the unit-wide ANS of 400 to 700 outside of the Lime Village management area.
Okay, and to be clear, this is necessary to either do this or whether we leave the numbers the same or to adopt a separate ANS for 19E. So it's based on our prior action, we have to either include this in the rest of 19 or adopt a separate ANS for 19E. And I think with the harvest information for 19E, it would be a very small ANS. So discussion. Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I tend to support this proposal. I think you had broad support again from the local ACs, and I think we had some good numbers to start with from the department on options for creating a separate ANS for 19A, or removing 19E, yep.
Okay, so to be clear, we've already removed 19E.
Right.
But the question is to add it, and is the number small enough to leave that in the 400 to 700 and not change the ANS for the rest of 19, I think is what we should be discussing at this point. Jake, what are your thoughts on that? Based on the presentations that we've been given.
I look forward to hearing what other board members have to say.
James?
So I'm inclined to, thank you, Commissioner. I'm inclined to support it. I think we've heard quite a bit of public testimony, especially from the ACs. This is their desire, that what they're asking. And so I think it made sense what we did in the previous proposal. And I think it makes sense using that same logic to do the same thing with this proposal. So right now I'm inclined to continue to do that, but I'm not sure quite yet on what number to set yet, so.
Okay. Thank you. And I'll express a little opinion on that number because there were a number of years when 19E didn't have any moose production at all and no contribution. So I think adding it to the 400 to 700, which is a very wide range already, the number from 19E, the contribution from 19E for harvest historically has been small. And I think it's reasonable to leave it that way. Go ahead, Dave.
Hey, Mr. Chairman. So my understanding is that On the last proposal, 53, we took them out of the unit-wide. So this is everybody else. And all the ACs, even Bethel now has come over and supported it. So I'm inclined to support this also with the same numbers that we currently have in place.
Okay, thank you. Any additional comments? If not, are we ready for the question on this?
Call the question.
Question has been called.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you, go ahead, Cheryl.
Before you vote on this, the proposal 53, I just would like a little clarification on that because it increased the existing ANS just by raising the upper number. That area covered what is now 19A and 19E. So you still have that nested ANS. So this proposal would remove the nested ANS for E out of that, but what does that mean to what you just did for A? If I could get some clarification on that, please.
I think 53 actually removed 19E from 19A, the ANS. It made a separate number, and that's, as I stated earlier. So that was part of what it was doing, was making a separate ANS for 19A itself. And that was the intent on 53.
So that bigger number is just for 19A.
Right.
Okay.
The 19A alone.
All right, thank you.
Okay. And so now we are ready to vote on this?
Call the question.
We already called the question. So-
Yes, we're ready to vote
And
on
we've
it.
had the cost statement, so you can call the roll.
All right, final action on proposal 54. Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Ms. Cusack?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Mr. Burnett?
Yes.
And Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Proposal carries 7-0.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 55, establish a positive intensive management finding for moose in 19 Charlie.
Second.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, it'll take me a second here to switch gears. All right, again, my name is Josh Pierce. I'm the area biologist in McGrath, and I'll continue with the rest of the proposals for the McGrath area. So Proposal 55 would establish a positive intensive management finding for moose in Unit 19C. The department is neutral on this proposal, which was submitted by the McGrath Advisory Committee. It's not actually showing it in the presenter view.
Yeah, it's only switching it here, but not on his screen.
All right, sorry for the delay there. Moose in Unit 19C currently have a negative finding for IM. If this proposal were to pass, 92.108, 5A AC 92108 would be amended with a positive finding for IM in Unit 19C. Unit 19C is primarily accessible by air with moose hunting opportunities found along the north side of the Alaska Range. In the Farewell area, there is a registration permit for residents, and beginning in RY 24, a draw permit for non-residents. There is also a harvest ticket in place for both residents and non-residents in Unit 19C remainder. While Unit 19C is a popular moose hunting destination for both residents and non-residents, guided non-resident harvest the majority of the moose in the harvest ticket areas, while in the Farewell area, harvest is split fairly evenly between residents and non-resident hunters. When IM findings were determined for moose in the 1990s, harvest in Unit 19C was below 100 moose per year, and the unit was given a negative finding. However, hunting pressure has increased since that time, and harvest is now over 100 moose per year. This figure shows the number of moose harvested annually in Unit 19C from RY 13 to RY 22. Non-resident harvest is shown in light blue and resident harvest in orange. An average of 125 moose were taken over this 10-year period, with 183 moose harvested in RY 22. Broken down by residency, non-residents harvested an average of 67 moose annually, while residents harvested 57 moose annually. In RY 22, 110 moose were harvested by non-residents, and 73 were taken by residents. In addition to the hunting opportunity in the fall, there is also a winter moose hunt in Unit 19C. The season runs the month of February with a bag limit of any bull. No aircraft are allowed for this hunt. Participation is very low in this hunt, and only 6 moose have been harvested in the last 10 years. We do not know as much about the 19C moose population as we do about many other moose populations in the McGrath area. We do not conduct GSPE surveys in Unit 19C. However, we do composition surveys in the Farewell area in November. This year, 739 total moose were observed, and we found 28 bulls per 100 cows. The calf-cow ratio is typically poor in Unit 19C, but this year was particularly low, with only 9 calves per 100 cows. Proposal 55 would establish a positive intensive management finding for moose in Unit 19C. The department is neutral on this proposal. Harvest by all hunters is above 100 moose annually, and the unit may fit the criteria found in 5 AAC 92.106 for a positive IM finding. If the board adopts this proposal, you may also wish to establish IM population and harvest objectives for Unit 19C.
Thank you. I have a question before. For the non-residents harvesting in this area, is this a trophy bull area? Are they taking the meat home with them? Is it being eaten locally? Do we know what's going on with that?
Yeah, Mr. Chair. So, yeah, you definitely could consider this a trophy area. It's fly out and the harvest ticket area in particular. Those are primarily guided moose hunters. There's a 50-inch 4-brow tine regulation out there. The Farewell area is a little bit different. Those are mostly do-it-yourself hunters, and a lot of them come out as groups with resident friends or business associates, that sort of a thing. And so that's more mixed, but I have a feeling a lot of those hunters probably leave the majority of their meat in Alaska as well.
Okay, so I'm just looking at the intensive management statute, not the regulation. And, the first thing we have to determine is that the consumptive use of big game prey population is a preferred use. So that's something for the board members to be looking at. And there's been a depletion of the prey population or reduction in the productivity of the big game prey population has occurred and may result in a significant reduction in the allowable human harvest of the population, and enhancement of abundance or productivity of the big game prey population is feasibly achievable. So those are the things that we have to consider if we're going to make this an intensive management. So, you know, the first thing is this prey population primarily used for consumptive purposes?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I could make be on one side of the fence and say, yes, it's for consumptive because of our salvage laws, that we're not throwing that stuff away, somebody's possibly eating it, so I think it kind of meets that first hurdle that you're asking about.
I was just trying to, I don't think there's much debate about that first part. I'm just trying to figure out, Member Barrett, were you going to say that there was something else on the other side of that argument, or? Okay, I just was trying to understand your logic there.
And I think presumptively in the statute presumes that moose, caribou, deer, and elk are consumptive species. So that's not in the same, not in intensive management, but in another part of the statute. So I think the legislature has recognized that for moose, human consumption is preferred use. Does it meet it in other ways? Has the population been depleted? Is it, and can it be feasibly enhanced? And the department can tell us whether it can be feasibly enhanced after they study it, but go ahead, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was looking at slide 4 and, you know, contemplating your discussion right now. And, you know, there's been a slight increase in resident take. I think it's pretty safe to say residents keep it and eat it. Though, I mean, and I guess I would have to think about how the non-resident component of this actually fits into the discussion. But that was one place where I wanted to help give you some data to suggest that there is a lot of resident use, and I'm going to side with the residents, say, yeah, they're eating it.
Yeah, I agree that the residents are eating it. I have some concern about, and I want to make sure this is on the record and that people rebut my concerns here, that are we using IM dollars to enhance a population for non-resident use? And that's a concern that has been many times expressed by the public. Go ahead, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I also remind the board that you do have proposals coming up that address Unit 19C non-resident hunting as well. So you may be able to consider that as well.
So, Jake.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. This question's for, the captain in here. Never mind.
Board discussion. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your comments, Mr. Chair, and the departments. If I'm to stay consistent with my thoughts and my beliefs on the statute of high human or consumption, that does include non-resident. And because they have the same thing, they have to either keep the meat and eat it themselves, or it gets donated and it gets eaten that way, it gets consumed that way. So if I'm to stay consistent with that, then I would include non-resident participation in this hunt or this topic.
Okay, I just want to make sure we build a record if we're going with the intensive management statute. And we know what we're doing and why we're doing it.
Dave?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think unless I'm wrong, I think in this case and other cases where there's a large non-resident component, especially with moose and caribou, most of that meat is either taken out or donated to the local village or some other entity that does use it. And so I think it is being consumed, and there's a high level of consumption.
Okay, James? Okay, so in the other components of the statute, I think we can get to, I just want to make sure that we think about whether this is an appropriate IM or if we want to enhance this based on our constitutional duty to conserve and enhance and develop and utilize a resource for the maximum benefit. So it's making sure that we're doing it in the right way. So, and that we all understand what we're doing and why and what statute we're doing it under. Go ahead, Dave.
I think I have a question for the department. If this does pass, do you have an idea of what type of work you would do to enhance it and when that might happen?
Through the chair, Member Loring, no, we don't. Again, we have 13 IM proposals at this meeting. We have 5 active programs going, so we would have to, frankly, we would consider, your discussion here as we try to figure out where to prioritize this.
Jake.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you remind me about the recent burns out there and the productivity that we're looking at coming into, the future for those burns? I know there's a new Fairwell burn.
Yeah, okay, Member Fletcher. Yeah, so there was a burn in 2012 in the Fairwell area, and that is starting to turn into some very productive moose habitat. The prior burn that really boosted bison and moose in that area was in the 70s, and that's quite old now. It's grown up into a lot of spruce, small spruce forest kind of stuff. Not nearly as productive for moose, but there was a smaller, more recent burn in 2012.
Can you kind of give me like a rough guesstimate of the size of the new burn compared to the old burn?
Oh, okay. Yeah, so in terms of 19C itself, it was a fairly small area. Half of the unit is mountains. And so that burn itself within 19C, maybe 300 to 500 square miles.
Thank you.
Any additional discussion from the department? Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just looking at that graph up there. So basically from 2018 to 2022, there's been a higher harvest, it looks like, by residents than by non-residents as the grows. The non-resident harvest has incrementally been going up, where the resident harvest has been going up 7, 13, 8, and then 1 at 2021, 22. So stabling off a little bit on the end.
Go ahead, Jake.
Hey, thanks. Is there any way that we could tell how many of these non-residents were like in transition from becoming non-residents to like residents now? I mean, we can't really keep track of that, can you?
Member Fletcher, not really, but these non-residents are, I would call them non-residents. They're not people moving here. It's a destination fly-out area for residents, but also non-resident hunters. So there may be a few right on the cusp of becoming a resident, but I wouldn't think very many.
Go ahead.
Cool, thanks. Do you get routinely like complaints for salvage requirements in this country for moose?
Through the chair, Member Fletcher. So I took a look at records from the last 2 years for that area specifically, kind of keying in on the Fairwell Strip area. And no, in fact, the only thing we really have is a handful of sublegal moose takes every year. And from my search, the last 2 years, 100% of those were self-reported.
Okay. Any additional discussion on the question of establishing a positive intensive management finding for moose? Are we ready for the question? Go ahead, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The other thing you need to consider, depending on the action of the board, is establishing harvest and population objectives. And we've heard quite a bit of testimony about how we survey and monitor that population. It would be very difficult at this point for us to provide you a good population estimate to start with.
That's understood. And Al, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before we get to the question part, they're still under regulation. We should consider, under 5AAC 92-106, if people want to follow along on page 1131. D, level of hunter demand as reflected by total hunter effort, number of applicants for permits or other indicators. I don't think we've seen that portion. We've seen the harvest portion, but we haven't seen what kind of hunter effort or participation we have in there.
Member Barrett is, that's a pretty broad, I'm not sure if there's a specific question in there or.
So my question is do we have a number of people, I understand there's a drawing permit in there, a registration permit in there, and then harvest tickets, which are a little harder to account for. So we should have some sort of data that shows hunter effort and hunter participation.
Okay, all right. I can speak to that. I don't have those numbers specifically, but success rates are 40 to 50% typically overall in that unit. So if you doubled these numbers here, that'd get you to approximately 400 hunters with approximately 200 moose harvested in recent years.
Thank you, Josh. Thank you.
And is that increasing over the years?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, yes, it has been. In the Farewell area in particular is where we've really seen a lot of growth in activity.
Okay.
The rest of the unit has been, I would say, more stable.
Okay, thank you. Additional discussion?
Call the question.
Question has been called on Proposal 55.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. And Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 55. Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Ms. Cusack?
Yes.
And Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Proposal carries 7-0.
And before we go on to the next proposal, Ryan, you mentioned that you don't have the information to establish an appropriate level of population and reasonable harvest objectives. So I'm hoping that when you're doing a feasibility analysis, that can be part of the work you're doing, that can be brought back to the board.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, we'll certainly do that. And you have additional 19C proposals, with other species even, so to talk about. So thank you.
Thank you. And Al?
The question to the department, is it unrealistic to have data like that to where we could have that at the statewide meeting or included in the call for?
Through the chair, Member Brett, that's a year. I mean, it gives us a year to put it together. I think that's reasonable.
Do we need to do, okay.
I don't think so. It's statewide meeting. We should be able to handle anything that's there.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 56, create separate intensive management IM population and harvest objectives for Unit 19A Alpha, Unit 19B Bravo, and Unit 19E Echo.
Second.
Been moved and seconded on proposal number 56. Department?
Okay, Proposal 56 would create separate intensive management population and harvest objectives for Unit 19A and 19B and establish population and harvest objectives for Unit 19E. The department supports this proposal with amendments to include specific population and harvest objectives for Units 19A, B, and E. When the original IM population and harvest objectives were originally determined for Units 19A and 19B, they were combined. Then, in 2021, the board split Unit 19A into A and E. This created various administrative errors, including in 5 AAC 92.108. This proposal seeks to clarify the population and harvest objectives for each subunit. This map shows the new Unit 19A and 19E, as well as Unit 19B to the south. The current IM population and harvest objectives are for the entire area. This proposal would separate the IM population objectives based on the relative sizes of each subunit and create harvest objectives. Currently, the IM population and harvest objectives are 13,500 to 16,500 moose, with a harvest of 750 to 950 for Units 19A and B combined. This leaves Unit 19E, which has an ongoing wolf control program without a positive finding or IM population and harvest objectives. Taking the current IM population objectives and apportioning them to Units 19A, B, and E by their respective sizes results in a population objective for 19A of 4,300 to 5,300 moose, in Unit 19B of 5,900 to 7,200 moose, and in Unit 19E of 3,300 to 4,000 moose. Applying a 4% harvest rate, the new harvest objectives for Unit 19A would be 175 to 225 moose. In Unit 19B, 235 to 290 moose. And in Unit 19E, 130 to 160 moose. Unit 19A has an increasing moose population with just over 5,500 moose, or approximately 1 moose per square mile. Harvest is managed using a Tier 2 hunt structure, TM 680, with 200 permits issued annually. There is also an overlapping federal hunt, FM 1901, with up to 100 permits issued annually. Average annual harvest over the last 10 years is 135 moose. Unit 19B has no population trend data available. However, we estimate there are approximately 4,600 moose in the unit. Harvest is conducted with a general season harvest ticket, which is available to both residents and non-residents. Annual average harvest over the last 10 years is 32 moose per year, with 7 taken by residents and 25 taken by non-residents. Unit 19E has a slowly increasing moose population with just over 2,900 moose, or approximately 0.7 moose per square mile. Harvest in Unit 19E is managed using a registration permit, RM 682, with 30 permits issued annually, and a Tier 2 hunt, TM 684, with 14 permits issued annually. Average annual harvest since implementation of RM 682 and RY 19 has been 7 moose per year. Prior to RY 19, moose hunting was closed in this area. Over the last 10 years, only 2 moose per year have been harvested in the TM 684 area, which is in the Lime Village management area. Proposal 56 would create separate intensive management population and harvest objectives for Units 19A, B, and establish population and harvest objectives for Unit 19E. The department supports this proposal with amendments to include specific population and harvest objectives for Units 19A, 19B, and 19E. Unit 19E currently has an active IM program. However, there are no IM population or harvest objectives for the unit. The low level of harvest over the last 10 years in Unit 19E is due to a closure in most of the unit and only a very limited Tier 2 hunt in the remainder of the unit. However, in the mid-1990s, when hunting was much more open, harvest in Unit 19E may have been around 150 moose per year. If the board decides to retain combined IM population and harvest objectives for these units, the department requests a clear delineation of what the objectives should be for each subunit. Thank you.
Board discussion. Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Josh, on 19E, establishing IM objectives, which would be population and harvest, how's that, do we have a graph on the population over time? The estimated population for 19E, is that broke down?
Yeah, I do. I don't actually have it in this presentation. I've got it in other ones where we get to the hunt structure. But that population has been growing very slowly. It's been kind of stubbornly slow, I guess you could say, but it has been growing. And most of the growth that we've seen is in the bear control area where we removed bears in 2013 and 14. We saw a big bump in moose production there. But currently, over the entire unit, we still only have 0.7 moose per square mile, so it's still a fairly low-density moose population.
And why I was asking is sometimes IM objectives get, over time, seem unachievable. And even if you had submitted or were able to do a predator project out there to, you know, it'd either be costly for the department to do it, or there's little enthusiasm from the public to do it because of usually cost. So you had suggested in 19E a population of 3,000 to 4,000 moose. Is that a realistic number that could be achieved and maintained, or above that for a while?
Yeah, Member Barrett, yes, I believe it is. So those numbers there only represent a density of about 0.8 to 0.9 moose per square mile. So it's a fairly modest objective. In particular, in our area, the harvest objectives are the ones that are probably not achievable. However, these are, I believe, much more realistic. I worked with all of the local ACs to come up with these numbers, so I've run these by them at their meetings. These were numbers that we kind of came to consensus on together.
Great, thank you.
Okay, additional board discussion on this. I don't know, I think your department's recommendations, that we have no reason to rebut them, and Al asked for clarification on them, so I'm willing to support this. I think it makes a lot more sense to try to manage it by individual areas than try to do the unit-wide. You may have a positive finding for 19C, but you don't have numbers for that yet. So with that, any other board discussion on this? If not, are you ready for the question?
Call the question.
Question's been called.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Based on the conversation we just had, this board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 56. Ms. Cusack?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Proposal carries 7-0.
Oh. I don't think so.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 57, modify the intensive management plan for Unit 19.
Second.
Moved and seconded, department.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 57 would correct the administrative errors in 5 AAC 92.123 created when Unit 19A was split into Unit 19A and 19E. This proposal also updates the IM population and harvest objectives to reflect just Unit 19E. Finally, this proposal extends the current IM plan until 2030. The department submitted and supports this proposal. As you've heard several times now, in 2021, Proposal 171 passed, which split 19A into two smaller subunits, A and E. This created various administrative errors, including in 92.123, which throughout references Unit 19A, where it should say 19E now. The current IM plan expires on June 30th, 2026. Due to COVID, the regularly scheduled meeting in 2026 was postponed, and this plan is now also out of cycle. For a little background, to address declining moose numbers and user conflicts, the Central Kuskokwim Working Group was established in 2002. From this effort, the group developed the Central Kuskokwim Moose Management Plan. Recommendations of the plan included predator control, and in March 2004, the board adopted a wolf predation control plan for units 19A and B. In January 2006, the board revised the plan to include just 19A. In March 2009, the board reauthorized the plan for a 6-year period and focused the efforts in eastern 19A, where the removal of wolves by the public was successful. In March 2012, the board amended the plan again to include department-conducted bear control within a 534 square mile area. This was designed to try to simulate the success seen in the Unit 19D East program. The IM plan was again reauthorized in 2014 for a 6-year period, and finally in 2020 for another 6-year period. The current plan expires June 30th, 2026. This map shows the wolf control focus area and the bear control focus area in Unit 19E. Wolf control has been conducted continuously in this area since 2004, and the department conducted bear removals in 2013 and 2014. The operational plan for intensive management in Unit 19A is an important companion document to the regulatory language of this proposal. The operational plan includes both population and harvest objectives, as well as a decision-making framework to continue or suspend predator control based upon moose densities in the wolf control area and twinning rates within the bear control area. The IM plan for Unit 19E specifies a population objective within the wolf control focus area of 3,905 moose. During our most recent survey in 2023, we found 2,706 moose, and we are still below that objective. The harvest objective in the wolf control focus area is 155 moose. Currently, harvest is only 10 moose per year. However, we have a very restrictive hunt structure in place. The IM objectives set by the board, you just changed this, but didn't know what was going to happen, are for 19A and B combined, past tense. Apportioning those, like I just discussed, you end up with a population objective for 19E of 3,300 to 4,000 moose. Currently, there are 2,900 moose in 19E, which is below the population objective. And this proposal seeks to clarify those. I guess you just did that. You see some X's here for the same reason. The harvest objectives were combined, and that was just clarified. The current harvest is 10 moose, as I just stated. This map shows moose survey areas in Units 19A and E. Within Unit 19E, we obtain estimates of moose in the entire unit, the wolf control focus area, the bear control focus area, the Lime Village management area, and the RM 682 hunt area. The first GSPE survey conducted in Unit 19E was in 2005 with just 0.3 moose per square mile. By 2008 and 11, moose densities had not changed substantially, which is in large part why bear control was added to the program in 2012. In February 2017, we estimated just over 2,100 moose, or 0.5 moose per square mile, and in 2020, there were an estimated 2,852 moose. During our last survey in 2023, we found about 2,900 moose, and over the course of the program, moose have approximately doubled. The 19E IM program was never included a significant research component, and as such, we have little direct data related to calf survival pre and post bear control. However, within the bear control area, we did see a strong response in calf-cow ratios immediately following bear control. In 2013, calf-cow ratios were 50 per 100, and in 2016, we saw 55 per 100, both of which were much higher than were seen in 2010 or 11. Calf-cow ratios have since declined, and in 2023, we only found 28 calves per 100 cows. Bull-cow ratios have remained high throughout, and in ROI 23, we had 48 bulls per 100 cows. This table shows twinning data from 2013 to 2018 within the bear control focus area. While we have not conducted a survey since 2018, twinning rates were high at the time, and we have no reason to expect habitat is a limiting factor. Our pre-control estimate of wolves for Unit 19A and E was 150 in 2006. Based on that data, it was estimated that there were 75 wolves in Unit 19E at the start of the program. Our wolf control objective is to reduce wolves by at least 60 to 80% in the control area. Only removing wolves from this area ensures that wolves persist in the unit. If the public is unable to reduce wolf numbers by at least 60%, there is a provision in the current plan that the department could conduct control as well. This table shows annual wolf take within the wolf control area by hunting and trapping, as well as aerial control. As you can see, wolf control take has varied over the last 5 years, primarily related to the availability of pilots in the program. The extrapolated estimate for black bears in all of Unit 19E is 750 bears. Within the bear control area, the pre-control estimate was 92 to 100. 50 grizzly bears are estimated to be in the unit, with 10 to 15 in the bear control area. Bear control is conducted by the department in May 2013 and 14. In 2013, the department removed 84 black bears for an estimated 89% removal and 5 grizzly bears. In 2014, the department removed another 54 black bears and 10 grizzly bears. Based on the data collected in Unit 19D, bears have likely fully recovered from these removals. There is no required harvest reporting for black bears in Unit 19 unless the bear is shipped out of state or sold. However, take of black bears by hunters in the control area is estimated to be extremely low. In many years, no bears are reported. Take of grizzlies by hunters in the bear control area is extremely low. In most years, also no bears are taken. Proposal 57 would correct the administrative errors created in 5 AAC 92.123 when Unit 19A was split into Unit 19A and E. This proposal also updates CIM population and harvest objectives for moose to reflect just Unit 19E. Finally, this proposal extends the current IM plan until June 30, 2030. The department submitted and supports this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Board discussion. Go ahead, James.
Hey, Josh, can you go back to the wolf slide real quick? And pardon me for a second, I'm sorry, I didn't have it pulled up, but. So did you say it was recommended that, or it was needed 60 to 80% reduction in wolves? And the estimate currently is 75, is that correct, in 19E?
Yeah, that's correct.
And so a reduction of 60 to 80% would be needed. It's like before the department would get involved. Is that what you said? couldn't remember what was.
Yeah, through the chair. So there's a provision in the current IM plan that the department could do some additional work. We never have. So it's only been public control efforts to date.
And that's over the life of the IM, correct?
Yes, correct.
Thank you.
Okay, additional discussion? Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I was looking at the black bear and grizzly bear removal in that section, and I'm just trying to get clarification and or understanding. So in 19E, you had an estimated population, black bear population of 750, and you were expecting to remove 92 to 102?
No, Member Barrett. So these are just pre-control
Oh, so that's the-
estimates. And so just within the bear control focus area, we estimated there were 92 to 102
Gotcha.
black bears.
And that project was only for 2 years, 13 and 14?
Member Barrett, that's correct.
Okay, great, thank you. I got better understanding now.
Okay, Dave?
Thank you. Josh, the 2013, 2014, was that the removal program where the bears are actually live trapped and then taken away, or was this a lethal removal?
Yeah, Member Loring, no, this was a lethal removal. The relocations were done in the McGrath area in 2003 and 4.
Thank you.
Any additional discussion, Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I intend to support this. I think it was one of those oversights when we did some regulation changes prior to it. I don't want to call it just housekeeping, but I looked at the data that the department has, and I think it's justifiable that we accept this, or I'll be voting for it.
Okay, I also support it. I think it is not just housekeeping, but it's not something that they could presuppose before we did our regulation changes before. So when we adopted a separate management unit in 19E. So I think it makes all the sense in the world to update the plan, and I do think we should look at approving it this year instead of waiting and letting it expire and come back in 2027, or hope no COVID comes in before and pushes us off, a year off a cycle, but that's where I am. Anybody else? Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be supporting it also. I think department numbers and discussion I'm comfortable with, and if there's any big changes one way or the other, I think we have time or other methods to bring it before the board to, or through emergency measures to change it back to something else. Thank you.
Okay, are we ready for the question?
Call the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Okay. Christie, would you pull board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 57. Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Ms. Cusack?
Yes.
Proposal carries 7-0.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 58, authorize a Unit 19A Alpha Predation Program, Control Program.
Second.
Been moved and seconded, Department?
Okay. Proposal 58 would authorize a predation control program in Unit 19A. This program would include the authority to issue permits to the public to take wolves with the use of aircraft. To address declining moose numbers and user conflicts, the Central Kuskokwim Working Group was established in 2002. From this effort, the group developed the Central Kuskokwim Moose Management Plan. Recommendations of the plan included predator control, and in March 2004, the board adopted a wolf predation control plan in Units 19A and B. In January 2006, the board revised the plan to include just 19A. The eastern part. 19A. Nope, that's correct. In March 2009, the board reauthorized the plan for a 6-year period in only the eastern portion of 19A, where the removal of wolves by the public was successful. In 2020, the board passed Proposal 205, which was submitted by the Central Kuskokwim Advisory Committee. This proposal requested a predator control program in Unit 19A, but gave no details other than a request for predator removals. In 2021, the board split Unit 19A into 19A and E. 19E has had an ongoing predation control program, but there is currently no intensive management in the new, smaller Unit 19A. This map again shows what 19A looked like after the split in 2021. As mentioned, Unit 19A in the east has an ongoing wolf control program, as well as a bear control focus area, which was only active in 2013 and 14. Unit 19A is approximately 5,700 square miles. This map shows a proposed wolf control focus area in the western portion of Unit 19A. The focus area is approximately 2,531 square miles and includes all of Unit 19A downstream of the Holyoke River. This is a figure similar to what was presented to the board in March 2009, displaying the SDA take of wolves in Unit 19A between 2004 and 2008. The two boxes show the total wolves taken in each area by regulatory year. You can see the majority of the wolves were taken in what is now 19E, while only 10 wolves were taken in 19A over a 5-year period. This level of removal is insufficient to improve moose survival, and at reauthorization in 2009, only the current wolf control focus area in 19E was reauthorized. There were several reasons aerial wolf control downriver of Sleet Mute did not work. Number 1 was land ownership, 2 was topography, 3 was weather and snow conditions, and lastly were logistical issues. The following slides will look at each of these in more detail. First, land status. Much of the private land shown in pink belongs to the Kuskokwim Corporation, or TKC. At the time of reauthorization in 2009, these lands were all closed to non-shareholders. There is also the Yukon Delta National Wildlife Refuge shown in brown. These private and federal lands combined made large portions of Unit 19A off limits to control pilots. Recently, however, the TKC board has changed their policy and they now allow non-shareholders to conduct wolf control on their lands. Next was topography. In addition to land status, topography limited the ability to take wolves in much of the eastern portion of Unit 19A. You can see on this map the mountainous regions, which make up much of eastern Unit 19A. These areas are not conducive to landing to recover wolves, and control pilots tended to focus their efforts in the more accessible areas. Next, weather and snow. This is a common image of what snow conditions can look like in 19A during the winter. The area experiences more coastal weather with rain and thaw events common throughout the winter, making tracking wolves from the air a challenge. And fourth, logistics. Aniak is far from major population centers. Fuel costs are high, lodging and meals are difficult to find, and pilots need to secure tie-downs as well as power for preheating. This combination of factors makes it difficult to get pilot participation even when conditions are good. Again, these have all just recently changed, but as I said, we had combined IM objectives for 19A and B. Those have now been separated. We currently, though, have 5,500 moose in 19A, which is above the apportioned objective. And again, similarly, we just made changes to the harvest objectives, but the important point here is the current harvest is 135, current average harvest is 135 moose. Moose numbers have improved significantly in the TM 680 area, with most of the improvement in the proposed wolf control focus area around Aniak and Calskag. Here, we have seen densities go from 0.4 moose per square mile in 2010 to 1.7 moose per square mile in 2023. This is consistent with the growing moose population on the Kuskokwim just downriver in Unit 18. When looking at the TM 680 hunt area as a whole, the growth has been more modest, going from 0.3 moose per square mile to 1 moose per square mile in 2023. This proposal establishes a population objective of 2,500 moose in the wolf control focus area and a harvest objective of 100 moose from the wolf control focus area. We are currently above both the proposed population objective as well as a proposed harvest objective in that area. Twinning rates are an important indicator of the nutritional status of moose. While we do not currently collect twinning data, this will become important if wolf control is initiated. Twinning goals identified in the plan include promoting growth if the 2-year average twinning rate is greater than 20%. The population will be stabilized if the 2-year average twinning rate is between 15 to 20%. And finally, if the 2-year average twinning rate drops below 15%, moose densities will be reduced. Our pre-control estimate of wolves for Unit 19A was 85 in 2006. Based on that data, it is estimated there were 50 wolves in the wolf control area at that time. If initiated, our control objective would be to reduce wolves by at least 60 to 80% in the wolf control area. Only removing wolves from that area will ensure that wolves persist within Unit 19A. Wolf take is very low within the proposed wolf control focus area by hunting and trapping. Over the last 5 years, trappers have only taken an average of 4 wolves per year, with no wolves taken by hunters. So in summary, private land access has changed, but there are still large areas of federal land which are not accessible. Weather and snow conditions in Unit 19A are typically not conducive to aerial tracking of wolves, and this has not changed. Pilot availability in this remote area will likely be a significant challenge. The moose population is above the IM objective, and overall feasibility assessment for success is low. Proposal 58 would authorize a predation control program in Unit 19A. This program would include the authority to issue permits to the public to take wolves with the use of aircraft. In general, the department is supportive of IM programs. However, the feasibility assessment did identify a low probability of success for this project. The department submitted this proposal at the request of the board.
Thank you. Quick question, in the department, in the proposal book, there's a discussion of making sure that the numbers for objective numbers in this and 56 are consistent. And does this do that, or do we need to amend this to do that?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. So this actually has, the numbers in this would be, in a portion of it will need to be changed, but it also identifies objectives for the wolf control focus area as well, and those would be fine in this document, actually.
Okay. Just want to make sure that we keep our numbers consistent between two, so there's no
Yeah.
confusion. Go ahead.
So
Ryan.
actually, okay, I did, since this was a proposal, I did put in there the numbers that the advisory committee suggested. So no, you don't need to amend it.
Okay,
Sorry.
thanks. Go ahead, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to bring to your attention to, the board members have RC 031, which is the feasibility assessment for 19A.
Okay, thank you. Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe it was page 52 where you were talking about the twinning rates, and that you haven't kept track of that. I always find that a very important data point to watch. Not only is it telling you the health of the animals on the landscape, it's telling you about the health of the range. And I was curious on why that wasn't a priority to capture twinning rates before the IM projects or during the IM.
Yeah, Member Barrett, if this becomes an IM program, it would become a priority. We already have 2 other IM programs in the area and a 3rd one on the books, and we have focused our efforts in those 3 areas. It's a very short window to do these surveys, so it's a crunch to get done what we do get done, and this just has not been a priority to this point.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ryan?
And I think to follow along with Josh's statement, you know, the population, we're above the objective. We're not above the harvest objective, but we heard a lot of information from Josh saying that it's tough in this neck of the woods to get to places. So.
Okay, board discussion? Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You were saying that some of the reasons that it'd be tough to take number of wolves out that you need to take out to meet the objectives is terrain and land ownership and hard to get pilots and gunner crews together. So if this doesn't work, and does the department have the resources to do it themselves, or would they consider that? Because that seems to me about the only way to actually go in there and use helicopters type thing to remove them.
Go ahead, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through the chair, Member Loring. I don't know that we have the resources to do it. I mean, again, it would be, given the number of proposals we have at this meeting and the activities we have currently ongoing that we are using staff to do, we'd have to look at the priority. But, you know, at present, this would be a pretty low priority. We're meeting the population objective. We're not meeting the harvest objective, but we've determined that it's it's low feasibility that we can get there even, so. And if adopted, there's not an intention to put this into play right away.
Thank you. Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And a question for Josh again on pilot availability. In the past, because there was private land ownership, you couldn't go on, and there was federal land you couldn't hunt on. Now that the local corporation has allowed people to, you know, participate on their lands, are local pilots and gunners maybe wanting to go into there with, you know, with more having more opportunity instead of being more restrictive in the area?
Yeah, Member Barrett, that's one of the big problems. We don't have local pilots down there. And it's one of the reasons that Wolf Take in the Holitna has varied so much over the years. It's really been dependent on what pilots go there or not. In the McGrath area, we're really fortunate. We've got several really skilled pilots who live right there. So on a sunny day, they just go out and do it. In 19E, it's been more of a struggle to get pilots. And in 19A really would be no different. If anything, it's even further away, actually.
Go ahead, Stash.
Yeah, thank you. Just to add on that, but they can participate in those if they want.
Yeah, Member Hoffman, absolutely. Pilots can submit applications for as many control areas as they would like to.
Any additional discussion, intent? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I intend to support it. It's not like the department's going to go right out tomorrow or after it becomes regulation and start it. They understand the logistics and the topography and the complications with this. But if it's, you know, things change, something goes on, or there's more interest, and the department has, you know, some more assets to contribute to this, to the predator control, it's already on the books for them. So I'll support that.
Okay, any additional discussion, Dave?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be supporting it also with the understanding that probably not a whole lot's going to happen right away. I know there's all the issues that we talked about earlier, and getting pilot gunner crews that are skilled enough to actually make a difference. Cost of fuel, cost of owning and operating aircraft is really high, and the returns aren't, I don't think, anywhere near what it actually costs to go out and do it. So I think knowing up front that things might be happening down the line instead of right away, I'll go ahead and support that.
Jake?
Hey, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to support it too, you know, being as it's going to be kind of a low priority, and who knows, there might be a bunch of night vision Trijicon scopes being rushed out there as it is, and the wolf harvest might uptake, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Jake. One thing, I just wanted to put on the record for this, what the numbers for harvest objectives were in 1908 from the intensive management plan, which is a population of objective of 4,300 to 5,300 and a harvest objective of 175 to 225. Just make sure that we have it on the record for this too. Thank you. And with that, we're ready for the question.
Call the question.
Question's been called.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Okay, Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on proposal 58. Member Huffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Ms. Cusack?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Proposal carries 7-0.
Mr. Chair, move to adopt proposal 59, lengthen the resident-only Tier 2 moose hunt, TM 680 in Unit 19A Alpha by opening the season 5 days earlier.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Department?
All right, proposal 59 would lengthen the season for the TM 680 hunt in Unit 19A. The department supports this proposal, which was submitted by the Central Kuskokwim Advisory Committee. Currently, moose hunting in Unit 19A is open from September 1 to 20. If passed, this proposal would change the season to open August 25th, while the season would still close September 20th. The bag limit would remain one antlered bull by Tier 2 permit TM 680, and up to 300 permits can still be issued. The state issues 200 TM 680 permits per year with an average harvest of 96 bulls per year. Up to 100 federal permits are also issued each year with an average harvest of 28 bulls. Including mortuary moose harvest, about 135 moose are being taken per year in the TM 680 hunt area. During the most recent survey in 2023, we found just over 5,500 moose in the TM 680 hunt area, and the harvestable surplus is 220 moose. Moose composition data are collected in November as the opportunity presents. Bull-cow ratios are regularly below our objective of 25 to 30 bulls per 100 cows. However, hunter success rates have not changed in recent years, and we still have excellent calf production in most years. We do not have movement data. I think I missed a point there. So the most recent data point was 10 bulls per 100 per 100 cows, which was below our objective. So we don't have movement data, but it is likely bulls are on the river during the hunting and breeding season, but move out of the area by November when we conduct our surveys. This figure shows the average harvest over the last 5 years broken down by chronology. Season dates in September are shown in 5-day increments along the horizontal axis, and the average number of moose taken during those 5-day periods is shown on the vertical axis. This figure clearly shows that harvest increases steadily as the season progresses, and more moose are shot during the last 5 days of the season than any other 5-day period. An extension prior to September 1st would likely only result in a small increase in harvest. We are currently only harvesting 135 moose per year, which is well below the estimated harvestable surplus of 220 moose. While bull-cow ratios are low during our surveys, we have excellent calf-cow ratios. Finally, additional harvest with an earlier season would likely be small. Proposal 59 would lengthen the season for TM 680. The department supports this proposal. While bull-to-cow ratios are low in 19A, this is probably a result of undercounting of bulls during the November survey period. Adding days to the beginning of the season will create additional opportunity, but will not likely result in a significant amount of additional harvest or any biological concerns.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions here. One, if we have a harvestable surplus of 220 and we're only harvesting 135, is it because we don't have enough hunter effort, or is it because of inaccessibility? And are we harvesting too many bulls in the accessible areas where you can count them?
Yeah, Member Barrett, that's a great question. And in general, in my area, access is the biggest issue that prevents us from getting to our harvestable surplus. So that's kind of question number one. The other thing is people are definitely, obviously, harvesting most of their animals along the river. And it's been a bit of a conundrum for me as I go out there and I see, especially this last year, that really low bull-cow ratio. However, success rates have not declined. People are still shooting their moose. I'm not hearing any complaints that there's not any bulls on the river, and there's lots of calves. And so the only way I can rectify those two things is if those bulls are on the river in September and they're moving away in November, because clearly the cows are all being bred and the hunters are being successful. So it gives me a little bit of pause, but those calf-cow ratios are really high.
Okay, thank you, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, I mean, potentially another option that the department has used when harvest objectives haven't been met is to increase the number of permits. It seems like, you know, with the low harvest early in the year because of, I'm sure it's because of vegetation and siteability and maybe lack of, you know, bulls being actually at the river, it's that sweet spot along September. You know, do you have up to language that you're restricted to, or is you got some room to issue more permits?
Yeah, Member Barrett, we do have up to, we can issue up to 300 permits. And then there's that federal permit that I mentioned as well. They can issue up to 100 permits. They typically only issue about half of those. And then in addition to that, a lot of the land, as you saw in that one land status map, is corporation land, which is only open to shareholders. And so the applications, we do get more applications and we issue permits. And we have, I think Caroline mentioned at the very beginning, when this all started, this Tier 2 hunt, there was an estimated harvestable surplus of 60 moose only. And as it's grown, we've seen, as the population has grown, we have seen success rates go up and up and up, and we're presuming there's more moose. And not that long ago, we actually started counting moose down there again. So we've documented now there are more moose. But again, I've been a little hesitant to issue more permits when we have these chronically low bull-cow ratios. So that's me being slightly conservative. And as I said, mostly it seems like we're issuing the number of permits that people are putting in for. So we could issue more permits, but that hasn't been on the table up to now.
Okay, I'll make some.
Any additional discussion? I have a question on that then. How about a later season after the rut and before horns are shed?
Yeah, Member Barrett, obviously the AC talked about that quite a bit. And when we were looking at the data that we had available to us, really what they wanted was some more opportunity. And what they liked about the early part of the season, typically we all hear everybody wants to go later, not earlier. But they chose that early part to get some additional days, allow people to get out more, but not significantly increase the harvest, with that bull-cow ratio being the red flag.
Okay, thank you. My question really had to do with the fact that we know that bulls are coming down during the rut to find those cows. So are they sticking around out? How long do they stick around afterwards? And, yeah.
I wish I knew the answer to that. And where do they go? I don't know that either.
Thank you. Al.
Thank you. Did you mention, or you could remind me, how many permits you're currently issuing?
Yeah, Member Brett, 200 right now.
Okay, additional discussion or intent on this, Dave?
Thank you. On the federal side, you said they issue about half their 100. Are they fairly successful with those on harvest rate? Are they getting 50% harvest on the 50 permits, or what are you saying? Or do you get that information at all?
Member Loring, yeah, it's actually a challenge to get that data. I do have it. I don't have it with me right now, but those hunters are typically very similar success rates to what we see with this, or with the Tier 2 hunt.
Additional discussion? Do you have another follow-up for that, Dave? Okay, I intend to vote for this. I don't see any problem with having an earlier season, given the harvestable surplus. Maybe some more bulls will stay down next year to replace the ones that you're harvesting, but Jake?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to support it as well. All the AC, most of, AC supported it. We had some public testimony in support of it as well.
Dave?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be supporting this also. I'm really comfortable with an earlier season. I think the siteability is down, like Member Brett said. They're going to be harder to find in the thicker vegetation. The bulls aren't responsive to calls. So I think that'll cut down on some of the take also. Sounds like the population is healthy. Your bull-cow ratio was probably explained by just not seeing them. I bet they're probably out there someplace. So with all that, that earlier season is a good thing, I think.
Thank you, Al.
Yeah, just one more question on 200 permits. Is it consistently about the same people or same number of permits in the area being issued?
If I understand your question correctly, Member Barrett, we get a similar number of applications for the Tier 2 permits every year, and they primarily go to local folks in that area, but as you know, they're available to any Alaska resident.
I would support this too, and I'd maybe encourage the department of issuing a few more permits, keeping the same anecdotally 200 people getting a super long season to harvest. There's room for, it looks like to me there's room for additional permits to be issued.
Thank you, Al. Are we ready for the question?
Call the question.
Question's been called.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 59. Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Ms. Cusack?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
And Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Proposal carries 7-0.
At this time, we're going to take a break. Let's try not to make it too long, but it's time for one, and then we'll go on to Proposal 60. I'd like to call the meeting back to order. And go ahead, Stosh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to adopt Proposal 60, allow area wolf control in a portion of Unit 19C Charlie.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Department.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 60 would authorize a wolf control program in Unit 19C beginning in ROI 24. The department is neutral on this proposal, which was submitted by the McGrath Advisory Committee. Currently, Unit 19C has a negative finding for IM. That has just changed, but there are still no population or harvest objectives. If this proposal were adopted, there would be an IM plan in a portion of Unit 19C, which would authorize the take of wolves using aircraft beginning in RY 24. Unit 19C is primarily accessible by air with moose hunting opportunities found along the north side of the Alaska Range. There is a registration permit for residents and a draw permit for non-residents in the Farewell area, and a harvest ticket in place for both resident and non-residents in Unit 19C remainder. While Unit 19C is a popular moose hunting destination for both resident and non-residents, guided non-residents harvest a majority of the moose in the harvest ticket areas, while in the Farewell area, harvest is split fairly evenly between resident and non-resident hunters. I showed you this slide a few minutes ago, but I'll go through it again here. When IM findings were determined for moose in the 1990s, harvest in 19C was below 100 per year, and the unit was given a negative finding. However, hunting pressure has increased since that time, and harvest is now well over 100 moose per year. This figure shows the number of moose harvested annually in Unit 19C from RY 13 to RY 22. Non-resident harvest is shown in light blue, and resident harvest is in orange. An average of 125 moose were taken over this 10-year period, and 183 moose were harvested in RY 22. Broken down by residency, non-residents harvested an average of 67 moose annually, while residents harvested 57 moose annually. In RY 22, the last bar on this figure, 110 moose were harvested by non-residents, and 73 were taken by residents. In addition to the hunting opportunity in the fall, there is also a winter hunt in Unit 19C. This season runs the month of February with a bag limit of any bull. No aircraft are allowed for this hunt. Participation is very low during this hunt, and only 6 moose have been harvested in the last 10 years. We do not conduct GSPE surveys in Unit 19C. However, we do conduct composition surveys in the Farewell area in November. This year, we found 28 bulls per 100 cows. Calf survival is typically poor in Unit 19C, but this year it was particularly low with only 9 calves per 100 cows. Anecdotal data suggests moose in Unit 19C are highly transitory. In the summer months, moose are largely absent from our survey area, but they start to move in large numbers during September. They then overwinter near the foothills of the mountains. As spring approaches, they again move north to areas of high-quality summer habitat. Unit 19C is approximately 6,700 square miles. This map shows the proposed wolf control focus area and the center of Unit 19C. The proposed control area is 3,670 square miles. No wolf surveys have been conducted in Unit 19C. However, based on densities in adjacent Unit 19D, there may be approximately 135 wolves in the entire unit. Wolf take is low in Unit 19C, with only 68 wolves harvested total over the last 5 years. Most of those wolves have been taken by hunters incidental to other hunts in the fall. Only 19 were taken by trappers in the winter. In summary, we have very little data available in Unit 19C for either moose or predators, and it is uncertain what the current status of moose in the unit is. The addition of a Unit 19C IM program would require the collection of significant amounts of additional data related to both moose and their predators. Unit 19C moose appear to be highly transitory and with low fall calf-cow ratios, it is likely that bear predation is an important factor in the summer, and wolf control alone may not have a significant effect on overall moose survival. Finally, the department will need to develop a feasibility assessment and operational plan before implementation of an IM program. The department is neutral on this proposal, but we recognize we have significant data gaps that would make implementation and assessment of this program difficult. The areas north of the Alaska Range are conducive to aerial wolf take, and pilots in the Unit 19D wolf control program would likely participate in this program. Moose movements are an important factor in Unit 19C, with seasonal movements to and from the mountains in the spring and fall. Most moose remain in Unit 19C for the winter, however, and removing wolves could have an impact on winter survival in the unit. If the board passes this proposal, the department will complete a feasibility assessment as well as an intensive management plan with specific program goals and objectives. With several biological uncertainties, deploying GPS collars to define seasonal ranges for an appropriate scale of estimating moose abundance is warranted. A 2-year calf mortality study to define causes and timing of calf mortality by predator species would also inform a feasibility assessment and operational plan. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to remind the board that we did make a positive finding for IM for 19C already. Normally, we wouldn't be discussing this until they came back with after the feasibility study. But I think we can act on this and make it clear that this should be included in your IM plan. It's the board's intent that this would be included in your IM plan, but the IM plan does not exist yet that this would be included in, but this has to be part of an IM plan, correct?
Mr. Chairman, yeah, the intent would be to actually write the codified language for the regulatory language and then come up with an IM plan as well, yes.
Right, okay. So discussion by board members. Go ahead, James.
Hey, thank you. Hey, Josh, can you go back to slide 74 real quick? And of the 49 wolves that were taken in those regulatory years by hunters, I should say, of the 49, how many of them were residents versus non-residents?
Yeah, through the chair, I'm not sure of the exact split, but I would take a guess that most of them were probably non-residents. Those are primarily shot in September, incidental to other hunts is where we end up with a lot of those harvested. And I know in the Farewell area where most of the residents hunt, we get very low wolf harvest out of there. There's so much activity, I don't think there's many wolves in that area much during that time. So I would guess it's mostly non-residents.
Okay, thank you.
Additional board discussion? Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As this proposal's written, I'm hesitant to approve it now without having a plan before us with all the data that I would like to see to making an informed decision on that.
Okay, James?
So I'm inclined to support it for even without the plan for a couple different reasons. But one, we know that sheep are in decline in this unit and subunit, and so even without the IM plan in place, we know that population would be benefited from having this tool in the department's toolbox once they do come up with their plan. So rather than wait 3 years to the next cycle to try and approve something like this for the department, I'm inclined to support it and then wait for them to be able to have that plan in place.
Ruth?
I agree with James.
Thank you. To the department, We talked about wolves quite a bit. Would the IM plan, as you move forward, also include bears also, possibly?
Through the chair, at this point, the proposal is only talking about wolves. We, as I mentioned in the presentation, calf survival is quite low, and that probably is a bear issue. However, I would say certainly before we would consider doing anything with bears, we would need to have some pretty solid information through a calf mortality study that really ascertained that that was a significant source of mortality.
Yeah, and I noticed that the number of calves per 100 cows is pretty low, and a lot of time that's bear predation in the spring on newborns. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, question for Ryan here. Think this IM plan might be ready for the next statewide meeting? Potentially? Or at least the feasibility and et cetera, so we could approve going forward with it?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll give you the feasibility. Yeah, it's just, it's one more thing, and we've got some other work to do in Unit 19, but yeah.
Okay, so in that case, I'm inclined to support it now, let them get the regulations prepared so they can be part of the IM plan when it comes forward to us. Thanks, Chair. Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to be clear on my position that this is for moose, and it's not, to have predator control for increasing a sheep population.
I understand that.
Yeah,
Thank you. Any additional discussion?
Call the question.
Question's been called?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. After hearing comments and discussion, the board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you call the roll on proposal number 60?
Final action on proposal 60. Mr. Fletcher.
Yes.
Chairman Burnett.
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman.
Yes.
Mr. Cooney.
Yes.
Mr. Barrett.
Yes.
Mr. Loring.
Yes.
Ms. Cusack.
Yes.
Proposal carries 7-0.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 61, allow the take of wolves in Unit 19C Charlie the same day a person has been airborne, and create an intensive management plan for Unit 19C Charlie.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. So go ahead with the department response on this one.
All right, yes, Mr. Chair. So this is going to be a very similar proposal to the last one that we just did. Proposal 61 would adopt an intensive management plan in Unit 19C. The department is neutral on this proposal, which was submitted by a member of the public. Unit 19C now has a positive finding for IM. However, we still have no population or harvest objectives. If this proposal were adopted, it would establish an IM plan in Unit 19C, which would authorize the take of wolves using aircraft. Unit 19C is primarily accessible by air with moose hunting opportunities found along the north side of the Alaska Range. There is a registration permit for residents and a draw permit for non-residents in the Farewell area, and a harvest ticket in place for both residents and non-residents in Unit 19C remainder. While Unit 19C is a popular moose hunting destination for both resident and non-residents, guided non-residents harvest the majority of the moose in the harvest ticket areas, while in the Farewell area, harvest is split fairly evenly between residents and non-residents. This figure shows the current, or the harvest over the last 10 years for moose in Unit 19C from RY 13 to 22. Non-resident harvest is shown in light blue and resident harvest in orange. An average of 125 moose were taken over this 10-year period, and 183 moose were harvested in RY 22. Broken down by residency, non-residents harvested an average of 67 moose annually, while residents harvested 57 moose annually. In RY '22, the last bar on this figure, 110 moose were harvested by non-residents and 73 were taken by residents. In addition to the hunting opportunity in the fall, there is also a winter moose hunt in Unit 19C. The season runs the month of February with a bag limit of any bull. No aircraft are allowed for this hunt. Participation is very low in this hunt, with only 6 moose harvested over the last 10 years. We do not conduct GSBE surveys in Unit 19C. However, we do composition surveys in the Farewell area. This year, we found 28 bulls per 100 cows. Calf survival is typically poor in Unit 19C, but it was particularly low this year with only 9 calves per 100 cows. Anecdotal data suggests moose in Unit 19C are highly transitory. In the summer months, moose are largely absent from the survey area, but they start to move in large numbers during September. They overwinter near the foothills of the mountains, and as spring approaches, they move north to areas of high-quality summer habitat. No wolf surveys have been conducted in Unit 19C. Based on densities in adjacent Unit 19D, there may be approximately 135 wolves in the entire unit. Wolf take is low in Unit 19C with only 68 wolves harvested over the last 5 years. Most of those wolves have been taken by hunters incidental to other hunts in the fall. Only 19 were taken by trappers in the winter. We have very little data available in Unit 19C for either moose or predators, and it is uncertain what the current status of moose in the unit is. The addition of a Unit 19C IM program would require the collection of significant amounts of additional data related to both moose and their predators. Unit 19C moose appear to be highly transitory, and with the low calf-cow ratio, it is likely that bear predation is an important factor in the summer, and wolf control alone may not have a significant effect on overall moose survival. Finally, the department will need to develop a feasibility assessment and operational plan before implementation of an IM program. The department is neutral on this proposal, but we recognize we have significant data gaps that would make implementation and assessment of this program difficult. The areas north of the Alaska Range are conducive to aerial wolf take, and pilots in the 19D wolf control program would likely participate in this program. Moose movements are an important factor in Unit 19C, with seasonal movements to and from the mountains in the spring and fall. Most moose remain in 19C for the winter, however, and removing wolves may increase winter survival in the unit. If the board passes this proposal, the department will complete a feasibility assessment as well as an intensive management plan with specific program goals and objectives. With several biological uncertainties, deploying GPS collars to define seasonal ranges for an appropriate scale of estimating moose abundance is warranted. A 2-year calf mortality study to define causes and timing of calf mortality by predator species would inform a feasibility assessment and operational plan. That's what I have for that one. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go on, Cheryl, if I could confirm that there is a statute that requires that there be a intensive management program and predator control program in place prior to allowing for aerial same-day wolf hunting. I believe that's correct.
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. The plan not only has to be on the books, but it has to be an active plan.
It has to be an active plan. So taking action on this, as with the previous one, this one also, directs them to adopt an intensive management plan, but we can't do that without the information, the feasibility study, et cetera. So what's the will of to defer this or take it up knowing that it will have no effect until afterwards? Dave?
Thank you. Back to Cheryl. It seems like this proposal has 2 parts. One is same-day airborne, and then a second is an IM plan. And the same-day airborne plan, if you look at the way it's written, could happen outside of the IM plan, the same-day airborne part of it. I know you can't do that, but that's what the way it's written. It tells me that he wants anybody and everybody to be able to hunt same-day airborne and then also establish an IM plan. So do we have a statute saying that we can't hunt same airborne, this time outside of an IM plan?
Through the chair, Member Loring, that's exactly correct. That same-day airborne take of wolves is prohibited by statute unless it's part of an active IM program. So yeah, again, you have to have the regulation on the books that, and that's a different statute, by the way, that it's 1605-783 is the aerial restrictions. And then the IM program itself, the authorization is in 1605-255. And then the board has adopted regulations that address the permits that will be issued for same-day airborne take of wolves under an active IM plan.
Okay, Ryan?
Okay, thank you for that clarification. That helps.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, you know, the board has already established positive finding now for 19C. And when we do come forward with the operational plan, same-day airborne operations are going to be a part of it. If we can spread this effort out, that's how we'll move forward.
With that, I think we could take no action on this one rather than vote to put it in when we don't have statutory authorization. Go ahead. Go ahead, Al.
I'd like your thinking, but I do have a question for Josh. That you mentioned that 19D pilots would be available and most likely to participate in 19C if there was a project going on. That would mean that there would be less participation in 19D because it's the same pilots, and so it may affect the 19D area because the pilots shifted to 19C.
Yeah, Member Barrett, through the chair, that might be an issue, but two of the control pilots are on the advisory committee, and obviously we're very much involved with this. Well, not this one, Proposal 60 that they submitted, and they did not have any concerns about that.
Thank you, Josh.
Mr. Chair, I move to take no action on Proposal 61.
Second.
Okay, without objection, we'll take no action on Proposal 61. Proposal 62.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 62, establish an intensive management program for Unit 19C, Charlie.
Second.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, Mr. Chair, so Proposal 62 is much the same as the last two. So you're going to see some repeat information here. The one big difference on this was it had a 10-year sunset clause, I guess. This was submitted by a member of the public, and the department is neutral. The board just very recently established IM population and harvest objectives, and we do have established a positive finding for IM for moose in Unit 19C. Still have no population or harvest objectives. And the proposed regulations would authorize aerial wolf control through beginning in RY 24, but for a 10-year period. Unit 19C is primarily accessible by air with moose hunting opportunities found along the north side of the Alaska Range. There is a registration permit for residents and a draw permit for non-residents in the Farewell area, and a harvest ticket in place for both residents and non-residents in Unit 19C remainder. While Unit 19C is a popular moose hunting destination for both resident and non-residents, guided non-residents harvest a majority of the moose in the harvest ticket areas, while in the Farewell area, harvest is split fairly evenly between resident and non-resident hunters. Here again, we see the harvest from RY 13 to RY 22 with non-residents shown in light blue and residents in orange. An average of 125 moose were taken over this 10-year period with 183 moose in RY 22. Broken down by residency, non-residents harvested an average of 67 moose annually, while residents harvested 57 moose annually. In RY 22, the last bar on this figure, 110 moose were harvested with by non-residents with 73 by residents. In addition to the hunting opportunity in the fall, there is also a winter hunt in Unit 19C during the month of February with a bag limit of any bull. No aircraft are permitted during this hunt. Participation is very low, with only 6 moose harvested over the last 10 years. Here's our composition data for 19C in the Farewell area during November. This year we found 28 bulls per 100 cows. Calf survival is typically poor in 19C, but this year it was exceptionally low with only 9 calves per 100 cows. Anecdotal data suggests moose in 19C are highly transitory, with large movements from the summer during September, where they overwinter in the foothills of the Alaska Range, and then they move back to the north again into areas of high-quality summer habitat. No wolf surveys have been conducted in 19C, but based on densities in adjacent Unit 19D, there may be approximately 135 wolves in the entire unit. Wolf take is low in Unit 19C, with only 68 wolves harvested over the last 5 years. Most of those wolves have been taken by hunters incidental to other hunts in the fall. Only 19 were taken by trappers in the winter. We have very little data available in Unit 19C for either moose or predators, and it is uncertain what the current status of moose in the unit is. The addition of a Unit 19C IM program would require the collection of significant amounts of additional data related to both moose and their predators. Unit 19C moose appear to be highly transitory, and with low calf-cow ratios, it is likely that bear predation is an important factor in the summer, and wolf control alone may not have a significant effect on the overall moose survival. Finally, the department will need to develop a feasibility assessment and operational plan before implementation of an IM program. Proposal 62 would authorize a wolf control program in Unit 19C for a 10-year period. This was a public proposal, and the department is neutral.
Thank you. Board discussion on this. We've actually, we've already adopted a positive finding, but I would like to see an amendment from a member that would authorize a wolf control program for sheep, to control predators for sheep under the general authority of the board to adopt regulations to promote or to conserve, develop, and utilize resources for the benefit of Alaskans. And I think we have the authority to do that. The IM statute is requires us to do intensive management when it's appropriate, but we don't have a statute that prevents us from doing intensive management. And so we have, I believe we have the ability, because we have a responsibility to develop resources. So I would like the members to consider whether we could do an amendment to use this wolf control and amend it for the benefit of the sheep prey population here being sheep, rather than as an intensive management under the intensive management statute.
Can we take a 3-minute break?
Yep. Okay, I call us back to order. We had a little discussion here, and the IM findings and feasibility that we've already done, what's going forth is going to be benefiting sheep. I know I suggested that we might do it, but unfortunately, we couldn't have non-department employees killing predators unless there was an IM project in place. So we're hoping the IM project that we have for moose will benefit sheep as well and other prey populations. So with that, I have a motion to take no action on this proposal.
Mr. Chair, I move to take no action on Proposal 62 because we already put in IM plan in place.
Second.
Commissioner, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I just want to comment. I do believe that any actions you're taking for moose will have a direct benefit to sheep in this area. So I think we're going to see some benefits without necessarily having a sheep, quote-unquote, intensive management program. But you'll also have an opportunity to talk about what you want to do in terms of having some kind of management program aimed at increasing sheep populations by reducing predators in other areas of the state.
Thank you. And beyond that, we're going to have a statewide meeting next year, and there's a potential to add, for a proposal to add sheep to the list of IM species at a statewide meeting, that's under our statewide regulations. So maybe someone might want to think of that out in the public, which might allow for some other options here. Go ahead, Brian.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Also, I'll note that later on in the meeting, there will be, there's at least one proposal that is specific to sheep that will likely have a very similar conversation.
Okay, thank you. No objection, we'll take no action on this, on Proposal 61. Or 62, excuse me.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 63, change the Unit 19C Charlie registration permit moose hunt RM 653 to a drawing permit for non-residents, issue up to 20 permits, and shorten the season to September 8 to 17.
Second.
Proposal 63 has been moved and seconded. Department?
Okay, Proposal 63 would create a draw hunt for non-resident moose hunters in the RM 653 hunt area with up to 20 permits available. It would also shorten the season dates for all hunters. The department is neutral on the number of draw permits and is opposed to the shorter season. This proposal was submitted by a member of the public. The current moose regulations in the Farewell area have season dates of September 1 to 20 for both resident and non-resident hunters. Residents are required to obtain an RM 653 permit, and beginning in RY 24, non-residents will be required to obtain a draw permit, DM 667. If this proposal were to pass, the new season dates would be September 8th to September 17th for all hunters. There would be no changes to the bag limits, but instead of up to 100 DM 667 permits issued to non-residents, the department would only be able to issue up to 20 permits to non-residents. There is a positive C&T determination in Unit 19 outside the Lime Village Management Area with an ANS of 400 to 700 moose, with 175 to 225 from 19A and 20 to 24 from 19B. This map shows the RM 653 and DM 667 hunt area, commonly referred to as Farewell, which is entirely within Unit 19C. The area is bounded by the Windy Fork of the Kuskokwim on the west, the South Fork of the Kuskokwim on the east, the Unit 19D boundary on the north, and the Alaska Range to the south. The hunt area is approximately 382 square miles compared to 6,711 square miles for all of Unit 19C. The Farewell Hunt area north of the Alaska Range in Unit 19C is a popular moose hunting destination for both resident and non-resident hunters. For such a remote location, there is a unique combination of good access, an extensive trail network, and a high density of moose. Due to these factors, the area attracts a large number of hunters in September, and the area is very busy with both aircraft and ATVs. Due to concerns over declining moose, several regulatory changes were made in the early 2000s. First, in 2002, the season was shortened by 5 days, ending on the 20th instead of the 25th. Next, in 2004, the resident bag limit was changed from any bull to a bag limit of 1 bull with 50-inch antlers or 4 brow tines on at least one side, or a spike fork. These changes quickly reduced harvest. In 2020, a registration permit was implemented in the Farewell Hunt area to improve harvest reporting, which was poor. Finally, with declining bull-cow ratios and issues of overcrowding, the board changed the requirements for non-residents in the RM 653 area, and beginning in RY 24, they will be required to obtain a draw permit. This figure shows the total number of Farewell hunters by residency, with non-residents in blue and residents in orange. 2020 was the first year RM 653 was in place and represents the start of the best available data. In 2020, there were significant COVID travel restrictions in place, and we saw low non-resident participation that year. Since then, the number of non-residents has increased, and in 2023, there were 123 non-resident moose hunters. Resident participation has averaged 123 hunters per year, with 130 in 2023. Total participation since RM 653 was put in place has averaged 220 hunters, with 253 total hunters in 2023. This figure shows the Farewell harvest by residency, with non-resident harvest in blue and resident harvest in orange. Non-residents have averaged 45 moose over the last 4 years, while residents averaged 50 moose over that same time frame. Total harvest has averaged 95 moose per year, and 96 moose were harvested in 2023. 2023 was also the first year non-residents harvested more moose than residents. This figure shows a harvest chronology broken into 4 or 5 day periods from RY 20 to 23. From September 1 to 5, an average of 15 moose are harvested per year. From September 6 to 10, an average of 14 moose are harvested per year. The largest amount of harvest takes place during September 11 to 15, with an average of 40 moose per year. Finally, harvest tapers off for the last 5 days of the season, and from September 16 to 20th, an average of 26 moose are taken per year. In addition to the hunting opportunity in the fall, there is also a winter moose hunt in Unit 19C. This season runs the month of February with a bag limit of any bull. Participation is low in this hunt, and only 6 moose have been harvested over the last 10 years. Here again is the composition data that I showed you. We currently have 28 bulls per 100 cows, which is below our objective of 30 bulls per 100 cows. And then again, we have that low calf-cow ratio of only 9 calves per 100 cows this last fall. Bull-cow ratios have declined below our management objective of 30 bulls per 100 cows, and bulls are very susceptible to harvest in this area. The board recently passed Proposal 205, and a draw hunt already exists for non-residents in the Farewell area. Only 20 DM 667 permits will be issued in RY 24, which will likely result in a 35% reduction in harvest. This should improve the bull-cow ratio as well as resolve crowding issues. A draw hunt for non-residents is already in place. In that regard, Proposal 63 is redundant. However, it would limit the number of permits that the department could issue to 20. Proposal 63 would also shorten the season for all hunters. The department is neutral on the number of draw permits issued, but opposed to the shorter season because we would like to see if the new draw hunt will improve the bull-cow ratio before further restrictions are put into place. The board may also wish to consider if a shorter season will continue to provide a reasonable opportunity for subsistence. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members. Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I'm tending not to support this. I think we need a little bit more time to see what we did last time on this area, so I'm willing to go another cycle on that and see what our data shows.
James?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Josh, can you just reconfirm for us, last year when we made this change to the draw permit, we included language that said up to 100, correct? Is that, but this year you said how many we're planning on giving out? Or I guess I've already gone out.
Yeah, sure. So through the chair, yes, there is up to language of 100 permits, which was an amendment you guys passed to that proposal last year, and we are issuing 20 this year.
Okay,
So-
great. And I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
No, go ahead.
And so essentially, we want to keep that number at that level. I think we justified it last year so that the department would have it at their discretion if populations got healthier or increased, that we could increase opportunity for those draw permits, correct?
Yes, that's correct. That was your intent with that.
Okay, thank you.
So we're already reducing the number of non-resident hunters significantly in this area. So just, and I don't think we need to, I think you're capable of reducing it further if you need to in the future.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, the language is up to 100 permits, so it could be reduced even further.
Okay, any additional discussion? Go ahead, go ahead, Ruth, sorry.
I also noticed that, by your opinion, 49 of the hunters took wolves in the past as well, of the non-resident hunters.
Yeah, through the chair. As I said in that last presentation, I didn't break that down specifically by area, but most of those wolves came from outside of the Farewell hunt area, so not very many of them came from this area we're talking about now.
Okay, thank you.
Dave?
Thank you, Josh. On the non-residents that are hunting that Farewell area where this permit, are most of those do-it-yourself hunts, or are they guided hunts, or are able to disseminate or distinguish those two things?
Yeah, through the chair. Most of them are do-it-yourself hunts. There is a small number of guided guides who operate in that area, however.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. That last statement, I was curious myself if how many of those were guided, and it seems like it was more do-it-yourselfers. And last year, they took more moose than the residents did. Is there some sort of explanation, or did you see something, or did they spend more time in the field, or?
Yeah, Member Barrett. We had, it was interesting, of course, it's a tight-knit community out there. It's, they all know each other, and there were some predictions with this move to a draw, they would have more non-residents out there this year, and that did seem like it proved to be correct. So there was definitely a spike in non-resident participation, and I think just the sheer numbers accounts for the higher harvest by that
Thank you.
group this year.
Okay, any additional discussion? Ready for the question?
Call the question.
Question's been called. Christie, would you go ahead, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board heard no concerns from the public regarding costs of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you pull the board?
Final action on proposal 63. Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Loring?
No.
Ms. Cusack?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
Proposal fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 64, change the Unit 19C Charlie Moose hunts to a drawing hunt for both residents and non-residents, and specify the number of permits available for residents, guided non-residents, and non-guided non-residents.
Second.
Been moved and seconded, Department?
All right, Mr. Chair, proposal 64 would create a draw hunt for resident and non-resident moose hunters in the RM 653 hunt area with up to 100 permits available for residents, up to 14 permits for unguided non-residents, and up to 6 permits for guided non-residents. A non-resident orientation class would also be required unless accompanied by a registered guide. The department is neutral on this proposal, which was submitted by the public. The current regulations in the area are September 1 to 20th for both resident and non-resident hunters. Residents are required to get a registration permit, while starting in RY 24, non-residents will be required to obtain DM 667 with up to 100 permits issued annually. There is a positive C&T determination in Unit 19 outside the Lime Village Management Area with an ANS of 400 to 700 moose. If this proposal were to pass, residents would be required to obtain a draw permit instead of the registration permit. There would be no changes to the seasons or bag limits. Non-residents currently are required to obtain a draw permit, but this proposal would allocate up to 14 permits for unguided hunters, with 6 going to guided hunters. Additionally, all unguided moose hunters would be required to take the non-resident orientation for moose. Here's a figure I already showed you with the DM 667 and RM 653 area, which is what would be affected by this proposal. Again, Farewell is a very popular area. It's got great access, a lot of trails, a lot of moose, and with that, it attracts a large number of hunters, so it can be very crowded. I went through this regulatory history already. The biggest change was in RY 20 when it changed from a harvest ticket to a registration permit, which was intended to improve harvest reporting. And then last year, the change was made for a draw hunt for non-residents, with the new hunt being DM 667. Here again is the Farewell data by residency. And you can see on this, kind of getting to Member Barrett's question, but we had last year 123 non-residents shown in blue and 130 residents shown in orange. That was a big increase in the non-residents, but fairly stable with the exception of 2020 for the residents. And here is harvest over the last 4 regulatory years. And as was mentioned, typically residents have harvested most of the moose in the area. Last year it was flip-flopped with 52 by non-residents and 44 taken by residents. We have the winter hunt that I've mentioned several times now. Season is the month of February for any bull. No aircraft are allowed, and participation in this hunt is extremely low. Here again is the composition data. Current 2-year average bull-cow ratio is 28 bulls per 100 cows, and we only had 9 calves per 100 cows last fall. So our bull-cow ratios have declined below our management objective of 30 per 100, and bulls are very susceptible to harvest in this area. The board recently passed Proposal 205, which implemented a draw hunt for non-residents in the Farewell area. Next fall, we're only going to issue 20 permits, which we're anticipating will result in an approximately 35% reduction in harvest, which should fairly quickly improve the bull-cow ratio as well as reduce crowding. If this proposal were to pass, it would complicate the non-resident draw permit hunt structure. Proposal 64 would create a draw hunt for resident and non-resident moose hunters in the RM 653 area with up to 100 permits available for residents, up to 14 for unguided non-residents, and 6 for guided non-residents. It would also require a non-resident orientation course. The board already implemented a draw hunt for non-residents with a limit of up to 100 permits annually. However, there is no allocation between guided and unguided hunters as requested in this proposal. If the board adopts this proposal and adds a draw hunt for residents, the department requests clear guidance on the percentage of permits to be allocated to residents versus non-residents. The board does not consider draw permits to provide a reasonable opportunity for subsistence, and if adopted, the board may wish to consider whether a reasonable opportunity is still being provided for residents with the removal of RM 653. The department is neutral on this proposal, which was submitted by the public.
Thank you. Board discussion. Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. In your presentation, it says there's a requirement for non-resident orientation for unguided hunters. I'm not quite clear where I see that in the proposal itself.
Member Barrett, I'd have to look through it again. I guess I put that in there because I thought that was part of the proposal, so if you want to give me a minute, I can look.
Okay, anyone else? While he's looking, I note that I can't support a draw hunt for the residents in this area. I think the question, though, of unguided versus guided hunters, I would like to know after he gets done looking this one up, if he knows what the current ratio is between guided and unguided hunters in here. We've heard that it was a small number of guided hunters, but how many there are would be an interesting piece of information.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, I do not have those exact numbers.
Okay? Additional board discussion? Jake and then James.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. What is the non-resident, I see it here in the proposal. What is the non-resident moose hunter orientation? What does that entail? Yes.
Yeah, okay. Through the chair, we actually have this in several of our other areas. Hunters are required to watch the "Is This Moose Legal?" video that's on the department webpage. And after they do that, they're able to obtain a certificate that they carry in the field with them, which they are required to have as well. If a wildlife trooper checks them, that's part of their paperwork they have to have.
Go ahead.
Thanks for that. This question, I guess, is for Captain Johnson. We talked about this a little earlier. I know you said you had some self-reports out there. Were those self-reports guided or unguided? Did they all have their card with them that said they completed the orientation? Do you have that information?
Through the chair, Member Fletcher, I guess several parts of that question. I don't believe there's non-resident orientation required currently. So we wouldn't check for that. I was looking through the data that we do have from the last couple of years, and it's not broken out by whether it's guided or not. So I don't have that available.
James.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm leaning towards same as you. I'm not interested in passing this proposal as written. I have no interest in limiting resident hunter opportunity in this area. But I would, be interested in having a discussion about defining the percentage of the draw permits for the non-resident tags for unguided and guided portion of it. The proposer does have a split there. It just so happens to be 14 for unguided non-residents and 6 tags for guided residents, which happens to be the exact number that the department issued this year, which I believe equates to about a 70-30 split. So I'd be interested in having that conversation if the board would.
Yeah, and right now, under current regulations, that's up to 100 permits, but the department's only issuing 20, but, whether they're guided or unguided. And this wouldn't, of course, go into effect until the next regulatory year in any event. Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the department, are you comfortable with the resident registration permit as far as getting reporting data back that, and then you can adjust the number of permits based on if population changes, whether you give more or less, that you wouldn't actually have to go to a drawing permit to get that same information?
Oh, yeah, through the chair. That's exactly why we switched to a registration permit. We get excellent reporting now, and we do have the ability to limit registration permits if we decided we needed to for some reason. Yeah, we get really good harvest reporting now compared to the harvest ticket.
Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Overall, I'm not going to support this proposal. I think the department has enough flexibility to manage this hunt, and there's no need to change it. I don't like going to draw hunts. You get time of superabundance. It's near impossible to ever get a draw hunt off the books. So I'll be opposed to it.
Any additional discussion on this? On the other issue, which is allocating permits between guided and unguided, is there any other interest in that?
Call the question. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Jake.
I guess, just for sake of argument, I'd like to propose an amendment to eliminate the draw hunt for residents and just implement the draw hunt for non-residents section of it.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded, and to do it that way. And my question, if you wanted to eliminate the draw hunt for that and leave that, do you want to leave the numbers of permits the same that's in there? Because currently, in the previous proposal, we agreed to leave it at 100. And the question there was up to 100, not at 100, because the department's not going to issue unless there's a whole bunch more moose out there. So do you want to change that to while you're making an amendment, or do we want to discuss that separately?
I could change it just to that language be included in the amendment.
Okay, but if you went back to 100, would you want the guided, unguided ratio in there? That's the,
Yes, I would.
with the same ratio as that they have shown
Yeah.
in there? Okay, just so, understood. Is that okay with the second?
Yes.
Okay. Discussion on the amendment. James?
Yeah, so, so currently, I understand the language is up to 100. I'm not interested in, I'd like to support and just keep that as it is for the non-residents. However, I am interested in defining the percentage of issued draw permits at the department's discretion to be a percentage split between guided and unguided. I think that we've heard testimony from the public that predictability for those guides does help them with their business. And I would be interested in, you know, having a defined percentage of however many they do each year to be there for them.
Yeah,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We don't have any information from the department right now on how that split is, and that kind of concerns me. I'd hate to eliminate either one side or the other from what they're currently doing or have been doing, you know, over the past several hunting seasons, so got a little bit of concern with that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be opposed to this amendment. I'm going to stay consistent in my thought and ideology. I don't think it's proper. There hasn't been any guides coming up front to the board and requesting some of this. And, you know, it's already a non-guided species. I didn't really appreciate some of them that we have in the past. Even my good friend got one through. So I think we have several species that are absolutely guided only. And I think, again, this proposal or this amendment goes beyond that, and I won't be supporting it.
Any additional discussion on the amendment? Ryan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I heard the word at the department's discretion. If the board is going to take this up, we want those percentages. We want hard
Right. No,
percentages.
I think the hard percentages would be the same percentages as in the proposal, but with up to 100. So as you reduced it, it would be the 14 to 6 times 5, so.
Great.
Yeah, 30,
The other point I wanted to make, though,
30
is,
and 70.
Right.
That's what it would be at 100.
you know, we have up to language of up to 100 permits, and right now, this works really well with 20 permits, where we're at, right? But if we start changing those numbers, I mean, having the percentages will be good, but there is going to be a lag, right? You know, if we detect an increasing moose population, decide to issue more permits, we announce the number of permits we're going to issue in November, you know, so that really, there'd probably be a year lag before we institute that.
Okay, additional discussion on the amendment? Now we're ready for the question on the amendment?
Call a question.
Christie, would you call the board on the amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on the amendment to eliminate the draw hunt for the residents in the proposal. Ms. Cusack?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
And Mr. Loring?
Before I vote, could you please clarify what the amendment is asking?
Yes, as I understand it, the amendment was to eliminate the resident drawing hunt of the proposal, and the other items in the proposal stay the same with regards to that allocation, or the
what the-
permit split and the up to 100 tags.
It's up to 100 permits with the allocation the same as in the proposal. So it would, at 100, it's 70-30, it's 14-6 at 20.
No.
That amendment carries by a vote of 5 yeas to 2 nays.
Okay, the proposal is amended, is before us. Any discussion on the proposal as amended? Al?
Yeah, just for the building the record, I'll be opposed to the proposal as amended. I was basically opposed at the start. I think the department does currently have the flexibility to able to manage this hunt with its up to language and they always keep track of that, so thank you.
Thank you, Al. Any additional discussion, Jake?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm gonna support this proposal. I think that we have a really good opportunity for resident hunters out there. This would allow a couple of small guide operations maybe to have a little bit more stability. And I'm gonna support it.
Thank you. Any additional discussion?
Call the question.
Question's been called on proposal 64 as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons. This regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on proposal 64 as amended. Mr. Hoffman.
Yes.
Mr. Cooney.
Yes.
Mr. Barrett.
No.
Mr. Loring.
No.
Ms. Cusack.
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher.
Yes.
And Chairman Burnett.
No.
Proposal carries as amended, 4-3.
Mr. Chair, move to adopt proposal 65, reauthorize the Unit 19D Delta Intensive Management Plan.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Did we do all of 19 already? Yeah, go ahead, Department.
Mr. Chair, with proposal 65? Okay, all right. Proposal 65 would extend the 19D IM plan through June 30, 2030. The department submitted and supports this proposal. The current 19D IM plan expires June 30, 2026. The length of this plan was intended to expire on cycle with the Region 3 Board of Game meeting scheduled for 2026. However, the meeting was delayed due to COVID and the plan is now out of cycle. The operational plan for intensive management in Unit 19D East is an important companion document to the regulatory language of this proposal. The operational plan includes both population and harvest objectives, as well as a decision-making framework to continue or suspend predator control based upon moose densities in the wolf control area and twinning rates within the bear control area. To remedy low moose numbers and harvest, the board adopted a wolf predation control plan in Unit 19D East beginning in the fall of ~95. However, actual predator reductions did not begin until 2003, when the department began non-lethal removals of bears. Bears were relocated again by the department of May of 2004. There was also a period of public bear control beginning in 2006, which included snaring from 2009 to 14. Public bear control was ineffective, however, and has not been authorized since RY14. Aerial wolf control conducted by the public began in RY03 and has continued to present. This map shows the Unit 19D East predation control area. Within this area is the 5,579 square mile wolf control focus area and the 528 square mile bear control focus area. Moose population and harvest objectives have been determined for both 19D East as well as the smaller wolf control focus area. Within 19D East, there are 3 moose survey areas which are shown on this map. The largest is the 19D East Moose Survey Area, or MSA, shown in light gray. Within the MSA is the expanded EMMA outlined in orange, and within the expanded EMMA is the EMMA, which is just the white portion. In regulation, the EMMA survey area is known as the Bear Control Focus Area, but the two are synonymous. Moose densities have been measured in these 3 areas since 2001. Within the 19D East MSA, the moose population approximately doubled between 2001 and 2017. Densities shown in the far right column went from 0.5 moose per square mile in 2001 to 1.1 moose per square mile in 2017. Most of this area is lightly hunted due to poor access and distances from Unit 19D communities. Looking at the far right column, You can see moose densities more than doubled in the expanded EMMA from 0.8 moose per square mile in 2001 to 2.2 moose per square mile in 2022. However, due to an extremely difficult winter in 2022-2023, moose in this area experienced a significant decline, and we now have 1.4 moose per square mile in the expanded EMMA. This is an approximately 35% decline. Within the smallest survey area, the EMMA, moose densities increased from 1 moose per square mile in 2001 to 2 moose per square mile in 2022. Again, in 2023, we saw a significant decline to 1.2 moose per square mile, which was about a 40% decline. This area is also the most heavily hunted, and the bull-cow ratio was 25 per 100 in 2023. This table shows twinning data from 2015 to present. Twinning rates shown in the far right column peaked in 2015, but then began to decline as the moose population increased in the EMMA. However, by 2021, twinning rates began to improve, and we now have a 2-year average rate of 32%. The IM population objective in 19D East is 6,000 to 8,000 moose. Within the bear control focus area, point estimates of moose decreased from 1,064 in 22 to 635 in 2023 due to an extremely difficult winter. The last time 19D East was surveyed was in 2017. At that time, we were above the upper end of the IM population objective. However, if the decline over all of 19D East was similar to that in the bear control area, we are likely now below the lower end of the IM objective. The IM harvest objective in 19D East is 400 to 600 moose. Harvest over the last 5 years has averaged approximately 125 moose, which is below the IM harvest objective. The density objective for the wolf control focus area is 1 moose per square mile. The current density estimate within the wolf control area is 0.7 moose per square mile. The harvest objective in this area is 225 moose, and the current harvest is 125 moose. Our pre-control estimate of wolves in Unit 19D East was 198 in 2001. Based on that data, it is estimated there were 130 wolves in the wolf control area at that time. Our wolf control objective is to reduce wolves by at least 60 to 80% in the wolf control area. Only removing wolves from this area will ensure that they persist within Unit 19D. This table shows annual wolf take within the wolf control area by hunting, trapping, as well as aerial control. Take typically approaches a lower removal objective of 60%, and the population recovers quickly every year. Black bear numbers were first estimated in the control area in 2003. Immediately following bear control in 2004, it was estimated only 4 independent black bears remained. By 2007, bears had recovered to approximately 70% of pre-controlled numbers, and by 2010, there were more bears in the control area than there were pre-control. A final survey in 2016 suggests bears have stabilized and were at the same level as they were pre-control. The extrapolated estimate for black bears in all of Unit 19D East is 1,700 bears. Harvest of black bears within the bear control area is typically low, with an average of only 6 bears harvested per year. 128 grizzly bears are estimated to be in Unit 19D East, with 9 in the control area. Take of grizzlies in the control area is also extremely low, and most years no bears are taken. Proposal 65 would extend the 19D IM plan through June 30, 2030. The department submitted and supports this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from board members? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. With the data presented, I think this is a very easy one for me. I will support this. I think we've got good evidence that controlling the predators out there does have an effect on moose populations.
Additional discussion, intent, James?
Yeah, I'm inclined to go with Member Brett's support as well, and just to continue to build the record, we had 5 ACs that supported this, with none that opposed it.
Okay, Stosh.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be in support as well. The AC support it, the department supports it, and that it makes sense that we need it.
Okay. Any additional discussion on it? Go ahead, Al.
Call the question.
Question's been called.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Yeah, go ahead and call it. Full board.
Final action on proposal 65, Mr. Cooney.
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman.
Yes.
Chairman Burnett.
Yes.
Mr. Burnett, Mr. Fletcher.
Yes.
Ms. Cusack.
Yes.
Mr. Loring.
Yes.
Mr. Barrett.
Yes.
Proposal carries 7-0.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 66, modify the moose hunting season dates and permit requirements in Unit 19D Delta.
Second.
Thank you. Would Department, go ahead.
Okay, Proposal 66 would modify the resident moose hunting season dates and permit requirements in Unit 19D. The department supports this proposal, which would add additional opportunity. The current moose regulations in Unit 19D for residents include a season from September 1 to 25 using RM 650 for one antlered bull. Alternatively, resident hunters can use a harvest ticket from September 1 to 20 to take an antlered bull anywhere in Unit 19D, excluding the Upper Kuskokwim controlled use area. This proposal would lengthen the season dates for RM 650 with a new closing date of September 30th. The bag limit would remain one antlered bull. The harvest ticket hunt would also be extended to September 30th in 19D upstream of the Salatna River, excluding 2 miles on either side of the Kuskokwim River from the mouth of the Salatna upstream to the confluence of the South Fork and the North Fork of the Kuskokwim, and 2 miles either side of the South Fork of the Kuskokwim from the mouth of the South Fork to Nikolai, and 2 miles either side of the Takotna River from the mouth of the Takotna to the bridge at Takotna. I will show a map of this area in a few slides, but the bag limit would remain one antlered bull. There would also be a harvest ticket hunt September 1 through 20th downstream of and including the Salatna for one antlered bull. Finally, this proposal would create a new draw hunt for antlerless moose from September 1st through the 30th upstream of the Salatna River with up to 20 permits issued. So this map here, the next 2 slides are gonna define that harvest ticket hunt area. This map shows the current 19D hunt areas with the registration permit RM 650 can be used everywhere from September 1st to the 25th, while a harvest ticket can be used September 1 to September 20th everywhere except the Upper Kuskokwim controlled use area, which is shown in yellow. And before I switch slides here, focus on that yellow from Medfra up to the northeast. That's what's gonna go away, so to speak, and that would be now added to where you could also use a harvest ticket. So this will kind of play tricks on your eyes a little bit, but that's what the next slide is gonna show. All right, so here, if the proposal were to pass, the main change I wanna show here is a harvest ticket could be used in an even larger area. Instead of being excluded from the entire Upper Kuskokwim controlled use area, harvest ticket hunters would only be excluded from the area outlined in yellow, which were all those words I described. This would make 96% of Unit 19D open with a harvest ticket. So I already went through this survey data. I'll just real quickly touch on it, but we have multiple survey areas in 19D. In the MSA in 2017, which was the last year we were able to survey it, we had approximately 1.1 moose per square mile. Within the expanded EMMA, where we survey much more regularly, the take home with this in that far right column again is 2022. We had a record number of moose, 2.2 per square mile. We had a very difficult winter last year, and we saw a 35% decline in that area. Within the smallest area, it was similar. We went from, in 2022, 2.2 moose per square mile down to 1.2 moose per square mile, which was an even larger decline of about 40%. Again, our twinning data, you can see that we have a 2-year average twinning rate of 32% right now. And then this map shows the ongoing wolf control program area in 19D East, which is outlined in that dashed line. The IM objectives for the wolf control area are 1 moose per square mile, and the current estimate based on the decline that we saw in the expanded EMMA is about 0.7 moose per square mile. We have a harvest objective of 225 moose with a current harvest of 125. Recent declines in the moose population were due to an extremely difficult winter in 2022-2023. On April 1st of 2023, last spring, we still had 34 inches of snow on the ground in McGrath, followed by a very late green up. Mortality was extremely high that winter, particularly among calves. Despite the declines, the department does support the passage of this proposal with a longer season, expanded area open with a harvest ticket, and antlerless harvest, so we have those options available when the population can again support them. Proposal 66 would modify the resident moose hunting season dates and permit requirements in Unit 19D. The department supports this proposal, which would add additional opportunity. With the recent decline in moose numbers, certain aspects of the proposal, such as the antlerless draw permit, will not be implemented immediately, but would be available when the moose population can sustain the additional harvest. And I would add the McGrath Advisory Committee still supported this proposal, which they submitted, even though they're well aware of the large declines in the moose population. They submitted this proposal in 2022 when we had that record number of moose, but they're still interested in having the tools available to them to implement this when it is appropriate. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Board discussion. Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be in support of this proposal too. You know, just because due with our cycles, didn't turn out to work with the weather pattern, but you definitely look at the graph. There's been, you know, several years, if not 10 years or more, or a lot more than that, that we were well over our objective of 1 moose per square mile for density. And, you know, due to the weather that we couldn't control this last season, you know, we dropped down to 0.7. So, and our twinning rates have been pretty stable and high. I think, and it seems like that area may be having a good winter, have a decent breakup up there. I think the moose might bounce back right after that. So, and this gives the department the flexibility to manage that hunt.
Jake?
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, there's a lot of local AC support, and with the discretion of the department, I think I'm going to support this as well.
Additional discussion from board members? Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Josh, on the supporting the longer season, is there what is the normal, is the access hard? You're comfortable with having longer season and not really having an increased take with that longer season?
Yeah, through the chair, that was something we talked a lot about at the advisory committee meeting. We have an available harvestable surplus out there, and access is primarily along the river corridor. As I mentioned earlier, we have a real amount or limited amount of access. So if we start to see bull cow ratios get to a point that we're not comfortable with, we can either through discretionary permit authority shorten the season, reduce the number of permits. We have other tools at our disposal to address that.
Thank you.
Thank you. No additional discussion? Al?
Call the question.
Question's been called. Dave?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 66. Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Ms. Cusack?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Proposal carries 7-0.
One more.
Mr. Chair, move to adopt Proposal 67, reauthorize a winter any moose season during February and a portion of 19D Delta.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Department comments.
All right, Mr. Chair, Proposal 67 would reauthorize the antlerless winter moose hunt in Unit 19D. The department supports this proposal, as well as the McGrath Advisory Committee. There is currently a winter moose hunt in Unit 19D during the month of February with a bag limit of 1 moose excluding cows with calves. The density objective for the wolf control area is 1 moose per square mile, and we currently are at 0.7 moose per square mile. We have a harvest objective of 225, and current harvest is approximately 125. Recent surveys in November 2023 found moose in Unit 19D declined approximately 35% compared to the prior year due to an extremely difficult winter. The 2-year bull-cow ratio dropped slightly to 37 bulls per 100 cows, while the 2-year average twinning rate improved to 32%. Short yearlings weighed in 2022 were above the long-term average. However, due to the difficult winter, short yearlings weighed in 2023 were below the long-term average. Proposal 67 would reauthorize the antlerless winter moose hunt in Unit 19D. Due to a decline in moose numbers, the department closed the winter hunt this year by emergency order. However, we hope to keep this hunt on the books to provide for future harvest opportunity. The department and the McGrath Advisory Committee support this proposal.
Thank you. Board members. Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is another good proposal. I'll support. All our indicators are looking good. We're above our density objectives. We have a 37 to 100 bulls, which is really good. Our twinning weights, which is showing that the habitat is, producing healthy cows out there. And, overall, our short yearling weights are above our long-term averages except for, the weather anomaly. So, yeah, I'll support this.
Additional discussion from board members, intent? Hearing none, I think you were adequate there, Al.
Call the
Good
question.
job. Question's been called.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Based on the discussions, the board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 67. Ms. Cusack?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
And Mr. Loring.
Yes.
Proposal carries 7-0.
Okay, thank you, Christie, and thanks to the board for their work today and staff. We're going to recess till 8:30 tomorrow morning, but I think we had a productive day and a lot of good discussion. Thank you.